Signs of the season. Page 2. Signs of the season. And hue and cry after Christmas. The Doge's Christmas shooting. Thursday processions in Advent. The Glastonbury thorn. In the kitchen. Christmas in England. Christmas invitation. A Christmas market. The Star of Bethlehem in Holland. The Pickwick Club goes down to Dingley Dell. A visit from St. Nicholas. Crowded out. Page 3. Page 4. The time draws near the birth of Christ. The moon is hid, the night is still. The Christmas bells from hill to hill answer each other in the mist. 4 voices of 4 hamlets round, from far and near, on mead and moor, swell out and fail as if a door were shut between me and the sound. Each voice 4 changes on the wind, that now dilate and now decrease. Peace and goodwill, goodwill and peace. Peace and goodwill to all mankind. Alfred Tennyson. Page 5. And hue and cry after Christmas. Any man or woman that can give any knowledge or tell any tidings of an old, very old grey-bearded gentleman called Christmas, who is wont to be a very familiar guest, and visit all sorts of people, both poor and rich, and used to appear in glittering gold silk and silver in the court, and in all shapes in the theatre in Whitehall, and had ringing feasts and jollity in all places, both in the city and country, for his calming. Whosoever can tell what is become of him, or where he may be found, let them bring him back again into England. That curious little tract in Hue and Cry after Christmas bears the date of 1645, and we shall best give our readers an idea of its character by setting out that title at length, as the same exhibits a tolerable abstract of its contents. It runs thus: the arraignment, conviction, and imprisoning of Christmas on St. Thomas Day last, and how he broke out of prison in the holidays, and got away onely left his hoary hair and grey beard sticking between 2 iron bars of a window, with an hue and cry after Christmas, and a letter from Mr. Woodcock, a fellow in Oxford, to a malignant lady in London, and divers passages between the lady and the crier about old Christmas, and what shift he was fain to make to save his life, and great stir to fetch him back again, printed by Simon Minked Pie for Cicely Plum Porridge, and are to be sold by Ralph Fiddler Chandler at the scene of the pack of cards in Mustard Alley in Bronze Street. Besides the allusions contained in the latter part of this title to some of the good things that follow in the old man's train, great pains are taken by the crier in describing him, and by the lady in mourning for him, to allude to pg 6 many of the cheerful attributes that made him dear to the people. His great antiquity and portly appearance are likewise insisted upon. For age, this hoary-headed man was of great years, and as white as snow. He entered the Romish calendar time out of mind, as old or very near as Father Mathusalem Wasson, that looked fresh in the bishop's time, though their fall made him pine away, ever since he was full and fat as any divine doctor of them all. He looked under the consecrated lawn sleeves as big as Bulbifed, just like Bacchus upon a tun of wine, when the grapes hang shaking about his ears. But since the Catholic liquor is taken from him, he is much wasted, so that he hath looked very thin and ill of late. The poor, says the crier to the lady, are sorry for his departure, for they go to every door a-begging, as they were wont to do. Good Mrs. somewhat against this good time, but time was transformed away. Be gone here is not for you. The lady, however, declares that she for one will not be deterred from welcoming old Christmas. No, no, says she, bid him come by night over the Thames, and we will have a back door open to let him in, and ends by anticipating better prospects for him another year. T.K. Hervey. The Doge's Christmas shooting. At certain fixed times, the Doge was allowed the relaxation of shooting, but with so many restrictions and injunctions that the sport must have been intolerably irksome, he was allowed, or more strictly speaking, was ordered to proceed for this purpose, and about Christmas pg 7 time, to certain islets in the lagoons where wild ducks bred in great numbers. On his return, he was obliged to present each member of the Great Council with 5 ducks. This was called the gift of the ocel, that being the name given by the people to the birds in question in 1521, about 5,000 brace of birds had to be killed or snared in order to fulfill this requirement, and if the unhappy Doge was not fortunate enough with his attendants to secure the required number, he was obliged to provide them by buying them elsewhere, and at any price, for the claims of the Great Council had to be satisfied in any case. This was often an expensive affair. There was also another personage who could not have derived much enjoyment from the Christmas shooting. This was the Doge's chamberlain, whose duty it was to see to the just distribution of the game, so that each bunch of 2.5 brace should contain a fair average of fat and thin birds, lest it should be said that the Doge showed favor to some members of the council more than to others. By a means was sought of commuting this annual tribute of ducks, the Doge Antonio Grimani requested and obtained permission to coin a medal of the value of 1/4 of a ducat equal to about 4 shillings or $1, and to call it a duck ocella, whereby it was signified that it took the place of the traditional bird. F. Marion Crawford in Salve Venetia. Thursday processions in Advent. The eve of the festival of St. Nicholas, December 5 in medieval days, was the occasion when choir and altar boys met, and in solemn mimicry of the procedure of P.G. 8 their elders elected a boy bishop and his prebendaries who remained in office, and moreover exercised practically full episcopal functions until Holy Innocents' Day. In the full vestments of the church, these minor clergy made visitations in the neighborhood, usually on 3 successive Thursdays, and collected small sums of money known as the bishop's subsidy, says Barnaby Googe. 3 weeks before the day whereon was born the Lord of Grace. And on the Thursdays boys and Giles do run in every place, and bounce and beat at every door with blows and lusty snaps, and cry the advent of the Lord not born as yet perhaps, and wishing to the neighbors all that in the houses dwell a happy year and everything to spring and prosper well. Here have they pears and plums and pence, each man gives willingly. For these 3 nights are always thought unfortunate to be, wherein they are afraid of sprites cancred witches' spite, and dreadful devils blacky and grim that then have chiefest might. In these same days, young wanton Giles that meet for marriage be, do search to know the names of them that shall their husbands be. 4 onions 5 or 8 they take, and make in every one such names as they do fancy most, and best do think upon. Thus near the chimney them they set, and that same onion then, that first doth sprout doth surely bear the name of their good man. In these same December nights, it is that these young Giles, according to Barnaby, creep to the woodpile after nightfall, and at random each pulls out the first stick the hand touches, which if it's straight and even be, and have no knots at all, a gentle husband, then they think shall surely to them fall P.G. 9. But if it foul and crooked be, and knotties here and there, a crabbed churlish husband, then they earnestly do fear. In the last days before Christmas, says Lady Morgan, Italian Pifferari descend from the mountains to Naples and Rome in order to play their pipes before the pictures of the Virgin and the Child, and out of compliment to Josephine front of the carpenters' shops. Somewhat akin is the old English custom of the carrying about the images of the Virgin and Christ in the week before Christmas by poor women who expect a dole from every house visited. In certain parts of Normandy, the farmers give to their children, or to little ones borrowed from their neighbors, prepared torches well dried, with which these little folk know 1/12 is eligible for the office run hither and yon under the tree boughs into fence corners, singing the spell supposed to command the vermin of the field. W. S. Walsh gives this translation of their incantation. Mice, caterpillars, and moles, get out of my field, or I will burn your blood and bones. Trees and shrubs, give me bushels of apples, condensed from some curiosities of popular customs, the Glastonbury thorn and other plant lore of Christmastide. The legend of the Glastonbury thorn is that after the death of Christ, Joseph of Arimathea came over to England, and a few days before Christmas rested on the PG-10 summit of Wiriol Hill, Glastonbury. There he thrust into the ground his staff, which on Christmas Eve was found to be covered with snow-white blossoms, and until it was destroyed during the civil wars, the bush continued so to bloom as cuttings from the original thorn are said to bloom in the same wonderful way even yet. But with a fine disregard for the Gregorian reformation of the calendar, the blossoms do not appear until the 5th of January. The Sicilian children so fokered tells us put pennyroyal in their cots on Christmas Eve under the belief that at the exact hour and minute when the infant Jesus was born, this plant puts forth its blossom. Another belief is that the blossoming occurs again on Midsummer Night. In the East, the rose of Jericho is looked upon with favor by women with child, for there is a cherished legend that it first blossomed at our Saviour's birth, closed at the crucifixion, and opened again at Easter, whence its name of resurrection flower. Gerard the old herbalist tells us that the black hellebore is called Christ's herb or Christmas herb, because it floweth about the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. Many plants, trees, and flowers owe their peculiarities to their connection with the birth or the childhood of Christ. The Ornithogalum umbellatum is called the Star of Bethlehem according to Foucault, because its white stellate flowers resemble the pictures of the star that indicated the birth of the Savior of mankind. The Gallium verum, Our Lady's bedstraw, receives its name from the belief that the manger in which the infant Jesus lay was filled with this plant. The brooms and the chickpeas began to rustle and PG-11 crackle, and by this noise betrayed the fugitives. The flax bristled up happily, for her Mary was near a juniper. The hospitable tree opened its branches as arms, and enclosed the Virgin and the child within their folds, affording them a secure hiding place. Then the Virgin uttered malediction against the brooms and the chickpeas, and ever since that day they have always rustled and crackled. The story goes on to tell us that the Virgin pardoned the flax its weakness, and gave the juniper her blessing, which accounts for the use of the latter in some countries for Christmas decorations, like the holly in England and France. One Christmas Eve a peasant felt a great desire to eat cabbage, and having none himself, he slipped into a neighbor's garden to cut some. Just as he had filled his basket, the Christ child rode past on his white horse, and said, Because thou hast stolen on the holy night, thou shalt immediately sit in the moon with thy basket of cabbage. And so we are told the culprit was immediately wafted up to the moon, and there he can still be seen as the man in the moon. Alexander F. Chamberlain. The signs of the season in the kitchen. The cooks shall be busied by day and by night, in roasting and boiling for taste and delight. Their senses in liquor that's happy they'll steep, though they be afforded to have little sleep. They still are employed for to dress us in brief. Plum-pudding, goose, capon, minced peas, and roast beef PG-12. Although the cold weather doth hunger provoke, 'tis a comfort to see how the chimneys do smoke. Provision is making for beer, ale, and wine, for all that are willing or ready to dine. Then haste to the kitchen, for diet the chief. Plum-pudding, goose, capon, minced peas, and roast beef. All travelers, as they do pass on their way, at gentlemen's halls are invited to stay, themselves to refresh and their horses to rest, since that he must be old Christmas guest. Nay, the poor shall not want, but have for relief plum-pudding, goose, capon, minced peas, and roast beef. From Evans' collection of English ballads. Christmas in England. There is nothing in England that exercises a more delightful spell over my imagination than the lingerings of the holiday customs and rural games of former times. They recall the pictures my fancy used to draw in the May morning of life, when as yet I only knew the world through books, and believed it to be all that poets had painted it, and they bring with them the flavor of those honest days of yore, in which perhaps with equal fallacy I am apt to think the world was more homebred, social, and joyous than at present. I regret to say that they are daily growing more and more faint, being gradually worn away by time, but still more obliterated by modern fashion. They resemble those picturesque morsels of Gothic architecture, which we see crumbling in various parts of the country, partly dilapidated by the waste of ages and PG-13, partly lost in the additions and alterations of latter days poetry, however, clings with cherishing fondness about the rural game and holiday revel, from which it has derived so many of its themes. The ivy winds its rich foliage about the Gothic arch and mouldering tower, gratefully repaying their support by clasping together their tottering remains, and as it were embalming them in verdure. Of all the old festivals, however, that of Christmas awakens the strongest and most heartfelt associations. There is a tone of solemn and sacred feeling that blends with our conviviality and lifts the spirit to a state of hallowed and elevated enjoyment. The services of the church about this season are extremely tender and inspiring. They dwell on the beautiful story of the origin of our faith and the pastoral scenes that accompanied its announcement. They gradually increase in fervor and pathos during the season of Advent, until they break forth in jubilee on the morning that brought peace and goodwill to men. I do not know a grander effect of music on the moral feelings than to hear the full choir and the pealing organ performing a Christmas anthem in a cathedral, and filling every part of the vast pile with triumphant harmony. It is a beautiful arrangement, also derived from days of yore, that this festival, which commemorates the announcement of the religion of peace and love, has been made the season for gathering together of family connections and drawing closer again those bonds of kindred hearts, which the cares and pleasures and sorrows of the world are continually operating to cast loose, of calling back the children of a family who have launched forth in life and wandered widely asunder, once more to assemble about the paternal hearth, that rallying place of the affections, their PG-14, to grow young and loving again among the endearing mementos of childhood. There is something in the very season of the year that gives a charm to the festivity of Christmas. At other times, we derive a great portion of our pleasures from the mere beauties of nature. In the course of a December tour in Yorkshire, I rode for some distance in one of the public coaches on the day preceding Christmas. The coach was crowded both inside and out, with passengers who by their talk seemed principally bound to the mansions of relations and friends to eat the Christmas dinner. It was loaded also with hampers of game and baskets and boxes of delicacies. Hares hung dangling their long ears about the coachman's box, presents from distant friends for the impending feasts. I had 3 fine rosy-cheeked schoolboys for my fellow passengers, inside full of the buxom health and manly spirits, which I have observed in the children of this country. They were returning home for the holidays in high glee and promising themselves a world of enjoyment. It was delightful to hear the gigantic plans of pleasure of the little rogues and the impracticable feats they were to perform during their 6 weeks' emancipation from the abhorred thraldom of book, birch, and pedagogue. They were full of anticipations of the meeting with the family and household, down to the very cat and dog, and of the joy they were to give their little sisters by the presents with which their pockets were crammed. But the meeting to which they seemed to look forward with the greatest impatience was with Bantam, which I found to be a pony, and according to their talk, possessed of more PG-15 virtues than any steed since the days of Bucephalus. How he could trot, how he could run, and then such leaps as he would take, there was not a hedge in the whole country that he could not clear. They were under the particular guardianship of the coachman, to whom, whenever an opportunity presented, they addressed a host of questions, and pronounced him one of the best fellows in the whole world. Indeed, I could not but notice the more than ordinary air of bustle and importance of the coachman, who wore his hat a little on one side and had a large bunch of Christmas greens stuck in the buttonhole of his coat. He is always a personage full of mighty care and business, and he is particularly so during this season, having so many commissions to execute in consequence of the great interchange of presents. Perhaps the impending holiday might have given a more than usual animation to the country, for it seemed to me as if everybody was in good looks and good spirits. Game, poultry, and other luxuries of the table were in brisk circulation in the villages. The grocers', butchers', and fruiterers' shops were thronged with customers. The housewives were stirring briskly about putting their dwellings in order, and the glossy branches of holly with their bright red berries began to appear at the windows. The scene brought to mind an old writer's account of Christmas preparations. Now capons and hens, besides turkeys, geese and ducks with beef and mutton, must all die, for in 12 days a multitude of people will not be fed with a little now plums, and spice sugar, and honey square it among pies, and broth now or never must music be in PG-16 tune, for the youth must dance and sing to get them a heat, while the aged sit by. The fire the country made leaves half her market, and must be sent again, if she forgets a pack of cards on Christmas Eve. Great is the contention of holly and ivy, whether master or dame, whereas the breeches, dice, and cards benefit the butler, and if the cook do not lack wit, he will sweetly lick his fingers. Washington Irving. Christmas Invitation. Come down to Maronite and mind. Don't leave thy fiddle bag behind. Well shike a lag and drink a cup. Oh yall to kip wold Christmas up. And let thy sister teak thy yarm. The whack won't do her any harm. There's new dirt now to espy while her frock. Var tease avros so hard's a rock. They're bent new strangers that all come. But only a view neighbors zome. Vrom stow and coom and two ardree. Vrom uncles up at rookery. And the woot vine a ruosi fias. And pair of eyes so black as sloughs. The purtiest oons in owl the plias. I am sure I needn't tell thee whose. We got a back brand dree girt logs. So much as dree of us can car. Well put em up athert the dogs. And Mayak a veer to the bar. And every oon wall tell his teel. And every oon wall zing his zong. And every oon wall drink his yal. To love and friendship all night long. Well snap the tongs, well have a ball. Well shike the house, well rise the ruff. Well romp and Mayak the maiden squall. A catchin' ome at blindman's buff. Zoo come to Maronite and mind. Don't leave thy fiddle bag behind. Well shike a lag and drink a cup. Oh yall to kip wold Christmas up. William Barnes. The Holy Night Roman 100 mullet. A Christmas market. Out of doors, the various marketplaces are covered with little stalls selling cheap clothing, cheap toys, jewelry, sweets, and gingerbread, all the heterogeneous rubbish you have seen 1,000 times at German fairs, and never tire of seeing if a fair delights you. But better than the Leipziger mess, better even than a summer market at Freiburg or at Heidelberg, is a Christmas market in any one of the old German cities in the hill country, when the streets and the open places are covered with crisp, clean snow, and the mountains are white with it, and the moon shines on the ancient houses, and the tinkle of sledge bells reaches you when you escape from the din of the market, and look down at the bustle of it from some silent place, a high window perhaps, or the high empty steps leading into the cathedral. The air is cold, and still PG-18 and heavy, with the scent of the Christmas trees brought from the forest for the pleasure of the children. Day by day you see the rows of them growing thinner, and if you go to the market on Christmas Eve itself, you will find only a few trees left out in the cold. The market is empty, the peasants are harnessing their horses or their oxen, the women are packing up their unsold goods. In every home in the city, one of the trees that scented the open air a week ago is shining now with lights and little gilded nuts and apples, and is helping to make that Christmas smell, all compact, of the pine forest, wax, candles, cakes, and painted toys you must associate so long as you live with Christmas in Germany. Mrs. Alfred Sidgwick in Home Life in Germany. The Star of Bethlehem as seen in Holland. The Star of Bethlehem as seen in Holland is a pretty but a cheap sight, for it costs nothing. Tis the harbinger of Christmas, a huge illuminated star, which is carried through the silent, dark Dutch streets, shining upon the crowding people, and typical of the star which once guided the wise men of the East. The young men of a Dutch town who go to the expense of this star, which carried through the streets, is the signal that Christmas has come once again, are swayed by the full intention of turning the Star of Bethlehem to account. They gather money for the poor from the crowds who come out to welcome the symbol of peace, and having done this, for the good of those whom fortune has not befriended, they betake them to the head burgomaster of the town, who is bound to set down the youths who form the star PG-19 company to a very comfortable meal. Tis a great institution, the Star of Bethlehem, in many Dutch towns and cities, and may it never die out, for it does harm to no man and good to many. Bobel's Annual. The Pickwick Club goes down to keep Christmas at Dingley Dell. As brisk as bees, if not altogether as light as fairies, did the four Pickwickians assemble on the morning of the 22nd day of December in the year of grace, in which these their faithfully recorded adventures were undertaken, and accomplished Christmas was close at hand. In all his bluff and hearty honesty, it was the season of hospitality, merriment, and open-heartedness. The old year was preparing like an ancient philosopher to call his friends around him, and amidst the sound of feasting and revelry, to pass gently and calmly away. Gay and merry was the time, and right gay and merry were at least four of the numerous hearts that were gladdened by its coming. The portmanteaus and carpet-bags have been stowed away, and Mr. Weller and the guard are endeavoring to insinuate into the foreboot a huge codfish several sizes too large for it, which is snugly packed up in a long brown basket with a layer of straw over the top, and which has been left to the last in order that he may repose in safety on the half-dozen barrels of real native oysters, all the property of Mr. Pickwick, which have been arranged in regular order. At the bottom of the receptacle, the PG-20 interest displayed in Mr. Pickwick's countenance is most intense, as Mr. Weller and the guard try to squeeze the codfish into the boot first head first, and then tail first, and then top upwards, and then bottom upwards, and then sideways, and then longways, all of which artifices the implacable codfish sturdily resists, until the guard accidentally hits him in the very middle of the basket, whereupon he suddenly disappears into the boot, and with him the head and shoulders of the guard himself, who, not calculating upon so sudden a cessation of the passive resistance of the codfish, experiences a very unexpected shock, to the unsmotherable delight of all the porters and bystanders. Upon this Mr. Pickwick smiles with great good humor, and drawing a shilling from his waistcoat pocket, begs the guard, as he picks himself out of the boot, to drink his health in a glass of hot brandy and water, at which the guard smiles too, and Messrs. Snodgrass, Winkle, and Tupman all smile in company. The guard and Mr. Weller disappear for 5 minutes, most probably to get the hot brandy and water, for they smell very strongly of it. When they return, the coachman mounts to the box. Mr. Weller jumps up behind the Pickwickians, pull their coats round their legs and their shawls over their noses. The helpers pull the horsecloths off. The coachman shouts out a cheery "all right," and away they go. They have rumbled through the streets and jolted over the stones, and at length reach the wide and open country. The wheels skim over the hard and frosty ground, and the horses, bursting into a canter at a smart crack of the whip, step along the road, as if the load behind them, coach, passengers, codfish, oyster barrels and all, were but a feather at their heels. They have descended a gentle PG-21 slope, and enter upon a level as compact and dry as a solid block of marble 2 miles long. Another crack of the whip, and on they speed at a smart gallop, the horses tossing their heads and rattling the harness as if in exhilaration at the rapidity of the motion, while the coachman, holding whip and reins in one hand, takes off his hat with the other, and resting it on his knees, pulls out his handkerchief and wipes his forehead, partly because he has a habit of doing it, and partly because it's as well to show the passengers how cool he is, and what an easy thing it is to drive four-in-hand when you have had as much practice as he has, having done this very leisurely. Otherwise the effect would be materially impaired. He replaces his handkerchief, pulls on his hat, adjusts his gloves, squares his elbows, cracks the whip again, and on they speed more merrily than before. A few small houses scattered on either side of the road betoken the entrance to some town or village. The lively notes of the guard's keybugle vibrate in the clear cold air, and wake up the old gentleman inside, who, carefully letting down the window sash halfway and standing sentry over the air, takes a short peep out, and then, carefully pulling it up again, informs the other inside that they're going to change directly, on which the other inside wakes himself up and determines to postpone his next nap until after the stoppage. Again the bugle sounds lustily forth, and rouses the cottager's wife and children, who peep out at the house door and watch the coach till it turns the corner, when they once more crouch round the blazing fire and throw on another log of wood against father comes home, while father himself, a full mile off, has just exchanged a friendly nod with the coachman, and turned PG-22 round to take a good long stare at the vehicle as it whirls away. And now the bugle plays a lively air as the coach rattles through the ill-paved streets of a country town, and the coachman, undoing the buckle which keeps his ribbons together, prepares to throw them off the moment he stops. Mr. Pickwick emerges from his coat collar and looks about him with great curiosity, perceiving which the coachman informs Mr. Pickwick of the name of the town, and tells him it was market day yesterday, both which pieces of information Mr. Pickwick retails to his fellow passengers, whereupon they emerge from their coat collars too, and look about them. Also Mr. Winkle, who sits at the extreme edge with one leg dangling in the air, is nearly precipitated into the street as the coach twists round the sharp corner by the cheesemonger's shop and turns into the marketplace, and before Mr. Snodgrass, who sits next to him, has recovered from his alarm, they pull up at the inn yard, where the fresh horses with cloths on are already waiting. The coachman throws down the reins and gets down himself, and the other outside passengers drop down also, except those who have no great confidence in their ability to get up again, and they remain where they are and stamp their feet against the coach to warm them, looking with longing eyes and red noses at the bright fire in the inn bar, and the sprigs of holly with red berries which ornament the window. But the guard has delivered at the corndealer's shop the brown paper packet he took out of the little pouch which hangs over his shoulder by a leathern strap, and has seen the horses carefully put to, and has thrown on the pavement the saddle which was brought from London on the PG-23 coach roof, and has assisted in the conference between the coachman and the hostler about the grey mare that hurt her off-foreleg last Tuesday, and he and Mr. Weller are all right behind, and the coachman is all right in front, and the old gentleman inside, who has kept the window down full 2 inches all this time, has pulled it up again, and the cloths are off, and they are all ready for starting, except the 2 stout gentlemen, whom the coachman enquires after with some impatience. Hereupon the coachman and the guard and Sam Weller and Mr. Winkle and Mr. Snodgrass, and all the hostlers, and every one of the idlers who are more in number than all the others put together, shout for the missing gentleman as loud as they can bawl. A distant response is heard from the yard, and Mr. Pickwick and Mr. Tupman come running down it quite out of breath, for they have been having a glass of ale apiece, and Mr. Pickwick's fingers are so cold that he has been full 5 minutes before he could find the 6pence to pay for it. The coachman shouts an admonitory, "Now, then, gentlemen." The guard reaches it. The old gentleman inside thinks it a very extraordinary thing that people will get down when they know there isn't time for it. Mr. Pickwick struggles up on one side, Mr. Tupman on the other. Mr. Winkle cries, "All right," and off they start. Shawls are pulled up, coat collars are readjusted, the pavement ceases, the houses disappear, and they are once again dashing along the open road, with the fresh, clear air blowing in their faces and gladdening their very hearts within them. Such was the progress of Mr. Pickwick and his friends by the Muggleton Telegraph on their way to Dingley Dell, and at 3 o'clock that afternoon they all stood PG-24 high and dry, safe and sound, hale and hearty, upon the steps of the Blue Lion, having taken on the road enough of ale and brandy to enable them to bid defiance to the frost that was binding up the earth in its iron fetters, and weaving its beautiful network upon the trees and hedges. Charles Dickens. A Visit from St. Nicholas. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter. I sprang from my bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave a lustre of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be St. Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder, and Blitzen. PG-25. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, all. As dry leaves that, before the wild hurricane fly. When they meet, with an obstacle mount to the sky. So up to the housetop, the coursers they flew. With the sleigh full of toys and St. Nicholas too. And then in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry. His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard on his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod up the chimney, he rose. He sprang in his sleigh to his team, gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle, page 26. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Clement Roman, 100 Moors. Crowded out. Nobody ain't Christmas shopping. Fur his stocking. Nobody ain't cotch no turkey. Nobody ain't bake no pie. Nobody's laid nothin' by. Santa Claus don't cut no figure. Fur his mammy's little nigger. Seems lack everybody's rushin'. And crushin'. Crowdin' shops and jammin' trolleys. Buyin' shoes and shirts and toys. Fur de white folks, girls and boys. But no hobby horse ain't rockin'. Fur his little worry-out stockin'. He ain't quarrelin', recollect. He don't spec. Nothin' it's his not expectin'. Makes his mammy wish o' laws. Fur nigger Santy Claus. Totin' juice toy balloon. Fur his mammy's little coon. Rosalie Roman, 1000 Jonas. Page 27. Roman 2. Holiday Saints and Lords. Page 28. Holiday Saints and Lords. My Lord of Misrule. St. Nicholas. An old saint in a new world. St. Thomas. Kris Kringle. Roman 2, Santissimo Bambino. The Christ Child. The April baby is thankful. Good King Wenceslas. Jean Valjean plays the Christmas saint. St. Brandon. St. Stephen's or Boxing Day. St. Basil in Tricola. Page 29. Page 30. Here comes old Father Christmas, with sound of fife and drums, with mistletoe about his brows. So merrily he comes. Rose Terry Cook. Page 31. My Lord of Misrule. First says Master Stubbs, all the wilder heads of the parish conventinge together choose them a grand capitaine of mischief, whom they ennoble with the title of my Lord of Misrule, and him they crown with great solemnity, and adopt for their king this king anointed chooseth, for the 20, 40, 60 or 100 lusty guts like himself to wait upon his lordly majesty, and to guard his noble person. Then every one of these his men he investeth with his liveries of green, yellow, or some other light wanton color, and as though that were not body gaudy enough, I should say they bedecked themselves with scarfs, ribbons, and laces hanged all over with gold ringes, precious stones, and other jewels. This stone they tie about either leg, 20 or 40 bells, with rich handkerchiefs in their hands, and sometimes layered across over their shoulders and necks, borrowed for the most part of their pratai mopsies and luving. Bessies for bussing them in the dark. Thus things set in order, they have their hobby horses, dragons, and other antiques together with their bawdy pipers, and thundering drummers to strike up the Deville's dance, with all meaning the Morris dance. Then marque these heathen company towards the church, and churchyard their pipers, pipping drummers, thundering their stumps, dancing their bells, ingling their handkerchiefs, swaying about their heads like madmen there. Hobby horses and other monsters, PG-32 skirmishing amongst the throng, and in this sort they go to the church, though the minister be at prayer or preaching dancing, and swinging their handkerchiefs over their heads in the church, like Deville's incarnate, with such a confused noise that no man can hear his own voice. Then the foolish people, they look, they stare, they laugh, they fleer, and mount upon forms and pews to see these goodly pageants solemnized in this sort. Quoted by T. K. Hervey. St. Nicholas. According to Hone's Ancient Mysteries, St. Nicholas, Bishop of Myra, was a saint of great virtue and piety. The old legend is that the sons of a rich Asiatic on their way to Athens for education were slain by a robber innkeeper, dismembered, and their parts hidden in a brine tub. In the morning came the saint whose visions had warned him of the crime, whose authority forced confession, and whose prayers restored the boys to life. The Salisbury Missal of 1534 contains a curious engraving of the scene in which the bodies of the children are leaping from the brine tub at the bishop's call, even while the innkeeper at the table above their heads is busily cutting a leg and foot into pieces small enough for his purposes. Ever since, St. Nicholas has been the special saint of the schoolboy, and certain of the customs of Montum Day at Eton College are said to have originated in old festivals in his honor. St. Nicholas is the grand patron of the children of France, PG-33, to whom he brings bonbons for the good, but a cane for the naughty child. In Germany, he acts as an advance courier, examining into the conduct of the children, distributes goodies and promises to those with good records a further reward, which the Christ child brings at Christmas time, but his own peculiar celebration takes place in a tiny seaport of southern Italy, where it is curiously interwoven with ancient usages, possibly remaining from some worship of Neptune. On St. Nicholas Day, the 6th of December, the sailors of the port take the saint's image from the beautiful church of St. Nicholas, and with a long procession of boats, carry it far out to sea. Returning with it at nightfall, they are met by bonfires, torches, all the townspeople, and hundreds of quaintly dressed pilgrims who welcome the returning saint with songs, and carry him to visit one shrine after another before returning him to the custody of the canons. W. S. Walsh quotes a writer in Chambers' Book of Days as saying, "Through the native rock, which forms the tomb of the saint, water constantly exudes, which is collected by the canons on a sponge attached to a reed, squeezed into bottles, and sold to pilgrims as a miraculous specific under the name of the manna of St. Nicholas." An old saint in a new world. While Catholicism prevailed, St. Nicholas was everywhere the children's saint. In Holland, where his personality was modified by memories of Woden, god of the elements, and the harvest, he had a peculiar hold on popular affection, which persisted into Protestant times. The children of the Dutch still believe that St. Nicholas, PG-34, brings the gifts that they always get on the eve of his titular day, December 6, in New Amsterdam. This day was one of the 5 chief feast days of the year, after New Orange became New York. The characteristic traits of the Dutch Children's Festival were transferred to the nearby Christmas festival, which was English as well as Dutch. It cannot now be said when the change began or when it was firmly established. It is known, indeed, that by the middle of the 18th century, St. Nicholas Day had been dropped from the list of official holidays, which religious and patriotic together then numbered 27. But on the other hand, more than one memoir and book of reminiscences says that as late as the middle of the 19th century, some conservative old Dutch families still celebrated the true St. Nicholas Day in their homes in the true old fashion, then bestowing the children's annual meed of gifts, nor is any light thrown on the question by certain entries in in a local newspaper, Rivington's Gazetteer, dated in December 1773 and 1774, and referring to celebrations of the anniversary of St. Nicholas, otherwise called Santa Claus, for they speak of social meetings of the sons of that ancient saint, in which children can hardly have participated, and they indicate days which were neither Christmas Day nor the true St. Nicholas Day. It is clear, however, that on Manhattan, by a gradual consolidation of the two old festivals, Christmas became preeminently a children's festival, presided over by the children's saint, whose modern name, Santa Claus, is a variant of the Dutch St. Nicholas or San Claus. In all European countries, Christmas still means simply the day of Christ's nativity for the old Christmas, whom we meet in English ballads of earlier times, the Father Christmas pg 35 of Charles Dickens, and the Père Noël of the French, are abstractly mythical figures in no way related to St. Nicholas, but anywhere in our America, the domestic observance of Christmas centers around Santa Claus, with his burden of gifts, the stockings that our children hang on. Christmas Eve were once the shoes that the children of Amsterdam and New Amsterdam set in the chimney corners on the eve of December 6, and the reindeer whose hoofs our children hear represent the horse descended from Woden's horse Sleipner, upon whose back St. Nicholas still makes his rounds in Holland. The Christmas tree is not Dutch, but German. About the middle of the 19th century, we acquired it from our German immigrants, but even this the American child accepts at the hands of Santa Claus, not of the Christ child, as does the little German Kris Kringle. It may be added a name, now often mistakenly used, as though it were a synonym of Santa Claus, is a corruption of the German Christkindlein, Christ child. Mrs. Schuyler Van Rensselaer. From the History of the City of New York. St. Thomas. Another of the saints of the holiday season is Doubting Thomas, whose festival appropriately comes on deck 21, just when the child mind is almost ready to doubt the efficacy of all those letters to Santa Claus, and has more than doubts whether conduct has been so perfect as to warrant hope for the Christmas stocking. St. Thomas seems to have remained a doubter to the end, for in the Cathedral of Prato is shown the girdle of pg 36. The Matinee della Cintola, her ascension into heaven, took place when Thomas was not with his brother apostles, whose account of the miracle he refused to believe, whereon the indignant Madonna threw her girdle back to him from heaven as evidencia, so the legend reads, with the girdle to prove it. His emblem as an apostle is a builder's rule or square, possibly associated with that other legend of the King of the Indies, who ordered the saint to build him a magnificent palace on the return of the king, and his discovery that the money for this building had all been given to the poor. The saint was thrown into a dungeon before worse befell. The king died, and 4 days later appeared to his heir with an account of the splendid palace of gold and precious stones built for him in heaven by the charities of the saint on earth. W.P.R. Kris Kringle. Just as the moon was fading amid her misty rings, and every stocking was stuffed with childhood's precious things, old Kris Kringle looked round and saw on the elm tree bough high hung an oriole's nest, silent and empty now. Quite like a stocking, he laughed. pg 37 pinned up there on the tree. Little I thought the birds expected a present from me. Then old Kris Kringle, who loves a joke as well as the best, dropped a handful of flakes in the oriole's empty nest. Thomas Bailey Aldrich. By permission of the Houghton Mifflin Company. Il Santissimo Bambino. Il Santissimo Bambino of the Ara Clien Rome smiles placidly with the gravity of a sphinx on all alike we little folk, before it clasp dimpled hands, and lispingly recite their speeches of praise. Older folk lift up a prayer for the safe return of friends afar. Sometimes, as a concession to the faithful, a praecete is driven out in a bannered coach to bless the sick. If the patient is to live, the image will turn red. If he is to die, it will turn pale. Should its attendant monks by chance forget to return it to the gorgeous manger of the Franciscan church, to which it belongs perchance, it will return of its own will, borne by no human hands, while all the bells of churches and convents are set a-swaying by the touch of angel hostser, so the Roman peasants say. In England, similar images have been used in the service, which follows the midnight mass of Christmas Eve. So soon as the host is safely returned to its receptacle, there is disclosed to the view of the reverently adoring monks the tiny waxen doll elaborately swathed, yet so as to leave visible the pink, expressionless face and half-hidden hands, PG-38. And feet. The officiating priest lifts the image and, facing the waiting monks, holds it reverently while in circling procession, one after another each bends for a moment to kiss the tiny figure on face or hands, crosses himself, and passes on. The ceremony is one to be seen only among the Trappist monks, and only at this one service of the Christmas season. WPR. The Christ Child. Elise Trout relates the legend that on every Christmas Eve the little Christchild wanders all over the world bearing on its shoulders a bundle of evergreens through city streets and country lanes, up and down hill, to proudest castle and lowliest hovel, through cold and storm and sleet and ice. This holy child travels to be welcomed or rejected at the doors, at which he pleads for succor those who would invite him and long for his coming, set a lighted candle in the window to guide him on his way hither. They also believe that he comes to them in the guise of any alms-craving wandering person who knocks humbly at their doors for sustenance, thus testing their benevolence. In many places, the aid rendered the beggar is looked upon as hospitality shown to Christ. The April baby is thankful. December 27th. It is the fashion, I believe, to regard Christmas as a bore of rather a gross description, and as a time when you are invited to overeat yourself and PG-39 pretend to be merry without just cause. As a matter of fact, it is one of the prettiest and most poetic institutions possible if observed in the proper manner, and after having been more or less unpleasant to everybody for a whole year, it is a blessing to be forced on that one day to be amiable, and it is certainly delightful to be able to give presents without being haunted by the conviction that you are spoiling the recipient and will suffer for it. Afterwards, servants are only big children and are made just as happy as children by little presents and nice things to eat, and for days beforehand, every time the three babies go into the garden, they expect to meet the Christ child with his arms full of gifts. They firmly believe that it is thus their presents are brought, and it is such a charming idea that Christmas would be worth celebrating for its sake alone. As great secrecy is observed, the preparations devolve entirely on me, and it is not very easy work with so many people in our own house and on each of the farms, and all the children, big and little, expecting their share of happiness. The library is uninhabitable for several days before and after, as it is there that we have the trees, and presents all down one side are the trees, and the other three sides are lined with tables, a separate one for each person in the house. When the trees are lighted and stand in their radiance shining down on the happy faces, I forget all the trouble it has been, and the number of times I have had to run up and down stairs, and the various aches in head and feet, and enjoy myself as much as anybody. First, the June baby is ushered in, then the others and ourselves according to age. Then the servants, then come the head inspector and his family and other inspectors from the different farms, the mamsells, the bookkeepers, and secretaries, and PG-40, then all the children, troops and troops of them, big ones leading the little ones by the hand, and carrying the babies in their arms, and the mothers peeping round the door, as many as can get in, stand in front of the trees, and sing 2 or 3 carols. Then they are given their presents, and go off triumphantly, making room for the next batch. My 3 babies sang lustily too, whether they happened to know what was being sung or not. They had on white dresses in honor of the occasion, and the June baby was even arrayed in a low-necked and short-sleeved garment, after the manner of Teutonic infants. Whatever the state of the thermometer, her arms are like miniature prize-fighters. Arms, I never saw such things. They are the pride and joy of her little nurse, who had tied them up with blue ribbons, and kept on kissing them. I shall certainly not be able to take her to balls when she grows up, if she goes on having arms like that. When they came to say good night, they were all very pale and subdued. The April baby had an exhausted-looking Japanese doll with her, which she said she was taking to bed, not because she liked him, but because she was so sorry for him. He seemed so very tired. They kissed me absently and went away, only the April baby glancing at the trees as she passed and making them a courtesy. "Goodbye, trees," I heard her say, and then she made the Japanese doll bow to them, which he did in a very languid and blasé fashion. "You'll never see such trees again," she told him, giving him a vindictive shake, "for you'll be broken long before next time." She went out, but came back, as though she had forgotten something. Page 41. "Thank the Christkind so much, mummy, want you, for all the lovely things he brought us. I suppose you're a writing to him now, isn't you?" From Elizabeth and Her German Garden. The arrival of the shepherd's lerol. Good King Wenceslas. Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of Stephen, when the snow lay round about. Deep and crisp and even, brightly shone the moon that night, though the frost was cruel, when a poor man came in sight, gathering winter fuel. "Hither, page, and stand by me, if thou know'st it telling. Yonder peasant, who is he? Where and what his dwelling? Sire, he lives a good league hence, underneath the mountain, right against the forest fence, by St. Agnes' fountain. Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither. Thou and I will see him dine, when we bear them thither." Page and monarch forth they went. Page 42. Forth they went together, through the rude wind's wild lament, and the bitter weather. "Sire, the night is darker now, and the wind blows stronger. Fails my heart, I know not how. I can go no longer. Mark my footsteps, good my page. Tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt find the winter's rage freeze thy blood less coldly." In his master's steps he trod, where the snow lay dinted. Heat was in the very sod, which the saint had printed. Therefore, Christian men, be sure, wealth or rank possessing, ye who now will bless the poor, shall yourselves find blessing. Version by John Mason Neal. Jean Valjean plays the Christmas saint. As for the traveller, he had deposited his cudgel and his bundle in a corner. The landlord once gone, he threw himself into an armchair, and remained for some time buried in thought. Then he removed his shoes, took one of the two candles, blew out the other, opened the door, and quitted the room, gazing about him like a person who is in search of something. He traversed a corridor, pg 43, and came upon a staircase. There he heard a very faint and gentle sound, like the breathing of a child. He followed this sound, and came to a sort of triangular recess built under the staircase, or rather formed by the staircase itself. This recess was nothing else than the space under the steps. There, in the midst of all sorts of old papers and potsherds, among dust and spiders' webs, was a bediff one can call by the name of bed, a straw pallet so full of holes as to display the straw, and a coverlet so tattered as to show the pallet. No sheets. This was placed on the floor. In this bed Cosette was sleeping. The man approached and gazed down upon her. Cosette was in a profound sleep. She was fully dressed in the winter. She did not undress in order that she might not be so cold. Against her breast was pressed the doll, whose large eyes, wide open, glittered in the dark from time to time. She gave vent to a deep sigh, as though she were on the point of waking, and she strained the doll almost convulsively in her arms beside her bed. There was only one of her wooden shoes. A door which stood open near Cosette's pallet permitted a view of a rather large dark room. The stranger stepped into it at the further extremity through a glass door. He saw two small, very white beds. They belonged to Eponine and Azelma. Behind these beds, and half hidden, stood an uncurtained wicker cradle, in which the little boy who had cried all the evening lay asleep. The stranger conjectured that this chamber connected with that of the Thénardier pair. He was on the point of retreating when his eye fell upon the fireplace-one of those vast tavern chimneys, where there is always so pg 44 little fire, when there is any fire at all, and which are so cold to look at. There was no fire in this one. There was not even ashes, but there was something which attracted the stranger's gaze nevertheless. It was two tiny children's shoes, coquettish in shape and unequal in size. The traveler recalled the graceful and immemorial custom in accordance with which children place their shoes in the chimney on Christmas Eve, there to await in the darkness some sparkling gift from their good fairy Eponine. And Azelma had taken care not to omit this, and each of them had set one of her shoes on the hearth. The traveller bent over them. The fairy, that is to say, their mother, had already paid her visit, and in each he saw a brand new and shining 10-sou piece. The man straightened himself up, and was on the point of withdrawing when far in the darkest corner of the hearth, he caught sight of another object. He looked at it, and recognized a wooden shoe, a frightful shoe of the coarsest description, half dilapidated, and all covered with ashes and dried mud. It was Cosette's sabot. Cosette, with that touching trust of childhood, which can always be deceived, yet never discouraged, had placed her shoe on the hearthstone also. Hope in a child who has never known anything but despair is a sweet and touching thing. There was nothing in this wooden shoe. The stranger fumbled in his waistcoat, bent over, and placed a louis d'or in Cosette's shoe. Then he regained his own chamber with the stealthy tread of a wolf. Victor Hugo in Les Miserables. Page 45. Saint Brandon. Saint Brandon sails the northern main. The brotherhoods of saints are glad. He greets them once he sails again. So late such storms the saint is mad. He heard across the howling seas chime convent bells on wintry nights. He saw on spray-swept Hebrides twinkle the monastery lights. But north still, north Saint Brandon steered. And now no bells, no convents more. The hurtling polar lights are neared. The sea without a human shore. At last it was the Christmas night. Stars shone after a day of storm. He sees float past an iceberg white, and on it Christa living form. That furtive mien, that scowling eye, of hair that red and tufted fell. It ISO, where shall Brandon fly? The traitor Judas out of hell. Palsied with terror, Brandon sate. The moon was bright, the iceberg near. He hears a voice sigh humbly, wait. By high permission, I am here. Page 46. One moment wait, thou holy man. On earth my crime, my death, they knew. My name is under all men's ban. Ah, tell them of my respite too. Tell them one blessed Christmas night. It was the first after I came. Breathing self-murder, frenzy, spite. To rue my guilt in endless flame. I felt as I in torment lay. Mid the souls plagued by heavenly power. An angel touch mine arm and say, go hence and cool thyself an hour. Ah, whence this mercy, Lord, I said. The leper recollect, said he, who asked the passers-by for aid. In Joppa and thy charity. Then I remembered how I went. In Joppa through the public street. One morn when the sirocco spent its storms of dust with burning heat. And in the street a leper sate, shivering with fever, naked, old. Sand raked his sores from heel to pate. The hot wind fevered him fivefold. He gazed upon me as I passed, and murmured, help me, or I die. Page 47. To the poor wretch my cloak I cast. Saw him look eased and hurried by. Once every year, when carols wake, on earth the Christmas nights repose. Arising from the sinner's lake, I journey to these healing snows. I staunch with ice my burning breast, with silence balm my whirling brain. O Brandon, to this hour of rest, that Joppan leper's ease was pain. Tears started to Saint Brandon's eyes. He bowed his head, he breathed a prayer. Then looked and, lo, the frosty skies. The iceberg, and no Judas there. Matthew Arnold. St. Stephen's, or Boxing Day. In Old England, St. Stephen's Day is chiefly celebrated under the name of Boxing Day, not for pugilistic reasons, but because on that day it was the custom for persons in the humbler walks of life to go the rounds with a Christmas box and solicit money from patrons and employers, hence the phrase Christmas box came to signify gifts made at this season to children or inferiors, even after the boxes themselves had gone out of use. This custom was of heathen origin, and carries us back to the Roman Paganalia, when earthen boxes, in which money PG 48 was slipped through a hole, were hung up to receive contributions at these rural festivals. Aubrey, in his Wiltshire collections, describes a trouvaille of Roman relics. Among the rest was an earthen pot of the color of a crucible and of the shape of a prentice's Christmas box, with a slit in it containing about a quart, which was near full of money. This pot I gave to the repository of the Royal Society at Gresham College. Of the prentice's Christmas box, a recognized institution of the 17th century, several specimens are preserved, small and wide bottles of thin clay from 3 to 4 inches in height, surrounded by imitation stoppers, covered with a green baize on one side. Is a slit for the introduction of money. The box must be broken before the money can be extracted. WPR. St. Basil in Tricola. Tricola is very Turkish, having only been in Greek hands for 8 years. But though you see mosques and latticed windows at every turn, there is not a Greek left. When his rule is over, the Mussulman packs his luggage. He will not live subject to the infidel. It is very squalid indeed. And down the bazaar ran an open drain. But nevertheless, the walk by the river is pretty, and towards evening women came down to the stream to wash and fetch home water in quaint round bottles. I think one of the most marked distinctions between Turk and Greek is whitewash. Greeks love whitewash. Houses, churches, public buildings are excessively clean outside, and promise what PG 49. The interior fails to fulfill. This is especially remarkable at Tricola, where the brown mud houses of Turkish days are being rapidly converted into white Greek ones. St. Basil's Eve, that is to say the Greek New Year's Eve, is a very marked day in the period of the 12 days, and one on which all make merry. The squalid streets of Tricola even looked bright as bands of gaily dressed children, nay, even grown-up young men, went round singing the kalends, songs, Greek kalends, that is to say which, though it is 12 days later than ours, came at last. And on this, the eve of the kalends, these bands paraded the streets, each carrying a long pole, to the top of which was tied a piece of brushwood, within which was concealed a bell, and to which were tied many scraps of colored ribbon. At each house the singers stopped. The inhabitants came out to greet them and offer them refreshments, figs, nuts, eggs, and other food, which was stowed away by one of the band, who carried a basket. Their songs to our ears were exceedingly ugly, long chanted stories. I asked a priest, whose acquaintance I had made, to copy down one of them, of which the following is a rough translation. From Caesarea came the holy Basil. Ink and paper in his hands he held. Cried the crowd who saw him coming, "Teach us letters, dear St. Basil." His rod he left them for instruction, his rod which buds with verdant leaves, on which the partridges sit singing, and the swallows make their nests. Jangle went the bell in the brushwood thicket, as they call it, and out came the housewife, when the singing was over, her hands full of homely gifts. In return PG 50, for which she was presented with one of the silk ribbons from the trophy. This she will keep for the whole of the ensuing year, for it will bring her good luck. After many good wishes for the coming year, the troop moved on to another house. It seems that this is the most favorite Greek method of celebrating a festive season. The people in no way resent these constant visitors and claims on their hospitality. Nay, rather, they would be deeply hurt if the bands of children passed them by. J. Theodore Bent. Page 51. Roman 3. Christmas Customs and Beliefs. Page 52. Christmas Customs and Beliefs. The Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. Folklore of Christmas Tide. Hunting the Wren. The Presepio. Hodening in Kent. Origin of the Christmas Tree. Origin of the Christmas Card. The Yule Clog. Come bring with a noise. Shoe or stocking. Jule Nissen. Lame needles in Yuba. Who rides behind the bells? Guests at Yule. Page 53. Page 54. Some says that ever gainst that season comes, wherein our Saviour's birth is celebrated. The bird of dawning singeth all night long, and then they say no spirit can walk abroad. The nights are wholesome, then no planets strike, no fairy talks, nor witch hath power to charm. So hallowed and so gracious is the time. William Shakespeare. Page 55. The Nativity of our Lord Jesus Christ. When the world had endured 5,900 years, after Eusebius, the holy Saint Octavian, the emperor commanded that all the world should be described, so that he might know how many cities, how many towns, and how many persons he had in all the universal world. Then was so great peace in the earth, that all the world was obedient to him, and therefore our Lord would be born in that time, that it should be known that he brought peace from heaven. And this emperor commanded that every man should go into the towns, cities, or villages from whence they were of, and should bring with him a penny in acknowledgment that he was subject to the empire of Rome. And by so many pence as should be found received should be known the number of the persons. Joseph, which was then of the lineage of David and dwelleth in Nazareth, went into the city of Bethlehem, and led with him the Virgin Mary his wife. And when they were come thither, because the hostelries were all taken up, they were constrained to be without in a common place, where all people went, and there was a stable for an ass that he brought with him. And for an ox in that night, our blessed Lady and Mother of God was delivered of our blessed Saviour upon the hay that lay in the rack, at which nativity our Lord showed many marvels, for because that the world was in so great peace the Romans had done made a temple, which was named the Temple of Peace, in which they counselled with Apollo to know how long it should stand, and endure. Apollo answered pg 56 to them, that it should stand as long till a maid had brought forth and borne a child, and therefore they did do write on the portal of the temple, Lo, this is the temple of peace, that ever shall endure. For they supposed well that a maid might never bear bring forth a child. This temple that same time that our Lady was delivered, and our Lord born overthrew, and fell all down of, which Christian men afterward made in the same place a church of our Lady, which is called Sancta Maria Rotunda, that is to say, the church of Saint Mary the Round. Also the same night, as recordeth Innocent III, which was Pope, there sprang, and sourded in Rome a well or a fountain, and ran largely all that night, and all that day unto the river of Rome called Tiber. Also after that recordeth John Chrysostom, the three kings were in this night in their orisons and prayers upon a mountain, when a star appeared by them, which had the form of a right fair child, which had a cross in his forehead, which said to these three kings that they should go to Jerusalem, and there they should find the Son of the Virgin God and man, which then was born. Also there appeared in the Orient three sons, which little and little assembled together, and were all on one, as it is signified to us, that these three things are the Godhead, the soul, and the body, which been in three natures, assembled in one person. Also Octavian the emperor, like as Innocent recordeth, that he was much desired of his council and of his people that he should do men worship him as God, for never had there been before him so great a master and Lord of the world, as he was. Then the emperor sent for a prophetess named Sibyl, for to demand of her if there were any so great and like him in the earth, or if any should come after him. Pg 57. Thus, at the hour of midday, she beheld the heaven and saw a circle of gold about the sun, and in the middle of the circle a maid holding a child in her arms. Then she called the emperor, and showed it him. When Octavian saw that, he marveled over much, whereof Sibyl said to him, Hic pure major t est ipsum adora. This child is greater Lord than thou art, worship him then. When the emperor understood that this child was greater Lord than he was, he would not be worshipped as God, but worshipped this child that should be born. Wherefore the Christian men made a church of the same chamber of the emperor, and named it Aracli. After this, it happed on a night, as a great master, which is of great authority in Scripture, which is named Bartholomew, recordeth, that the rod of Engaddi, which is by Jerusalem, which beareth balm, flowered this night, and bare fruit, and gave liquor of balm. After this came the angel, and appeared to the shepherds that kept their sheep, and said to them, I announce and show to you a great joy, for the Saviour of the world is in this night born in the city of Bethlehem. There may ye find him wrapped in clouts. And anon, as the angel had said this, a great multitude of angels appeared with him, and began to sing honor, glory, and health be to God on high, and in the earth peace to men of good will. Then said the shepherds, Let us go to Bethlehem, and see this thing. And when they came, they found like as the angel had said. In this time Octavian made to cut and enlarge the ways, and quitted the Romans of all the debts that they owed to him. This feast of nativity of our Lord is one of the greatest feasts of all the year, and for to tell all the miracles that our Lord hath showed, it should contain a whole book. But at this time I shall leave and pass over pg 58, save one thing, that I have heard once preached of a worshipful doctor, that what person being in clean life desire on this day, a boon of God, as far as it is rightful and good for him, our Lord, at the reverence of this blessed high feast of his nativity, will grant it to him. From the Golden Legend. Folklore of Christmas Tide. Scottish folklore has it that Christ was born at the hour of midnight on Christmas Eve, and that the miracle of turning water into wine was performed by him at the same hour. There is a belief current in some parts of Germany that between 11 and 12, the night before Christmas, water turns to wine. In other districts, as at Bielefeld it is on Christmas night, that this change is thought to take place. This hour is also auspicious for many actions, and in some sections of Germany it was thought that if one would go to the crossroads between 11 and 12 on Christmas Day and listen, he would hear what most concerns him in the coming year. Another belief is that if one walks into the winter corn on Holy Christmas Eve, he will hear all that will happen in the village that year. Christmas Eve or Christmas is the time when the oracles of the folk are in the best working order, especially the many processes by which maidens are wont to discover the color of their lover's hair, the beauty of his face, and form his trade and occupation, whether they shall marry or not, and the like. The same season is most auspicious for certain ceremonies and practices transferred to it from the heathen pg 59 antiquity of the peasantry of Europe in relation to agriculture and allied industries. Among those noted by Grimm are the following. On Christmas Eve, thrash the garden with a flail with only your shirt on, and the grass will grow well next year. Tie wet strawbands around the orchard trees on Christmas Eve, and it will make them fruitful. On Christmas Eve put a stone on every tree, and they will bear the more. Beat the trees on Christmas night, and they will bear more fruit. In Herefordshire, Devonshire, and Cornwall in England, the farmers and peasantry salute the apple trees on Christmas Eve, and in Sussex they used to whistle Roman 1, wassail the apple trees, and chant verses to them in somewhat of the primitive fashion. Some other curious items of Christmas folklore are the following, current chiefly in Germany. If after a Christmas dinner you shake out the tablecloth over the bare ground under the open sky, crumwort will grow on the spot. If on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve you hang a washclout on a hedge and then groom the horses with it, they will grow fat. As often as the cock crows on Christmas Eve, the quarter of corn will be as dear. If a dog howls the night before Christmas, it will go mad within the year. If the light is let go out on Christmas Eve, someone in the house will die. When lights are brought in on Christmas Eve, if anyone's pg 60 shadow has no head, he will die within a year, if half a head in the second half year. If a hoop comes off a cask on Christmas Eve, someone in the house will die that year. If on Christmas Eve you make a little heap of salt on the table, and it melts overnight, you will die the next year. If in the morning it remain undiminished, you will live. If you wear something sewed with thread spun on Christmas Eve, no vermin will stick to you. If a shirt be spun, woven, and sewed by a pure chaste maiden on Christmas Day, it will be proof against lead or steel. If you are born at sermon time on Christmas morning, you can see spirits. If you burn elder on Christmas Eve, you will have revealed to you all the witches and sorcerers of the neighborhood. If you steal hay the night before Christmas and give the cattle some, they thrive, and you are not caught in any future thefts. If you steal anything at Christmas without being caught, you can steal safely for a year. If you eat no beans on Christmas Eve, you will become an ass. If you eat a raw egg fasting on Christmas morning, you can carry heavy weights. The crumbs saved up on 3 Christmas Eves are good to give as physic to one who is disappointed. It is unlucky to carry anything forth from the house on Christmas morning until something has been brought in. It is unlucky to give a neighbor a live coal to kindle a fire with on Christmas morning. Page 61. If the fire burns brightly on Christmas morning, it betokens prosperity during the year. If it smolders, adversity. These and many other practices, ceremonies, beliefs, and superstitions, which may be read in Grim Gregor Henderson de Gubernati's Ortwin Tilt, and others who have written of Christmas, show the importance attached in the folkment to the time of the birth of Christ, and how around it as a center have fixed themselves hundreds of the rites and solemnities of passing heathendom, with its recognition of the kinship of all nature out of which grew astrology, magic, and other pseudosciences. Collected by a F. Chamberlain. Christmas succeeds the Saturnalia, the same time, the same number of holidays. Then the master waited upon the servant, like the lord of misrule. Our meats and our sports, much of them, have relation to churchworks. The coffin of our Christmas pies in shape long is in imitation of the cratch. Our choosing kings and queens on 12th night hath reference to the 3 kings. So likewise our eating of fritters, whipping of tops, roasting of herrings, jack of lents, etc. They were all in imitation of churchworks, emblems of martyrdom. The Table Talk of John Selden. Hunting the wren. The custom which is called hunting the wren is generally practiced by the peasantry of the south of Ireland on St. Stephen's Day. It bears a close resemblance to the Manx proceedings described by Waldrona's pg 62, taking place, however, on a different day, on the 24th of December. Says that writer in his account of the Isle of Man, towards evening the servants in general have a holiday, they go not to bed all night, but ramble about till the bells ring in all the churches, which is at 12 o'clock, prayers being over they go to hunt the wren. And after having found one of these poor birds, they kill her, and lay her on a bier with the utmost solemnity, bringing her to the parish church, and burying her with a whimsical kind of solemnity, singing dirges over her in the Manx language, which they call her knell, after which Christmas begins. The wrenboys in Ireland, who are also called drolans, go from house to house for the purpose of levying contributions, carrying one or more of these birds in the midst of a bush of holly gaily decorated with colored ribbons, which birds they have, like the Manx mummers, employed their morning in killing. The following is their song, of which they deliver themselves in most monotonous music. The wren, the king of all birds. St. Stephen's Day was caught in the furs. Although he is little, his family's great. I pray you, good landlady, give us a treat. My box would speak if it had but a tongue, and 2 or 3 shillings would do it no wrong. Sing holly, sing, if I sing ivy, sing holly. A drop just to drink it would drown melancholy. And if you draw it of the best, I hope in heaven your soul will rest. But if you draw it of the small, it won't agree with these wrenboys at all. Page 63. If an immediate acknowledgement, either in money or drink, is not made in return for the civility of their visit, some such nonsensical verses as the following are added. Last Christmas Day I turned the spit. I burned my fingers, I feel it yet. A cock sparrow flew over the table. The dish began to fight with the ladle. The spit got up like a naked man, and swore he'd fight with the dripping pan. The pan got up and cocked his tail, and swore he'd send them all to jail. The story told to account for the title of King of all birds here given to the wren is a curious sample of Irish ingenuity, and is thus stated in the clever tales of the Munster festivals by an Irish servant in answer to his master's inquiry. Saint Stephen, why what the mischief, I ask you again, have I to do with Saint Stephen? Nothin' sure, sir, only this being his day, when all the boys o' the place go about that way, with the wren, the king of all birds, sir, as they say, becase onst, when all the birds wanted to choose a king, and they said they'd have the bird that would fly highest. The eagle flew higher than any of 'em, till at last, when he couldn't fly an inch higher, a little rogue of a wren that was ahide under his wing took a fly above him a piece, and was crowned king of the Aigle, and all sir tied in the middle o' the holly, that way you see, sir, by the leg, that is an old custom, sir. Vainly have we endeavored to arrive at the probable origin of hunting and killing these little birds upon this day. The tradition commonly related is by no means satisfactory. It is said that a Danish army would have PG-64 been surprised and destroyed by some Irish troops had not a wren given the alarm by pecking at some crumbs upon a drumhead's remains of the sleeping drummer's supper, which roused him when he instantly beat to arms, and that from this circumstance the wren became an object of hatred to the Irish. T.K. Hervey. The Presepio. After Christmas Day, during the remainder of December, there is a presepio or representation of the manger, in which our Saviour was laid, to be seen in many of the churches at Rome. That of the Oracli is best worth seeing, which church occupies the site of the Temple of Jupiter, and is adorned with some of its beautiful pillars. On entering, we found daylight completely excluded from the church, and until we advanced we did not perceive the artificial light, which was so managed as to stream in fluctuating rays from intervening silvery clouds, and shed a radiance over the lovely babe and bending mother, who in a most graceful attitude lightly holds up the drapery, which half conceals her sleeping infant from the bystanders. He lies in richly embroidered swaddling clothes, and his person, as well as that of his virgin mother, is ornamented with diamonds and other precious stones, for which purpose we are informed the princesses and ladies of high rank lend their jewels. Groups of cattle-grazing peasantry, engaged in different occupations, and other objects enliven the picturesque scenery. Every living creature in the group, with eyes directed towards the presepio, falls prostrate in adoration. From Hone's Year Book. Pg 65. Hodening in Kent. When I was a lad about 4 to 5 years, since it was always the custom on Christmas Eve, with the male farm servants from every farm in our parish, to go round in the evening from house to house, with the hodening horse, which consisted of the imitation of a horse's head made of wood life size, fixed on a stick about the length of a broom handle. The lower jaw of the head was made to open with hinges, a hole was made through the roof of the mouth, then another through the forehead coming out. By the throat pulled through this was passed a cord attached at the lower jaw, which when pulled by the cord at the throat, caused it to close and open on the lower jaw. Large-headed hobnails were driven in to form the teeth. The strongest of the lads was selected for the horse. He stooped and made as long a back as he could, supporting himself by the stick carrying the head. Then he was covered with a horsecloth, and one of his companions mounted his back. The horse had a bridle and reins. Then commenced the kicking, rearing, jumping, etc., and the banging together of the teeth. There was no singing by the accompanying paraders. They simply, by ringing or knocking at the houses on their way, summoned the inmates to the doors, and begged a gratuity. I have seen some of the wooden heads carved out quite hollow in the throat part, and 2 holes bored through the forehead to form the eyes. The lad who played the horse would hold a lighted candle in the hollow, and you can imagine how horrible it was to anyone who opened the door to see such a thing close to his eyes. A contributor to the Church Times, Jan 23, 1891. Pg 66. Origin of the Christmas Tree. A Scandinavian myth of great antiquity speaks of a service tree sprung from the blood-drenched soil, where 2 lovers had been killed by violence at certain nights. In the Christmas season, mysterious lights were seen flaming in its branches that no wind could extinguish. One tale describes Martin Luther as attempting to explain to his wife and children the beauty of a snow-covered forest under the glittering star-besprinkled sky. Suddenly, an idea suggested itself. He went into the garden, cut off a little fir tree, dragged it into the nursery, put some candles on its branches, and lighted them. It has been explained, says another authority, as being derived from the ancient Egyptian practice of decking houses at the time of the winter solstice, with branches of the date palm, symbol of life triumphant over death, and therefore of perennial life. In the renewal of each bounteous year, the Egyptians regarded the date palm as the emblem not only of immortality, but also of the starlit firmament. Some of its traditions may have been strongly influenced by the fact that about this time the Jews celebrated their feast of Chanukah, or lights, known also as the Feast of Dedication, of which lighted candles are a feature in Germany. the name for Christmas Eve, is Weihnacht, the night of dedication, while in Greece at about this season, the celebration is called the Feast of Lights. As a regular institution, however, it can be traced back only to the 16th century. During the Middle Ages, it suddenly appears in Strasbourg. It maintained itself along the Rhine for 200 years, when suddenly PG 67, at the beginning of the 19th century, the fashion spread all over Germany, and by 50 years later had conquered Christendom. W.S. Walsh in Curiosities of Popular Customs. Condensed. Origin of the Christmas card. The Christmas card is the legitimate descendant of the school pieces or Christmas pieces, which were popular from the beginning to the middle of the 19th century. These were sheets of writing paper, sometimes surrounded with those hideous and elaborate pen flourishes, forming birds' scrolls, etc., so unnaturally dear to the hearts of writing masters, and sometimes headed with copperplate engravings, plain or colored. These were used by schoolboys at the approach of holidays for carefully written letters, exploiting the progress they had made in composition and chirography. Charity boys were large purchasers of these pieces, says one writer, and at Christmas time used to take them round their parish to show, and at the same time solicit a trifle. The Christmas card proper had its tentative origin in 1846. Mr. Joseph Cundall, a London artist, claims to have issued the first in that year. It was printed in lithography colored by hand, and was of the usual size of a lady's card. Not until 1862, however, did the custom obtain any foothold. Then experiments were made with cards of the size of an ordinary carte de visite, inscribed simply a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. After that came to be added robins and holly branches, embossed PG 68 figures and landscapes. I have the original designs before me now, wrote Luke Limner John Leeton to the London Publishers Circular Dec. 31 1883. They were produced by good old Son, seeing a growing want, and the great sale obtained abroad. This house produced 1868, A Little Red Riding Hood, a Hermit, and his cell, and many other subjects in which snow and the robin played a part. W.S. Walsh in Curiosities of Popular Customs. The Yule Clog. Mid the interior forms to be observed on this evening by those who would keep their Christmas after the old Orthodox fashion, the first to be noticed is that of the Yule clog, this huge block, which in ancient times, and consistently with the capacity of its vast receptacle, was frequently the root of a large tree. It was the practice to introduce into the house with great ceremony and to the sound of music. In Drake's Winter Nights mention is made of the Yule clog as lying in ponderous majesty on the kitchen floor, until each had sung his Yule song standing on its centre. It was consigned to the flames that went roaring up the chimney wide. This Yule clog, according to Herrick, was to be lighted with the brand of the last year's log, which had been carefully laid aside for the purpose, and music was to be played during the ceremony of lighting. This log appears to have been considered as sanctifying the roof tree, and was probably deemed a protection against PG 69, those evil spirits, over whom this season was in every way a triumph. Accordingly, various superstitions mingled with the prescribed ceremonials. In respect of it, from the authority already quoted on this subject, we learn that its virtues were not to be extracted, unless it were lighted with clean Hansa direction, probably including both a useful household hint to the domestics, and it may be a moral of a higher kind. Wash your hands, or else the fire will not tend to your desire. Unwashed hands, ye maidens, know dead the fire, though ye blow. Around this fire, when duly lighted, the hospitalities of the evening were dispensed, and as the flames played about it, and above it, with a pleasant song of their own, the song and the tale and the jest went cheerily round. T.K. Hervey. Come bring with a noise. Come bring with a noise, my merry, merry boys, the Christmas log to the firing, while my good dame she bids ye all be free, and drink to your heart's desiring, with the last year's brand. Light the new block and, for good success in his spending, on your psalteries play. That sweet luck may come while the log is attending PG-70. Drink now the strong beer. Cut the white loaf here, the while the meat is a-shredding. For the rare mince peas and the plums stand by to fill the paste that's a-kneading. Robert Herrick. Shoe or stocking. In Holland, children set their shoes this night outside the door. These wooden shoes necked Clobe sees and fills them from his store. But here we hang our stockings up on handy hook or nails, and Santa Claus, when all is still, will plump them without fail. Speak out, you sobersides, speak out, and let us hear your views. Between a stocking and a shoe, what do you see to choose? One instant pauses sobersides, a little sigh to fetch. Well, seems to me a stocking's best, for wooden shoes want stretch. Edith Roman, 1000 Thomas. By permission of Houghton Mifflin Company. Page 71. Jule Nissen. I do not know how the 40 years I have been away have dealt with Jule Nissen, the Christmas elf of my childhood in far-off Denmark. He was pretty old, then grey and bent, and there were signs that his time was nearly over, so it may be that they have laid him away. I shall find out when I go over there next time. When I was a boy, we never sat down to our Christmas Eve dinner until a bowl of rice and milk had been taken up to the attic where he lived with the marten and its young, and kept an eye upon the house so that everything ran smoothly. I never met him myself, but I know the house cat must have done so, no doubt. They were well acquainted, for when in the morning I went in for the bowl there, it was quite dry and licked clean, and the cat purring in the corner, so being there all night she must have seen and likely talked with him. The Nis was of the family, as you see, very much of it, and certainly not to be classed with the cattle, yet they were his special concern. He kept them quiet, saw to it. When the stableman forgot that they were properly bedded and cleaned and fed, he was very well known to the hands about the farm, and they said that he looked just like a little old man, all in grey, and with a pointed red nightcap and long grey beard. He was always civilly treated, as indeed he deserved to be, but Christmas was his great holiday when he became part of it indeed, and was made much of. So, for that matter, was everything that lived under the husbandman's roof, or within reach of it. Even the sparrows that burrowed in the straw thatch, and did it no good, were not forgotten. A sheaf of rye was set PG-72 out in the snow for them on the Holy Eve, so that on that night at least they should have shelter and warmth unchallenged, and plenty to eat. At all other times we were permitted to raid their nests, and help ourselves to sparrow roast, which was by long odds the greatest treat. We had 30 or 40 of them dug out by the light of the stable lantern, and stuffed into Ain's long stocking, which we had borrowed for a game bag, made a meal for the whole family, each sparrow. A fat mouthful. Ain was the cook, and I am very certain that her pot roast of sparrow would pass muster at any Fifth Avenue restaurant as the finest dish of reedbirds that ever was. However, at Christmas, their sheaf was their sanctuary, and no one as much as squinted at them. Only last winter, when Christmas found me stranded in a little Michigan town, wandering disconsolate about the streets, I came across such a sheaf raised on a pole in a dooryard, and I knew at once that one of my people lived in that house, and kept Yule in the old way, so I felt as if I were not quite a stranger. Blowing in the Yule from the grim old tower that had stood 800 years against the blasts of the North Sea was one of the customs of the old town that abide. However, it fares with the Nis that I know. At sunup, while yet the people were at breakfast, the town band climbed the many steep ladders to the top of the tower, and up there, in fair weather or fooland, sometimes it blew great guns from the wintry seethy, played 4 old hymns, one to each corner of the compass, so that no one was forgotten. They always began with Luther's sturdy challenge, "A mighty fortress is our God," while down below we listened devoutly. There was something both weird and beautiful about those faraway strains in PG-73, the early morning light of the northern winter, something that was not of earth, and that suggested to my child's imagination the angels' songs on far Judean hills. Even now, after all these years, the memory of it does that it could not have been, because the music was so rare, for the band was made up of small storekeepers and artisans, who thus turned an honest penny on festive occasions. Incongruously enough, I think the official town mourner, who bade people to funerals, was one of them. It was like the burgher's guard, the colonel of which we thought him at least a general, because of the huge brass sword he trailed when he marched at the head of his men. Was the town tailor a very small but very martial man. But whether or no it was beautiful, I have never heard music, since that so moved me. When the last strain died away, came the big bells with their deep voices that sang far out over field and heath, and our Yule was fairly underway. Jacob Rurs in the old town. The bells Blashfield. Lame needles in Yuba. In the first place, it must be clearly understood that Christmas time to Greek is by no means considered as festive. In fact, they look upon the 12 days which intervene between Christmas and Epiphany rather with abhorrence than otherwise. It is to them the season when ghosts and hobgoblins are supposed to be most rampant. It is generally cold, ungenial weather, and the Greeks of today, like their ancestors, live contented only when the warm rays of the life-giving sun scorch them. They can get up no enthusiasm, as we can, about Yule logs and blazing PG-74 fires, for they have nothing to warm themselves with save small charcoal braziers capable of communicating heat to not more than one limb at a time. All the festive energies of the race are reserved for Carnival and Eastertide, when the warmth of spring enables them once more to enjoy life out of doors, only one tolerable, when you know what their low, dirty houses are like. For a month before Christmas, every pious Greek has observed a rigid fast. Consequently, the table which on that day is spread in every house produces something akin to festivity. On a small round table was placed a perfect mountain of macaroni and cheese, coarse sheep's milk cheese, which stung the mouth like mustard and left a pungent taste, which tarried therein for days. There were no plates, no forks, no spoons. What a meal it was indeed! As if it were a contest in gastronomic activity, I was left far behind in the contest, and great was my relief when it was removed, and dried fruits and nuts took its place to drink. We had resonated wine, that is to say, wine which had been stored in a keg covered with resin inside, which gives the flavor so much relished by the Greeks, but which is almost as unpalatable to an Englishman as beer must be to those who drink it for the first time. The wine, however, had the effect of loosening the tongues of my friends, who had been too busy as yet to talk, and they told me many interesting Christmas tales. In the first place, the conversation turned on certain spirits called lame needles, which every Euban woman of low degree will tell you visit the earth at this season of the year. One lame needle, presumably the leader, comes on Christmas Eve, and the rest of the tribe put in an appearance on Christmas Day. They are dreadful creatures, PG-75, to look upon, and according to my friends, they live in caves, whilst on earth, near which no wise person at this season of the year will venture. They subsist, like the Amazons of old, on snakes and lizards, and sometimes on women, if they are lucky enough to entrap one. These demons are only dangerous at night, from sunset to cock-crow. When not engaged in dancing, the lame needles wander about and do any amount of mischief. It is their custom to enter houses by the chimney, so every housewife is careful at this season of the year to leave some embers burning all night, for they dread fire and also crosses. And it is for this reason that at Christmas time we see so many whitewashed crosses on the cottage doors in Greece. When Epiphany comes, these lame needles are forced to flee again underground, but before they go they take a hack at the tree which supports the world, and which one day they will cut through. In appearance, these ugly visitors are supposed to be goat-footed goblins, far taller than any man. In fact, I should imagine that they are lineal descendants of the satyrs of old, still haunting their accustomed purlieus. I will give you a specimen of one of the stories which my friends told me when I slightly threw discredit on the above-described apparitions. It is not a very lively one, but will show the character of the Christmas stories which are current in Greece today. A lame needle once overheard two women settling to get up at night during the season of the 12 days to leaven bread at the house of one of them. Accordingly, he knocked at the door of the woman who was going to carry her dough to the other's house, and pretended to be a messenger sent to hurry her. PG-76. Fearing nothing, the silly woman set off with her dough, accompanied by the uncanny messenger. When they had got a little distance, the lame needle turned round and said, "Stop, I wish to eat you," whereat the woman recognized who he was, and mindful of the fact that lame needles are very inquisitive," she replied. "Just wait till I tell you a story. It was very long and very interesting." So the first cock crew before it was finished. "It is only the black one. Go on, I have yet time," said the eager lame needle. Then the second cock crew. And he said, "It is only the red one. I have not yet to fear." Just as the woman had reached the most thrilling part of her story, the third cock crew. "It is the white one," exclaimed the terrified hobgoblin. "I must be gone. I am sure this story is believed by the peasants of Yuba." J. Theodore Bent. Who rides behind the bells? Our shabby drawing-room was ablaze with red candles, and what with holly red on the walls, and the snow banking the casements and bells jingling up and down the avenue, the sense of Christmas was very real for me. Christmas seems always to be just past or else on the way, and that sixth sense of Christmas being actually now is thrice desirable. On the stroke of 9, we two waiting before the fire heard Nishola on the basement stairs, and by the way in which she mounted with labor and caution I knew that she was bringing the punch. We had wished to have it ready, that harmless steaming punch, compounded from my mother's recipe when our guests arrived, so that PG 77 they should first of all hear the news and drink health to Eunice and Hobart. Nishola was splendid in her scarlet merino, and that vast cap effect managed by a starched pillowcase and a bit of string, and over her arm hung a huge holly wreath for the bowl's brim. When she had deposited her fragrant burden and laid the wreath in place, she stood erect and looked at us solemnly for a moment, and then her face wrinkled in all directions and was lighted with her rare puckered smile. "Merry Christmas," she said. "Merry Christmas, Nishola," we cried, and I think that in all her years with us we had never before heard the words from her lips. "Who goes ridin' behind the sleigh bells tonight?" she asked then abruptly. "Who rides?" I repeated, puzzled. "Yes," Nishola said, "this is a night when all folk stay home. The whole world sits by the fire on Christmas night, and yet the sleigh bells ring like mad. It is not holy." Pelias and I had never thought of that, but there may be something in it. Who indeed, when all the world keeps hearth holiday, who is it that rides abroad on Christmas night behind the bells? "Good spirits, perhaps," Nishola Pelias said, smiling. "I do not doubt it," Nishola declared gravely. "That is not holy either, to doubt." "No," we said, "to doubt good spirits is never holy." Zona Gale, in the Loves of Pelias and Etar. PG 78. Guests at Yule. Noel, Noel. Thus sounds each Christmas bell across the winter snow. But what are the little footprints all that mark the path from the churchyard wall? These are those of the children waked tonight from sleep by the Christmas bells and light. Ring sweetly chimes, soft, soft my rhymes. Their beds are under the snow. Noel, Noel. Carols each Christmas bell. What are the wraiths of mist that gather anar the window panes, where the winter frost all day has lain? They are soulless elves who fain would peer within and laugh at our Christmas cheer. Ring fleetly chimes, swift, swift my rhymes. They are made of the mocking mist. Noel, Noel. Cease each Christmas bell under the holly bough, where the happy children throng and shout. What shadows seem to flit about? Is it the mother, then, who died ere the greens were sere last Christmas tide? Hush, falling chimes, cease my rhymes. The guests are gathered now. Edmund Clarence Stedman, by permission of Houghton Mifflin Company. PG 79. Roman 4. Christmas Carols. PG 80. Christmas Carols. I saw 3 ships. Lordings, listen to our lay. The Cherry Tree Carol. In excelsis Gloria. God rest you merry gentlemen. The Golden Carol. Caput Apri Refero Resonans Lauds Domino. Villagers, all this frosty tide. Holly song. Before the paling of the stars, the minstrels played their Christmas tune. A carol from the old French. From far away we come to you. A Christmas Carol. A Christmas Carol for Children. Page 81. Page 82. The First Christmas Carol. Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people, for unto you is born this day in the city of David a Saviour, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you, ye shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Chorus. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. St. Luke's Gospel. Page 83. I saw 3 ships. I saw 3 ships come sailing in. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. I saw 3 ships come sailing in. On Christmas Day, in the morning. And what was in those ships, all 3? On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And what was in those ships, all 3? On Christmas Day, in the morning. The Virgin Mary and Christ were there. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. The Virgin Mary and Christ were there. On Christmas Day, in the morning. Pray whither sailed those ships, all 3? On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Pray whither sailed those ships, all 3? On Christmas Day, in the morning. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Oh, they sailed into Bethlehem. On Christmas Day, in the morning. And all the bells on earth shall ring. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the bells on earth shall ring. Page 84. On Christmas Day, in the morning. And all the angels in heaven shall sing. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the angels in heaven shall sing. On Christmas Day, in the morning. And all the souls on earth shall sing. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. And all the souls on earth shall sing. On Christmas Day, in the morning. Then let us all rejoice, amen. On Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Then let us all rejoice, amen. On Christmas Day, in the morning. Old English Carol. Lordings, listen to our lay. Lordings, listen to our lay. We have come from far away to seek Christmas. In this mansion, we are told, He his yearly feast doth hold. 'Tis today. May joy come from God above to all those who Christmas love. Lordings, I now tell you true, Christmas bringeth unto you. Page 85. Only mirths. His house he fills with many a dish of bread and meat, and also fish, to grace the day. May joy come from God above to all those who Christmas love. Lordings through our armies band, they say, who spends with open hand, free and fast, and oft regales his many friends. God gives him double what he spends to grace the day. May joy come from God above to all those who Christmas love. Lordings, wicked men eschew, in them never shall you view aught that's good. Cowards are the rabble rout, kick and beat the grumblers out. To grace the day, may joys come from God above to all those who Christmas love. Lords by Christmas and the host of this mansion, hear my toast. Drink it well. Each must drain his cup of wine, and I the first will toss off mine. Thus I advise. Here then I bid you all wassail. Cursed be he who will not say drink hail. Earliest existing carol, 13th century. Page 86. The Cherry Tree Carol. As Joseph was a-walking, he heard an angel sing, This night shall be the birth-time of Christ the heavenly King. He neither shall be born in housen nor in hall, nor in the place of paradise, but in an ox's stall. He neither shall be clothed in purple nor in palls, but in the fair white linen that usen babies all. He neither shall be rocked in silver nor in gold, but in a wooden manger that resteth on the mould. As Joseph was a walking, there did an angel sing, and Mary's child at midnight was born to be our King. Then be ye glad, good people, this night of all the year, and light ye up your candles, for his star it shineth clear. Old English, page 87. In excelsis Gloria, when Christ was born of Mary free, in Bethlehem, in that fair city, angels sang there with mirth and glee. In excelsis Gloria, herdsmen beheld these angels bright, to them appearing with great light, who said, God's Son is born this night. In excelsis Gloria, this King is come to save mankind, as in Scripture truths we find. Therefore this song have we in mind. In excelsis Gloria. Then, Lord, for thy great grace, grant us the bliss to see thy face, where we may sing to thy solace. In excelsis Gloria. From the Harleian MSS. God rest you, merry gentlemen. God rest you, merry gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay, for Jesus Christ our Savior was born upon this day to save us all from Satan's power, when we were gone astray. Page 88. O tidings of comfort and joy, for Jesus Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day, in Bethlehem in Jewry. This blessed babe was born, and laid within a manger. Upon this blessed morn, the which his mother Mary nothing did take in scorn. O tidings of comfort and joy, from God our heavenly Father, a blessed angel came, and unto certain shepherds brought tidings of the same, how that in Bethlehem was born the Son of God by name. O tidings of comfort and joy. The shepherds at those tidings rejoiced much in mind, and left their flocks a-feeding in tempest, storm, and wind, and went to Bethlehem straightway, this blessed babe to find. O tidings of comfort and joy. But when to Bethlehem they came, whereas this infant lay, they found him in a manger. Page 89. Where oxen feed on hay. His mother Mary, kneeling, unto the Lord did pray. O tidings of comfort and joy. Now to the Lord sing praises, all you within this place, and with true love and brotherhood each other now embrace. This holy tide of Christmas all others doth deface. O tidings of comfort and joy. For Jesus Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. Old English. The Golden Carol of Melchior Balthazar and Gaspar, the three kings of Cologne. We saw the light shine out afar on Christmas in the morning, and straight we knew Christ's star it was, bright beaming in the mornings. Then did we fall on bended knee on Christmas in the morning, and prayest the Lord who'd let us see his glory at its dawning. O ever thought be of his name on Christmas in the morning, who bore for us both grief and shame. Page 90. Affliction's sharpest scorning. And may we die when death shall come on Christmas in the morning, and see in heaven our glorious home, the star of Christmas morning. Old English. Caput Apri refero resonans lauds domino. The boar's head in hands I bring, with garlands gay and birds singing. I pray you all help me to sing. Qui estes in convivio. The boar's head, I understand, is chief service in all this land, wheresoever it may be found. Servitor cum synapio. The boar's head I dare well say. Anon after the 12th day, he taketh his leave and goeth away. Exhibit tunc de patria. From a Balliol MS of about 1540. Villagers, all this frosty tide. Villagers, all this frosty tide. Let your doors swing open wide. Though wind may follow and snow beside, yet draw us in by your fire to bide. Page 91. Joy shall be yours in the morning. Here we stand in the cold and the sleet, blowing fingers and stamping feet. Come from far away, you to greet. You by the fire and we in the street, bidding you joy in the morning. For ere one half of the night was gone, sudden a star has led us on, raining bliss and benison. Bliss tomorrow and more anon. Joy for every morning. Goodman Joseph twirled through the snow, saw a star o'er a stable low. Merry she might not further go. Welcome thatch and litter below. Joy was hers in the morning. And then they heard the angels who were the first to cry Noel. Animals all as it befell, in the stable where they did dwell. Joy shall be theirs in the morning. Quoted in The Wind in the Willows by Kenneth Grahame. By permission of Charles Scribner's Sons. Page 92. Harley Song. Blow, blow, thou winter wind. Thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hi-ho, sing hi-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hi-ho the holly. This life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that dost not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as framed remembered not. Hi-ho, sing hi-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hi-ho the holly. This life is most jolly. William Shakespeare. Before the paling of the stars. Before the paling of the stars. Before the winter morn. Before the earliest cockcrow. Jesus Christ was born. Page 93. Born in a stable. Cradled in a manger. In the world his hands had made. Born a stranger. Priest and king lay fast asleep. In Jerusalem, young and old lay fast asleep. In crowded Bethlehem, saint and angel, ox and ass, kept a watch together before the Christmas daybreak. In the winter weather, Jesus on his mother's breast. In the stable cold, spotless Lamb of God was he, shepherd of the fold. Let us kneel with Mary Maid, with Joseph bent and hoary, with saint and angel, ox and ass, to hail the King of Glory. Christina G. Rossetti. The minstrels played their Christmas tune. The minstrels played their Christmas tune. Tonight beneath my cottage eaves, while smitten by a lofty moon, the encircling laurels, thick with leaves, gave back a rich and dazzling that overpowered their natural green. Page 94. Through hill and valley every breeze had sunk to rest with folded wings. Keen was the air, but could not freeze, nor check the music of the strings. So stout and hearty were the band, that scraped the chords with strenuous hand, and who but listened till was paid respect to every inmate's claim. The greeting given the music played, in honor of each household name, duly pronounced with lusty call, and Merry Christmas wished to all. For pleasure hath not ceased to wait on these expected annual rounds, whether the rich man's sumptuous gate call forth the unelaborate sounds, or they are offered at the doors that guards the lowliest of the poor. How touching when, at midnight sweep, snow-muffled winds and all is dark, to hear and sink again to sleep, or at an earlier call to mark, by blazing fire, the still suspense of self-complacent innocence, the mutual nod, the grave disguise of hearts with gladness brimming o'er, and some unbidden tears that rise. PG 95, for names once heard and heard no more. Tears brightened by the serenade, for infant in the cradle laid. Hail ancient manners' sure defense, where they survive of wholesome laws, remnants of love whose modest sense thus into narrow room withdraws. Hail usages of pristine mold, and ye that guard them mountains old. Yes, they can make who fail to find short leisure even in busiest days, moments to cast a look behind, and profit by those kindly rays that through the clouds do sometimes steal, and all the far-off past reveal. William Wordsworth. A carol from the old French I hear along our street, past the minstrel throngs. Hark, they play so sweet on their hotways Christmas songs. Let us by the fire, ever higher, sing them till the night expire. In December ring every day the chimes, loud the gleemen sing in the street their merry rhymes. Page 96. Let us by the fire, ever higher, sing them till the night expire. Shepherds at the grange, where the babe was born, sang with many a chain Christmas carols until morn. Let us by the fire, ever higher, sing them till the night expire. These good people sang songs devout and sweet, while the rafters rang. There they stood with freezing feet. Let us by the fire, ever higher, sing them till the night expire. Who by the fireside stands, stamps his feet and sings, but he who blows his hands, not so gay a carol brings. Let us by the fire, ever higher, sing them till the night expire. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. A paraphrase from the old French. The Madonna, Giovanni Bellini. Page 97. From far away we come to you, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, to tell of great tidings strange and true. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. From far away we come to you, to tell of great tidings strange and true. For as we wandered far and wide, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, what hap do you deem there should us betide? Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor, under a bent when the night was deep, the snow in the street and the wind on the door. There lay 3 shepherds tending their sheep. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. O ye shepherds, what have ye seen? The snow in the street and the wind on the door, to stay your sorrow and heal your teen. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. In an ox stall this night we saw the snow in the street and the wind on the door, a babe and a maid without a flaw. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. There was an old man there beside, the snow in the street and the wind on the door. His hair was white and his hood was wide. PG 98 minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. And as we gazed this thing upon, the snow in the street and the wind on the door, those twain knelt down to the little one. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. And a marvelous song we straight did hear. The snow in the street and the wind on the door, that slew our sorrow and healed our care. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. News of a fair and a marvelous thing. The snow in the street and the wind on the door. Noel, Noel, Noel we sing. Minstrels and maids stand forth on the floor. Old English carol, a Christmas carol. What means this glory round our feet? The Magi mused more bright than morn, and voices chanted clear and sweet. Today the Prince of Peace is born. What means that star the shepherds said, that brightens through the rocky glen, and angels answering overhead sang peace on earth, goodwill to men. 'Tis 1800 years and more since those sweet oracles were dumb. We wait for him like them of yours. PG 99, alas, he seems so slow to come. But it was said in words of gold, no time or sorrow ear shall dim, that little children might be bold, in perfect trust to come to him. All round about our feet shall shine a light like that the wise men saw. If we our loving wills incline to that sweet life which is the law, so shall we learn to understand the simple faith of shepherds then, and clasping kindly hand in hand, sing peace on earth, goodwill to men. But they who do their souls no wrong, but keep at eve the faith of morn, shall daily hear the angel song. Today the Prince of Peace is born. James Russell Lowell. A Christmas carol for children. Good news from heaven the angels bring. Glad tidings to the earth they sing. To us this day a child is given, to crown us with the joy of heaven. This is the Christ our God and Lord, who in all need shall aid afford. He will himself our Saviour be. From sin and sorrow set us free. PG 100. To us that blessedness he brings, which from the Father's bounty springs, that in the heavenly realm we may with him enjoy eternal day. All hail, thou noble guest this morn, whose love did not the sinner scorn. In my distress thou cam'st to me. What thanks shall I return to thee? Were earth 1,000 times as fair, beset with gold and jewels rare, she yet were far too poor to be a narrow cradle, Lord, for thee. Our dearest Jesus, holy child, make thee a bed soft, undefiled, within my heart, that it may be a quiet chamber kept for thee. Praise God upon his heavenly throne, who gave to us his only Son. For this his hosts on joyful wing a blessed new year of mercy sing. Martin Luther. PG 101. V. Christmas Day. PG 102. Christmas Day. The Unbroken Song. A scene of medieval Christmas. Christmas in Dreamthorpe. By the Christmas fire. Ode on the morning of Christ's Nativity. Christmas Church. Dolly urges Silas Marner to go to church. Yule in the Old Town. The mahogany tree. The holly and the ivy. Ballad of Christmas Ghosts. Christmas Treasures. Wassler's Song. PG 103. PG 104. The Unbroken Song. I heard the bells on Christmas Day, their old familiar carols play, and wild and sweet the words repeat. of peace on earth, goodwill to men, and thought how, as the day had come, the belfries of all Christendom had rolled along the unbroken song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. pg 105. A scene of medieval Christmas. Let us imagine Christmas Day in a medieval town of northern England. The cathedral is only partly finished. Its nave and transepts are the work of Norman architects, but the choir has been destroyed in order to be rebuilt by more graceful designers and more skillful hands. The old city is full of craftsmen assembled to complete the church. Some have come as a religious duty to work off their tale of sins by bodily labor. Some are animated by a love of artsimple men who might have rivaled with the Greeks in ages of more cultivation. Others again are well-known carvers brought for hire from distant towns and countries beyond the sea, but today, and for some days past, the sound of hammer and chisel has been silent. In the choir, monks have bustled about the nave, dressing it up with holly boughs and bushes of yew, and preparing a stage for the sacred play they are going to exhibit on the feast day. Christmas is not like Corpus Christi, and now the marketplace stands inches deep in snow, so that the miracles must be enacted beneath a roof instead of in the open air. And what place so appropriate as the cathedral, where poor people may have warmth and shelter while they see the show, besides the gloomy old church, with its windows darkened by the falling snow, lends itself to candlelight effects that will enhance the splendor of the scene. Everything is ready. The incense of morning mass yet lingers round the altar. The voice of the friar who told the people from the pulpit the story of Christ's birth has hardly ceased to echo. Time has just been given for a midday dinner, and for the shepherds and pg 106 farm lads to troop in from the countryside. The monks are ready at the wooden stage to draw its curtain, and all the nave is full of eager faces. There you may see the smith and carpenter, the butcher's wife, the country priest, and the grey-cold friar. Scores of workmen whose home the cathedral for the time is made are also here, and you may know the artists by their thoughtful foreheads and keen eyes. That young monk carved Madonna and her son above the southern porch. Beside him stands the master mason, whose strong arms have hewn gigantic images of prophets and apostles for the pinnacles outside the choir. And the little man with cunning eyes between the two is he who cuts such quaint hobgoblins. For the gargoyles he has a vein of satire in him, and his humor overflows into the stone. Many and many a grim beast and hideous head has he hidden among vine leaves and trellis work. Upon the porches those who know him well are loath to anger him, for fear their sons and sons' sons should laugh at them, forever caricatured in solid stone. Hark, there sounds the bell. The curtain is drawn, and the candles blaze brightly round the wooden stage. What is this first scene? We have God in heaven, dressed like a pope with triple crown, and attended by his court of angels. They sing and toss up censers till he lifts his hand and speaks in a long Latin speech. He unfolds the order of creation and his will concerning man. At the end of it up leaps an ugly buffoon in goatskin with ram's horns upon his head. Some children begin to cry, but the older people laugh, for this is the devil, the clown and comic character who talks their common tongue and has no reverence before the very throne of heaven. He asks pg 107 leave to plague men, and receives it. Then with many a curious caper he goes down to hell. Beneath the stage the angels sing and toss their censers as before, and the first scene closes to a sound of organs. The next is more conventional, in spite of some grotesque incidents. It represents the fall. The monks hurry over it quickly as a tedious but necessary prelude to the birth of Christ. That is the true Christmas part of the ceremony, and it is understood that the best actors and most beautiful dresses are to be reserved for it. The builders of the choir in particular are interested in the coming scenes, since one of their number has been chosen for his handsome face and tenor voice to sing the angel's part. He is a young fellow of 19, but his beard is not yet grown, and long hair hangs down upon his shoulders. A chorister of the cathedral, his younger brother, will act the Virgin Mary. At last, the curtain is drawn. We see a cottage room dimly lighted by a lamp, and Mary spinning near her bedside. She sings a country air and goes on working till a rustling noise is heard. More light is thrown upon the stage, and a glorious creature in white raiment with broad golden wings appears. He bears a lily and cries, Ave Maria Gratia Plena. She does not answer, but stands confused with down-dropped eyes, and timid mien. Gabriel rises from the ground, and comforts her and sings aloud his message of glad tidings. Then Mary gathers courage and kneeling in her turn thanks God. And when the angel and his radiance disappears, she sings the song of the Magnificat clearly and simply in the darkened room. Very soft and silver sounds this hymn through the great church. The women kneel and children are hushed as by a lullaby. But some of PG 108, the Hines and Prentice Elids, begin to think it rather dull. They are not sorry when the next scene opens with a sheepfold, and a little campfire. Unmistakable bleatings issue from the fold, and 5 or 6 common fellows are sitting round the blazing wood. One might fancy they had stepped straight from the church floor to the stage, so natural do they look. Besides, they call themselves by common names Colin and Tom Liebd, and Nimble Dick. Many a round laugh wakes echoes in the church when these shepherds stand up and hold debate about a stolen sheep. Tom Liebd has nothing to remark, but that he is very sleepy and does not want to go in search of it. Tonight Colin cuts jokes and throws out shrewd suspicions that Dick knows something of the matter, but Dick is sly and keeps them off the scent, although a few of his asides reveal to the audience that he is the real thief. While they are thus talking, silence falls upon the shepherds. Soft music from the church organ breathes, and they appear to fall asleep. The stage is now quite dark, and for a few moments the aisles echo only to the dying melody, when behold a ray of light is seen, and splendor grows around the stage from hidden candles, and in the glory Gabriel appears upon a higher platform made to look like clouds. The shepherds wake in confusion, striving to shelter their eyes from this unwanted brilliancy, but Gabriel waves his lily, spreads his great gold wings, and bids good cheer with clarion voice. The shepherds fall to worship, and suddenly round Gabriel there gathers a choir of angels, and a song of Gloria in excelsis to the sound of a deep organ is heard far off from distant isles. It swells and seems to come from heaven through a long resonant fugue. The PG 109 glory flies, and as it ceases with complex conclusion, the lights die out, the angels disappear, and Gabriel fades into the darkness. Still, shepherds kneel rustically, chanting a carol half in Latin half in English, which begins in Dulci Jubilo. The people know it well, and when the chorus rises with Ubi Sunt Gaudia, its wild melody is caught by voices up and down the nave. This scene makes deep impression upon many hearts, for the beauty of Gabriel is rare, and few who see him in his angel's dress would know him for the lad who daily carves his lilies and broad water flags about the pillars of the choir. To that simple audience he interprets heaven, and little children will see him in their dreams. Dark winter nights and awful forests will be trodden by his feet, made musical by his melodious voice, and parted by the rustling of his wings. The youth himself may return tomorrow to the workman's blouse and chisel, but his memory lives in many minds, and may form a part of Christmas for the fancy of men as yet unborn. The next drawing of the curtain shows us the stable of Bethlehem crowned by its star. There kneels Mary, and Joseph leans upon his staff. The ox and the ass are close at hand, and Jesus lies in jeweled robes on straw within the manger. To right and left bow the shepherds, worshipping in dumb show, while voices from behind chant a solemn hymn. In the midst of the melody is heard the flourish of trumpets, and heralds step upon the stage, followed by the 3 crowned kings. They have come from the far east, led by the star. The song ceases, while drums and fifes and trumpets play a stately march. The kings pass by and do obeisance. One by one, each gives some costly gift. Each doffs his crown and leaves it at the PG 110 Savior's feet. Then they retire to a distance and worship in silence like the shepherds. Again the angel's song is heard, and while it dies away the curtain closes and the lights are put out. The play is over, and the evening has come. The people must go from the warm church into the frozen snow and crunch their homeward way beneath the moon. But in their minds they carry a sense of light and music, and unearthly loveliness. Not a scene of this day's pageant will be lost. It grows within them and creates the poetry of Christmas. Nor must we forget the sculptors who listened to the play. We spoke of them minutely because these mysteries sank deep into their souls and found a way into their carvings on the cathedral walls. The monk who made Madonna by the southern porch will remember Gabriel and place him bending low in lordly salutation by her side. The painted glass of the chapter house will glow with fiery choirs of angels learned by heart that night, and who does not know the mocking devils and quaint satyrs that the humorous sculptor carved among his fruits and flowers? Some of the miseraries of the stalls still bear portraits of the shepherd thief and of the ox and ass who blinked so blindly when the kings by torchlight brought their dazzling gifts. Truly these old miracles and the carved work of cunning hands that they inspired are worth to us more than all the delicate creations of Italian pencils. Our homely northern churches still retain for the child who reads their bosses and their sculptured fronts more Christmas poetry than we can find in Fra Angelico's devoutness or the liveliness of Giotto. Not that Southern artists have done nothing for our Christmas Cimabue's gigantic angels at Assisi and the radiant seraphs of Raphael PG 111 or of Signorelli were seen by Milton in his Italian journey. He gazed in Romish churches on graceful nativities into which Angelico and Credi threw their simple souls. How much they tinged his fancy we cannot say, but what we know of heavenly hierarchies we later men have learned from Milton, and what he saw he spoke, and what he spoke in sounding verse lives for us now, and sways our reason, and controls our fancy, and makes fine art of high theology. John Addington Symonds. Christmas in Dreamthorpe. This then is Christmas. Everything is silent in Dreamthorpe. The smith's hammer reposes beside the anvil. The weaver's flying shuttle is at rest. Through the clear wintry sunshine, the bells this morning rang from the grey church tower amid the leafless elms, and up the walk the villagers trooped in their best dresses and their best-faced latter, a little reddened by the sharp wind, mere redness in the middle-aged, in the maid's wonderful bloom to the eyes of their lover-sand, took their places decently in the ancient pews. The clerk read the beautiful prayers of our church, which seems so much more beautiful at Christmas than at any other period. For that very feeling which breaks down at this time, the barriers which custom, birth, or wealth have erected between man and man, strikes down the barrier of time, which intervenes between the worshipper of today and the great body of worshippers who are at rest in their graves on such a day as this. Hearing these prayers, we feel a kinship with the devout generations who heard them long ago. The PG 112 devout lips of the Christian dead murmured the responses which we now murmur along this road of prayer. Did their thoughts of our innumerable dead, our brothers and sisters in faith and hope, approach the Maker, even as ours at present approach him? Prayers over the clergyman who is no Bonerges or Chrysostom golden-mouthed, but a loving, genial-hearted, pious man, the whole extent of his life from boyhood until now full of charity and kindly deeds, as autumn fields with heavy wheaten ears. The clergyman, I say, for the sentence is becoming unwieldy on my hands, and one must double back to secure connection. Read out, in that silvery voice, which is sweeter than any music to my ear, those chapters of the New Testament that deal with the birth of the Savior. And the red-faced rustic congregation hung on the good man's voice, as he spoke of the infant brought forth in a manger, of the shining angels that appeared in the mid-air to the shepherds, of the miraculous star that took its station in the sky, and of the wise men who came from afar and laid their gifts of the frankincense and myrrh at the feet of the child. With the story everyone was familiar, but on that day, and backed by the persuasive melody of the reader's voice, it seemed to all quite new. At least they listened attentively, as if it were the discourse that followed possessed no remarkable thoughts. It dealt simply with the goodness of the Maker of heaven and earth and the shortness of time, with the duties of thankfulness and charity to the poor. And I am persuaded that everyone who heard returned to his house in a better frame of mind. And so the service remitted us all to our own homes, to what roast beef and plum pudding slender means permitted, to gatherings PG 113 around cheerful fires, to half-pleasant, half-sad remembrances of the dead and absent. Alexander Smith. By the Christmas fire. When the fire has reached a degree of intensity and magnitude which Rosalind thinks adequate to the occasion, I take down a well-worn volume, which opens of itself at a well-worn page. It is a book which I have read and reread many times, and always with a kindling sympathy and affection for the man who wrote it. In whatever mood I take it up, there is something in it which touches me with a sense of kinship. It is not a great book, but it is a book of the heart, and books of the heart have passed beyond the outer court of criticism before we bestow upon them that phrase of supreme regard. There are other books of the heart around me, but on Christmas Eve it is Alexander Smith's Dreamthorpe which always seems to lie at my hand, and when I take up the well-worn volume, it falls open at the essay on Christmas. It is a good many years since Rosalind and I began to read together on Christmas Eve this beautiful meditation on the season, and now it has gathered about itself such a host of memories that it has become part of our common past, it is indeed a veritable palimpsest, overlaid with tender and gracious recollections, out of which the original thought gains a new and subtle sweetness. As I read it aloud, I know that she sees once more the familiar landscape about Dreamthorpe, with the low dark hill in the background, and over it the tender radiance that precedes the moon. The village windows are all lighted, and PG 114, the whole place shines like a congregation of glowworms. There are the skaters still leaning against the frosty wind. There is the grey church tower amid the leafless elms around, which the echoes of the morning peal of Christmas bells still hover. The village folk have gathered in their best dresses and their best faces. The beautiful service of the church has been read and answered with heartfelt responses. The familiar story has been told again simply and urgently with applications for every thankful soul, and then the congregation has gone to its homes, and its festivities. All these things, I am sure, lie within Rosalind's vision, although she seems to see nothing but the ruddy blaze of the fire. All these things I see, as I have seen them these many Christmas Eves agone, but with this familiar landscape there are mingled all the sweet and sorrowful memories of our common life, recalled at this hour, that the light of the highest truth may interpret them anew in the divine language of hope. I read on, until I come to the quotation from the hymn to the Nativity, and then I close the book and take up a copy of Milton close at hand. Hamilton W. Maybe, in my study fire. By permission of Dodd Mead Co. Ode on the morning of Christ's Nativity. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, pg 115, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far-beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this, his new abode? Now while the heaven, by the sun's team untrod, hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright. See how from far, upon the eastern road, the starled wizards haste with odors sweet. O run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honor first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. The hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature in awe to him, pg 116, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame the saintly veil of maiden white to throw, confounded that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he her fears to cease sent down the meeked peace. She crowned with olive green came softly sliding down through the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing, and waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or battle's sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were high uphung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood. The trumpets spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign lord was by. But peaceful was the night, wherein the Prince of Light, page 117, his reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder whist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight, for all the morning light, or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow, until their Lord himself bespake and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head for shame, as his inferior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axletree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sate simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly come to live with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. Page 118. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took. The air such pleasure loth to lose, with thousand echoes still prolongs each heavenly close. Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full consort to the angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die. Page 119. And leprous sin will melt from earthly mold, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions to the peering day. Yea, truth and justice then will down return to men, orbed in a rainbow and like glory's wearing. Mercy will sit between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering. And heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But see, the Virgin blessed hath laid her babe to rest. Time is our tedious song should here have ending. Heaven's young-esteemed star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping lord with handmaid lamp attending, and all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. John Milton. Christmas Church. When I awoke on Christmas morning, while I lay musing on my pillow, I heard the sound of little feet pattering outside of the door, and a whispering consultation. Presently a choir of small voices chanted forth an old Christmas carol, the burden of which was, "Rejoice, our Savior, he was born on Christmas Day in the morning." Page 120. I rose softly, slipped on my clothes, opened the door suddenly, and beheld one of the most beautiful little fairy groups that a painter could imagine. It consisted of a boy and two girls, the eldest not more than 6 and lovely as seraphs. They were going the rounds of the house, and singing at every chamber door, but my sudden appearance frightened them into mute bashfulness. They remained for a moment playing on their lips with their fingers, and now and then stealing a shy glance from under their eyebrows, until as if by one impulse they scampered away. And as they turned an angle of the gallery, I heard them laughing in triumph at their escape. Everything conspired to produce kind and happy feelings in this stronghold of old-fashioned hospitality. The window of my chamber looked out upon what in summer would have been a beautiful landscape. There was a sloping lawn, a fine stream winding at the foot of it, an attractive park beyond with noble clumps of trees and herds of deer at a distance, was a neat hamlet with the smoke from the cottage chimneys hanging over it, and a church with its dark spire in strong relief against the clear cold sky. The house was surrounded with evergreens according to the English custom, which would have given almost an appearance of summer, but the morning was extremely frosty. The light vapor of the preceding evening had been precipitated by the cold, and covered all the trees and every blade of grass with its fine crystallizations. The rays of a bright morning sun had a dazzling effect among the glittering foliage. A robin, perched upon the top of a mountain ash that hung its clusters of red berries just before my window, was basking himself in the sunshine and piping a few querulous notes, PG 121, and a peacock was displaying all the glories of his train and strutting with the pride and gravity of a Spanish grandee on the terrace walk below. The Virgin adoring the infant child Correggio. I had scarcely dressed myself when a servant appeared to invite me to family prayers. I afterwards understood that early morning service was read on every Sunday and Saints' Day throughout the year, either by Mr. Bracebridge or by some member of the family. It was once almost universally the case at the seats of the nobility and gentry of England, and it is much to be regretted that the custom is fallen into neglect, for the dullest observer must be sensible of the order and serenity prevalent in those households where the occasional exercise of a beautiful form of worship in the morning gives, as it were, the keynote to every temper for the day and attunes every spirit to harmony. "If you are disposed to go to church," said Frank Bracebridge, "I can promise you a specimen of my cousin Simon's musical achievements. As the church is destitute of an organ, he has formed a band from the village amateurs, and established a musical club for their improvement. He has also sorted a choir, as he sorted my father's pack of hounds, according to the directions of Gervase Markham in his country. Contentments for the bass he has sought out all the deep solemn mouths, and for the tenor the loud ringing mouths among the country bumpkins, and for sweet mouths he has culled with curious taste among the prettiest lasses in the neighborhood, though these last, he affirms, are the most difficult to keep in tune, your pretty female singer being exceedingly wayward and capricious, and very liable to accident." As the morning, though frosty, was remarkably fine, PG 122, and clear, the most of the family walked to the church, which was a very old building of grey stone, and stood near a village about half a mile from the park gate. Adjoining, it was a low, snug parsonage, which seemed coeval with the church. The front of it was perfectly matted with a yew tree that had been trained against its walls, through the dense foliage of which apertures had been formed to admit light into the small antique lattices. As we passed this sheltered nest, the parson issued forth and preceded us. The usual services of the choir were managed tolerably well, the vocal parts generally lagging a little behind the instrumental, and some loitering fiddler now and then making up for lost time by traveling over a passage with prodigious celerity and clearing more bars than the keenest fox-hunter to be in at the death. But the great trial was an anthem that had been prepared and arranged by Master Simon, and on which he had founded great expectation. Unluckily, there was a blunder at the very outset. The musicians became flurried. Master Simon was in a fever. Everything went on lamely and irregularly until they came to a chorus beginning, "Now let us sing with one accord," which seemed to be a signal for parting company. All became discord and confusion. Each shifted for himself, and got to the end as well, or rather, as soon as he could, excepting one old chorister in a pair of horn spectacles, bestriding and pinching a long sonorous nose, who, happening to stand a little apart, and being wrapped up in his own melody, kept on a quavering course, wriggling his head, ogling his book, and winding all up by a nasal solo of at least 3 bars duration. Page 123. The parson gave us a most erudite sermon on the rites and ceremonies of Christmas and the propriety of observing it not merely as a day of thanksgiving, but of rejoicing, supporting the correctness of his opinions by the earliest usages of the Church, and enforcing them by the authorities of Theophilus of Caesarea, St. Cyprian, St. Chrysostom, St. Augustine, and a cloud more of saints and fathers from whom he made copious quotations. I was a little at a loss to perceive the necessity of such a mighty array of forces to maintain, a point which no one present seemed inclined to dispute, but I soon found that the good man had a legion of ideal adversaries to contend with, having in the course of his researches on the subject of Christmas got completely embroiled in the sectarian controversies of the Revolution, when the Puritans made such a fierce assault upon the ceremonies of the Church, and poor old Christmas was driven out of the land by proclamation of Parliament. The worthy parson lived, but with times past, and knew but a little of the present. Shut up among worm-eaten tomes, in the retirement of his antiquated little study, the pages of old times were to him as the gazettes of the day. While the era of the Revolution was mere modern history, he forgot that nearly 2 centuries had elapsed since the fiery persecution of poor mince-pie throughout the land, when plum porridge was denounced as mere popery and roast beef as anti-Christian, and that Christmas has been brought in again triumphantly with the merry court of King Charles. At the Restoration, he kindled into warmth with the ardor of his contest, and the host of imaginary foes with whom he had to combat had a stubborn conflict with old Prynne and 2 or 3 other forgotten champions of the Roundheads. Page 124, on the subject of Christmas festivity, and concluded by urging his hearers in the most solemn and affecting manner to stand to the traditionary customs of their fathers and feast, and make merry on this joyful anniversary of the Church. I have seldom known a sermon attended apparently with more immediate effects, for on leaving the church, the congregation seemed one and all possessed with the gaiety of spirit, so earnestly enjoined by their pastor. The elder folks gathered in knots in the churchyard, greeting and shaking hands, and the children ran about crying Yule, Yule, and repeating some uncouth rhymes which the parson who had joined us informed me had been handed down from days of yore. The villagers doffed their hats to the squire as he passed, giving him the good wishes of the season with every appearance of heartfelt sincerity, and were invited by him to the hall to take something to keep out the cold of the weather. And I heard blessings uttered by several of the poor, which convinced me that in the midst of his enjoyments the worthy old cavalier had not forgotten the true Christmas virtue of charity. Washington Irving. Dolly urges Silas Marner to go to church on Christmas Day. There's the bakehouse if you could make up your mind to spend a 2pence on the oven now and then out every week in course I shouldn't like to do that myself. You might carry your bit o' dinner there, for it's nothing but right to have a bit o' summat hot of a Sunday. Page 125, and not to make it, as you can't know your dinner from Saturday, but now Yupo Christmas Day. This blessed Christmas as is ever coming, if you was to take your dinner to the bakehouse and go to church and see the holly and the yew and hear the anthem, and then take the sacrament, you'd be a deal the better, and you'd know which end you stood on, and you could put your trust i them as knows better nor we do, seeing you'd ha' done what it lies on us all to do. Dolly's exhortation, which was an unusually long effort of speech for her, was uttered in the soothing, persuasive tone with which she would have tried to prevail on a sick man to take his medicine, or a basin of gruel for which he had no appetite. But now little Aaron, having become used to the weaver's awful presence, had advanced to his mother's side, and Silas, seeming to notice him for the first time, tried to return Dolly's signs of goodwill by offering the lad a bit of lard cake. Aaron shrank back a little and rubbed his head against his mother's shoulder, but still thought the piece of cake worth the risk of putting his hand out for it. "Oh, for shame, Aaron," said his mother, taking him on her lap. "However, why you don't want cake again? Yet a while he's wonderful hearty," she went on with a little sight hat. "He is, God knows he's my youngest, and we spoil him sadly, for either me or the father must allays have him in our sight, that we must." She stroked Aaron's brown head and thought it must do Master Marner good to see such a picture of a child, but Marner on the other side of the hearth saw the PG 126 neat-featured rosy face as a mere dim round with 2 dark spots in it. And he's got a voice like a birdie you wouldn't think. Dolly went on, he can sing a Christmas carol as his fathers taught him, and I take it for a token as hell come to good, as he can learn the good tunes so quick come, Aaron stand up, and sing the carol to Master Marner come. Aaron replied by rubbing his forehead against his mother's shoulder. Oh, that's naughty, said Dolly, gently stand up when mother tells you, and let me hold the cake till you've done. Aaron was not indisposed to display his talents even to an ogre under protecting circumstances, and after a few more signs of coyness, consisting chiefly in rubbing the backs of his hands over his eyes, and then peeping between them at Master Marner to see if he looked anxious for the carol, he at length allowed his head to be duly adjusted, and standing behind the table, which let him appear above it only as far as his broad frill, so that he looked like a cherubic head, untroubled with a body, he began with a clear chirp, and in a melody that had the rhythm of an industrious hammer. God rest you, merry gentlemen. Let nothing you dismay. For Jesus Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. Dolly listened with a devout look, glancing at Marner in some confidence that this strain would help to allure him to church. That's Christmas music, she said when Aaron had ended, and had secured his piece of cake again. There's PG 127, no other music equal to the Christmas music hark, the aural angles sing, and you may judge what it is at church, Master Marner with the bassoon and the voices, as you can't help thinking you've got to a better place area differ. I wouldn't speak ill o' this world seeing as them put us in it as knows best, but why the drink and the quarreling and the bad illnesses and the hard dying as I've seen times and times, one's thankful to hear of a better. The boy sings pretty, don't he, Master Marner? Yes, said Silas absently, very pretty. The Christmas carol with its hammer-like rhythm had fallen on his ears as strange music quite unlike a hymn, and could have none of the effect Dolly contemplated, but he wanted to show her that he was grateful, and the only mode that occurred to him was to offer Aaron a bit more cake. George Eliot. Yule in the Old Town. A whole fortnight we kept it real Christmas was from Little Christmas Eve, which was the night before the Holy Eve proper, till New Year's. Then there was a week of supplementary festivities, before things slipped back into their wonted groove. That was the time of parties and balls. The great ball of the year was on the day after Christmas, second Christmas Day. We called it when all the quality attended at the clubhouse, where the ampman and the burgomaster, the bishop and the rector of the Latin school did the honors, and received the people. That was the grandest of the town functions. The school ball late in autumn was the jolliest, for then the boys PG 128 invited each the girl he liked best, and the older people were guests and outsiders, so to speak. The Latin school, the cathedral school, as it was still called, was the oldest institution there next to the church. And the bishop, and when it took the stage it was easily first, while it lasted the Yule ball, though it was a rather more formal affair for all that was neither stiff nor tiresome. Nothing was in the old town, there was too much genuine kindness for that, and then it was the recognized occasion, when matches were made by enterprising mammas or by the young themselves, and when engagements were declared and discussed as the great news of the day. We heard all of those things afterward, and thought a great fuss was being made over nothing much, for when a young couple were declared engaged, that meant that there was no more fun to be got out of them. They were given after that to mooning about by themselves, and to chasing us children away when we ran across them, until they happily returned to their senses, got married, and became reasonable human beings once more. When we had been sent to bed, father and mother used to go away in their Sunday very best, and we knew they would not return until 2 o'clock in the morning, a fact which alone invested the occasion with unwonted gravity, for the old town kept early hours at 10 o'clock, when the watchman droned his sleepy lay, absurdly warning the people to be quick and bright, watch fire and light. Our clock it has struck 10. It was ordinarily tucked in and asleep, but that night we lay awake a long time, listening to the muffled sound of PG 129 heavy wheels in the snow rolling unceasingly past, and trying to picture to ourselves the grandeur they conveyed. Every carriage in the town was then in use, and doing overtime. I think there were as many as 4. When we were not dancing or playing games, we literally ate our way through the 2 holiday weeks. Pastry by the mile did we eat, and general indigestion brooded over the town. When it emerged into the white light of the new year, at any rate it ought to have done so. It is a prime article of faith with the Danes to this day, that for anyone to go out of a friend's house, or of anybody's house, in the Christmas season, without partaking of its cheer, is to bear away their Yule, which no one must do on any account. Every house was a bakery from the middle of December until Christmas Eve, and oh, the quantities of cakes we ate. And such cakes! We were 16 normally in our home, and mother mixed the dough for her cakes in a veritable horse trough, kept for that exclusive purpose. As much as a sack of flour went in, I guess, and gallons of molasses and whatever else went to the mixing. For weeks there had been long and anxious speculations as to what father would do, and gloomy conferences between him and mother over the state of the family pocketbook, which was never plethoric. But at last the joyful message ran through the house from attic to kitchen that the appropriation had been made even for citron, which meant throwing all care to the winds. The thrill of it when we children stood by and saw the generous avalanche going into the trough. What would not come out of it, the whole family turned to and helped make the cakes and cut the pepper nuts, which were little squares of cake dough. We played cards for and stuffed our pockets with gnashing them incessantly. Talk PG 130 about eating between meals hours was a continuous performance for 2 solid weeks. The pepper nuts were the real staple of Christmas to us children. We rolled the dough in long strings like slender eels, and then cut it a little on the bias. They were good, those nuts, when baked brown. I wish I had some now. Christmas Eve was of course the great and blessed time. That was the one night in the year when in the grey old Domkirk services were held by candlelight. A myriad wax candles twinkled in the gloom, but did not dispel it. It lingered under the great arches, where the voice of the venerable minister, the responses of the congregation, and above it all the boyish treble of the choir billowed and strove, now dreamingly, with the memories of ages past, now sharply tossed from angle to corner in the stone walls, and again in long thunderous echoes sweeping all before it, on the triumphant strains of the organ, like a victorious army, with banners crowding through the halls of time. So it sounded to me as sleep gently tugged at my eyelids. The air grew heavy with the smell of evergreens and of burning wax, and as the thunder of war drew farther and farther away, in the shadow of the great pillars stirred the phantoms of mailed knights whose names were hewn in the gravestones. There we youngsters clung to the skirts of mother as we went out, and the great doors fell to behind us. And yet those Christmas Eves, with mother's gentle eyes forever inseparable from them, and with the glad cries of Merry Christmas ringing all about, have left a touch of sweet peace in my heart, which all the years have not effaced, nor ever will. When Ansgarius preached the white Christ to the Vikings of the north, so runs the legend of the Christmas tree, the PG 131 Lord sent his 3 messengers, faith, hope, and love, to help light the first tree, seeking one that should be high as hope, wide as love, and that bore the sign of the cross. On every bough they chose the balsam fir, which best of all the trees in the forest met the requirements. Wax candles are the only real thing for a Christmas tree, candles of wax that mingle their perfume with that of the burning fir, not the byproduct of some coal or other abomination. What if the boughs do catch fire? They can be watched, and too many candles are tawdry anyhow. Also red apples, oranges, and old-fashioned cornucopias made of colored paper and made at home look 100 times better and fitter in the green, and so do drums and toy trumpets and waldhorns, and a rocking horse reined up in front that need not have cost $40 or anything like it. I am thinking of one, or rather 2, a little piebald team with a wooden seat between, for which mother certainly did not give over 75 cents at the store, that as Belcher and Mammoth name was bestowed on the beasts at sight by Kate, aged 3, who bossed the playroom. Gave generation of romping children more happiness than all the expensive railroads and trolley cars and steam engines that are considered indispensable to keeping Christmas nowadays, and the Noah's Ark with Noah and his wife, and all the animals that went 2 by 2. Well, I haven't set out to preach a sermon on extravagance that makes no one happier, but I wish the legend makes me think of the holly that grew in our Danish woods, we called it Christhorn, for to us it was of that the crown of thorns was made, with which the cruel soldiers mocked our Saviour, and the red berries were the drops of blood that fell from his PG 132 anguished brow. Therefore the holly was a sacred tree, and to this day the woods in which I find it seem to me like the forest where the Christmas roses bloomed in the night, when the Lord was born, different from all other woods and better. Jacob Rurs in the Old Town. The mahogany tree. Christmas is here. Winds whistle shrill, icy and chill. Little care we, little we fear. Weather without, sheltered about. The mahogany tree. Once on the boughs, birds of rare plume sang in its bloom. Night birds are we. Here we carouse, singing like them, perched round the stem of the jolly old tree. Here let us sport, boys, as we sit, laughter and wit flashing so free. Life is but short when we are gone. Page 133. Let them sing on round the old tree. Evenings we knew, happy as this. Faces we miss, pleasant to see. Kind hearts and true, gentle and just. Peace to your dust. We sing round the tree. Care like a dun lurks at the gate. Let the dog wait. Happy well be. Drink every one. Pile up the coals. Fill the red bowls. Round the old tree drain we the cup. Friend, art afraid. Spirits are laid in the Red Sea. Mantle it up. Empty it yet. Let us forget. Round the old tree. Sorrows begone. Life and its ills. Duns and their bills. Bid we to flee. Page 134. Come with the dawn. Blue devil sprite. Leave us tonight. Round the old tree. William Makepeace Thackeray. The holly and the ivy. The holly and the ivy. Now both are full well grown. Of all the trees that spring in wood, the holly bears the crown. The holly bears a blossom, as white as lily flower. And Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, to be our sweet Saviour. The holly bears a berry, as red as any blood. And Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, to do poor sinners good. The holly bears a prickle, as sharp as any thorn. And Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ, on Christmas Day in the morn. The holly bears a bark, as bitter as any gall. And Mary bore sweet Jesus Christ. PG 135, for to redeem us all. The holly and the ivy. Now both are full well grown. Of all the trees that spring in wood, the holly bears the crown. Old English song. Ballad of Christmas ghosts. Between the moonlight and the fire. In winter twilights long ago, what ghosts we raised for your desire, to make your merry blood run slow. How old, how grave, how wise we grow. No Christmas ghost can make us chill, save those that troop in mournful row. The ghosts we all can raise at will. The beasts can talk in barn and byre. On Christmas Eve old legends know, as year by year the years retire, we men fall silent, then I trow. Such sights hath memory to show. Such voices from the silence thrill. Such shapes return with Christmas snow. The ghosts we all can raise at will. O children of the village choir, your carols on the midnight throw. O bright across the mist and mire, ye ruddy hearths of Christmas glow. Beat back the dread, beat down the woe. Page 136. Let's cheerily descend the hill. Be welcome all to come or go. The ghosts we all can raise at will. Envoy. Friend sursum corda soon and slow. We part like guests who've joyed their fill. Forget them not nor mourn them so. The ghosts we all can raise at will. Andrew Lang. By permission of Longman's Green, Co. London and Charles Scribner's Sons, New York. Christmas treasures. I count my treasures o'er with care. The little toy my darling knew. A little sock of faded hue. A little lock of golden hair. Long years ago, this holy time, my little one me, all to me, sat robed in white upon my knee, and heard the merry Christmas chime. Tell me, my little golden head, if Santa Claus should come tonight, what shall he bring, my baby bright? What treasure for my boy, I said. And then he named this little toy, while in his round and mournful eyes there came a look of sweet surprise. That spake his quiet, trustful joy. Page 137. And as he lisped his evening prayer, he asked the boon with childish grace. Then toddling to the chimney place, he hung this little stocking there. That night while lengthening shadows crept, I saw the white-winged angels come, with singing to our lowly home, and kiss my darling as he slept. They must have heard his little prayer, for in the morn, with rapturous face, he toddled to the chimney place, and found this little treasure there. They came again one Christmastide, that angel host so fair and white, and singing all that glorious night. They lured my darling from my side. A little sock, a little toy, a little lock of golden hair, the Christmas music on the air, a watching for my baby boy. But if again that angel train and golden head come back for me, to bear me to eternity, my watching will not be in vain. From a little book of Western verse, copyright 1889 by Eugene Field, published by Charles Scribner's Sons. Page 138. Wassailer's Song. Wassail, wassail, all over the town. Our toast it is white, and our ale it is brown. Our bowl is made of a maplin tree. We be good fellows, all I drink to thee. Here's to our horse, and to his right ear. God send master a happy new year. A happy new year, as ere he did see. With my wassailing bowl, I drink to thee. Here's to our mare, and to her right eye. God send our mistress a good Christmas pie. A good Christmas pie, as ere I did see. With my wassailing bowl, I drink to thee. Here's to our cow, and to her long tail. God send our master, us never may fail. Of a cup of good beer, I pray you draw near. And our jolly wassail, it's then you shall hear. Be here any maids, I suppose here be some. Sure they will not let young men stand on the cold stone. Sing hey, O maids, come troll back the pin. And the fairest maid in the house, let us all in. Come butler come, bring us a bowl of the best. I hope your soul in heaven will rest. But if you do bring us a bowl of the small, then down fall butler and bowl and alls. Robert Southwell. Page 139. Romans 6. Christmas hymns. Page 140. Christmas hymns. A hymn on the Nativity. While shepherds watched, O little town of Bethlehem, the first best Christmas night, it came upon the midnight clear. A Christmas hymn, the song of the shepherds. A Christmas hymn for children. Slumber songs of the Madonna. Page 141. Page 142. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Charles Wesley, page 143. A hymn on the Nativity. Ising the birth was born tonight, the author both of life and light. The angels so did sound it, and like the ravished shepherds said, who saw the light and were afraid, yet searched and true they found it, the Son of God, eternal King, that did us all salvation bring, and freed the soul from danger. He whom the whole world could not take, the Word which heaven and earth did make, was now laid in a manger. The Father's wisdom willed it so, the Son's obedience knew no. Both wills were in one stature, and as that wisdom had decreed, the Word was now made flesh indeed, and took on him our nature. What comfort by him do we win, who made himself the price of sin, to make us heirs of glory, to see this babe all innocence, a martyr born in our defense. Can man forget this story? Ben Jonson, page 144. While shepherds watched their flocks by night, all seated on the ground, the angel of the Lord came down, and glory shone around. Fear not, said he, for mighty dread had seized their troubled mind. Glad tidings of great joy I bring to you and all mankind. To you in David's town this day is born of David's line the Savior who is Christ the Lord. And this shall be the sign, the heavenly babe you there shall find, to human view displayed, all meanly wrapped in swaddling bands, and in a manger laid. Thus spake the seraph, and forthwith appeared a shining throng of angels praising God, and thus addressed their joyful song. All glory be to God on high, and to the earth be peace, goodwill henceforth from heaven to men, begin and never cease. Nahum Tate, page 145. O little town of Bethlehem, O little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie, above thy deep and dreamless sleep. The silent stars go by, yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. For Christ is born of Mary, and gathered all above, while mortals sleep the angels keep their watch of wondering love. O morning stars together proclaim the holy birth, and praises sing to God the King, and peace to men on earth. How silently, the wondrous gift is given, so God imparts to human hearts the blessings of his heaven. No ear may hear his coming, but in this world of sin, where meek souls will receive him still, the dear Christ enters in. O holy child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sin and enter in. Page 146, be born to us today. We hear the Christmas angels, the great glad tidings tell. O come to us, abide with us, our Lord Emmanuel. Phillips Brooks, the first best Christmas night, like small curled feathers white and soft, the little clouds went by, across the moon and past the stars, and down the western sky, in upland pastures where the grass, with frosted dew, was white. Like snowy clouds the young sheep lay. That first best Christmas night, the shepherds slept and glimmering faint, with twist of thin blue smoke, only their fires cracking flames. The tender silence broke, save when a young lamb raised his head, or when the night wind blew. A nesting bird would softly stir, where dusky olives grew, with finger on her solemn lip. Night hushed the shadowy earth, and only stars and angels saw the little Saviour's birth. Then came such flash of silver light, PG 147, across the bending skies. The wondering shepherds woke and hid their frightened, dazzled eyes, and all their gentle, sleepy flock looked up, then slept again, nor knew the light that dimmed the stars, brought endless peace to men, nor even heard the gracious words that down the ages ring. The Christ is born, the Lord has come, goodwill on earth to bring. Then o'er the moonlit misty fields, dumb with the world's great joy, the shepherds sought the white-walled town, where lay the baby boy. And oh, the gladness of the world, the glory of the skies, because the longed-for Christ looked up in Mary's happy eyes. Margaret Deland in the Old Garden and other verses. By permission of Houghton Mifflin Company. It came upon the midnight clear. It came upon the midnight clear. That glorious song of old, from angels bending near the earth, to touch their harps of gold. Peace to the earth, goodwill to men. PG 148, from heaven's all-gracious King. The world in solemn stillness lay, to hear the angels sing. Still through the cloven skies they come, with peaceful wings unfurled, and still their heavenly music floats o'er all the weary world. Above its sad and lowly plains, they bend on hovering wing, and ever o'er its Babel sounds the blessed angels sing. Yet with the woes of sin and strife, the world has suffered long. Beneath the angel strain have rolled 2,000 years of wrong, and man at war with man hears not the love song that they bring. Oh, hush the noise, ye men of strife, and hear the angels sing. O ye beneath life's crushing load, whose forms are bending low, who toil along the climbing way, with painful steps and slow. Look now for glad and golden hours, come swiftly on the wing. O rest beside the weary road, and hear the angels sing. For lo, the days are hastening on. PG 149, by prophet bards foretold, when with the ever-circling years comes round the age of gold, when peace shall over all the earth its ancient splendors fling, and the whole world send back the song which now the angels sing. Edmund Hamilton Sears. A Christmas Hymn. Sing Christmas bells. Say to the earth, this is the morn, whereon our Saviour King is born. Sing to all men, bond the free, the rich, the poor, the high, the low, the little child that sports in glee, the aged folk that tottering go. Proclaim the morn, that Christ is born, that saveth them and saveth me. Sing, angel host, sing of the star that God has placed above the manger in the east. Sing of the glories of the night, the virgin's sweet humility, the babe with kingly robes bedight. Sing to all men where'er they be, this Christmas morn, for Christ is born, that saveth them and saveth me. PG 150. Sing, sons of earth, O ransomed seed of Adam, sing. God liveth, and we have a king. The curse is gone, the bond are free. By Bethlehem's star that brightly beamed, by all the heavenly signs that be. We know that Israel is redeemed, that on this morn the Christ is born, that saveth you and saveth me. Sing, O my heart, sing thou in rapture this dear morn, whereon the blessed Prince is born. And as thy songs shall be of love, so let my deeds be charity, by the dear Lord that reigns above, by him that died upon the tree, by this fair morn, whereon is born the Christ that saveth all and me. From a little book of Western verse, copyright 1889 by Eugene Field, published by Charles Scribner's Sons. The Song of the Shepherds. It was near the first cock crowing, and Orion's wheel was going, when an angel stood before us, and our hearts were sore afraid. Page 151, lo, his face was like the lightning, when the walls of heaven are whitening. And he brought us wondrous tidings of a joy that should not fade. Then a splendor shone around us, in a still field where he found us, a watch upon the shepherd tower, and waiting for the light. There where David, as a stripling, saw the ewes and lambs go rippling down the little hills and hollows at the falling of the night. Oh, what tender sudden faces filled the old familiar places, the barley fields where Ruth of old went gleaning with the birds. Down the skies the host came swirling, like sea waters white and whirling, and our hearts were strangely shaken by the wonder of their words. Haste, O people, all are bidden, haste from places high or hidden. In Mary's child the kingdom comes, the heaven in beauty bends. He has made all life completer, he has made the plain way sweeter. For the stall is his first shelter, and the cattle his first friends. He has come, the skies are telling, he has quit the glorious dwelling. And first the tidings came to us, the humble shepherd folk. Page 152. He has come to field and manger, and no more is God a stranger. He comes as common man at home, with cart and crooked yoke, as the shadow of a cedar. To a traveler in grey kedar will be the kingdom of his love, the kingdom without end. Tongue and ages may disclaim him, yet the heaven of heavens will name him. Lord of prophets, light of nations, elder brother, tender friend. Edwin Markham in Lincoln and other poems. By permission. A Christmas hymn. Tell me, what is this innumerable throng, singing in the heavens a loud angelic song? These are they who come with swift and shining feet, from round about the throne of God, the Lord of light, to greet. Oh, who are these that hasten beneath the starry sky, as if with joyful tidings that through the world shall fly? The faithful shepherds these, who greatly were afeared, when as they watched their flocks by night, the heavenly host appeared. Who are these that follow across the hills of night? A star that westward hurries along the fields of light. 3 wise men from the east, who myrrh and treasure bring, to lay them at the feet of him, their Lord and Christ and King. What babe newborn is this, that in a manger cries? Near on her bed of pain his happy mother lies. Oh, see, the air is shaken with white and heavenly wings. This is the Lord of all the earth, this is the King of kings. Tell me, how may I join in this holy feast with all the kneeling world, and I of all the least? Fear not, O faithful heart, but bring what most is meet. Bring love alone, true love alone, and lay it at his feet. Richard Watson Gilder. By permission of Houghton Mifflin Company. The Madonna, Murillo. A Christmas hymn for children. Our bells ring to all the earth, in excelsis Gloria, but none for thee made chimes of mirth. On that great morning of thy births, our coats they lack not silk nor fur, in excelsis Gloria. Not such thy blessed mothers were. Full simple garments covered her. Our churches rise up goodly high. In excelsis gloria. Low in a stall thyself did lie, with horned oxen standing by pg 154. Incense we breathe, and scent of wine. In excelsis gloria. Around thee rose the breath of kine. Thy only drink her breast divine. We take us to a happy tree. In excelsis gloria. The seed was sown that day for thee, that blossomed out of Calvary. Teach us to feed thy poor with meat. In excelsis gloria. Who turnest not when we entreat. Who givest us thy bread to eat. Amen. From the volume of poems by Josephine Dascombe Bacon. By permission of Charles Scribner's Sons. Slumber Songs of the Madonna. Prelude. Dante saw the great white rose, half unclose. Dante saw the golden bees, gathering from its heart of gold, sweets untold, love's most honeyed harmonies. Dante saw the threefold bow, strangely glow, saw the rainbow vision rise pg 155, and the flame that wore the crowns, bending down o'er the flowers of paradise. Something yet remained, it seems, in his dreams. Dante missed as angels may, in their white and burning bliss. Some small kiss mortals meet with every day. Italy in splendor faints, neath her saints. Oh, her great Madonnas too, faces calm as any moon, glows in June, hooded with the night's deep blue. What remains I pass and hear, everywhere, eye or see in silent eyes, just the song she still would sing. The Usa swing, o'er the cradle where he lies. I sleep, little baby, I love thee. Sleep, little king, I am bending above thee. How should I know what to sing? Here in my arms as I swing thee to sleep. Hush-a-bye low. Rockabye so pg 156. Kings may have wonderful jewels to bring. Mother has only a kiss for her king. Why should my singing so make me to weep? Only I know that I love thee, I love thee. Love thee, my little one, sleep. Roman 2. Is it a dream? Ah, yet it seems not the same as other dreams. I can but think that angels sang when thou wast born in the starry sky, and that their golden harps outrang while the silver clouds went by. The morning sun shuts out the stars, which are much loftier than the sun. But could we burst our prison bars and find the light whence light begun, the dreams that heralded thy birth were truer than the truths of earth, and by that far immortal gleam, soul of my soul, I still would dream. A ring of light was round thy head, the graded oxen nigh thy bed. Their cold and innocent noses bowed, their sweet breath rose like an incense cloud in the blurred and mystic lanthorn light. About the middle of the night, the black door blazed like some great star, with a glory from afar pg 157, or like some mighty chrysolite, wherein an angel stood with white, blinding arrowy bladed wings, before the throne of the King of Kings, and through it I could dimly see a great steed tethered to a tree, then with crimson gems aflame. Through the door the three kings came, and the black Ethiop unrolled the richly broidered cloth of gold, and poured forth before thee there gold and frankincense and myrrh. Roman 3. See what a wonderful smile does it mean, that my little one knows of my love. Was it meant for an angel that passed unseen and smiled at us both from above? Does it mean that he knows of the birds and the flowers that are waiting to sweeten his childhood's hours, and the tales I shall tell, and the games he will play, and the songs we shall sing, and the prayers we shall pray in his boyhood's May? He and I, one day, Roman 4, all in the warm blue summer weather. We shall laugh and love together. I shall watch my baby growing. I shall guide his feet, page 158. When the orange trees are blowing, and the winds are heavy and sweet, when the orange orchards whiten, I shall see his great eyes brighten, to watch the long-legged camels going up the twisted street. When the orange trees are blowing, and the winds are sweet. What does it mean? Indeed it seems a dream, yet not like other dreams. We shall walk in pleasant vales, listening to the shepherd's song. I shall tell him lovely tales all day long. He shall laugh while mother sings tales of fishermen and kings. He shall see them come and go o'er the wistful sea, where rosy oleanders blow round blue Lake Galilee. Kings with fishers' ragged coats and silver nets across their boats, dipping through the starry glow, with crowns for him and me. Ah no, crowns for him, not me. Rockaby, so indeed it seems a dream, yet not like other dreams. Page 159. They. Ah, see what a wonderful smile again. Shall I hide it away in my heart, to remember one day in a world of pain, when the years have torn us apart? Little baby, when the years have torn us apart, sleep, my little one, sleep. Child with the wonderful eyes, wild, miraculous eyes, deep as the skies are deep. What starbright glory of tears waits in you now for the years that shall bid you waken and weep? Ah, in that day could I kiss you to sleep. Then little lips, little eyes, little lips that are lovely and wise, little lips that are dreadful and wise. Romans 6. Clenched little hands like crumpled roses, dimpled and dear, feet like flowers that the dawn uncloses. What do I fear? Little hands, will you ever be clenched in anguish? White little limbs, will you droop and languish? Nay, what do I hear? I hear a shouting far away. You shall ride on a kingly palm-strewn way. Someday, page 160. But when you are crowned with a golden crown, enthroned on a golden throne, you'll forget the manger of Bethlehem town, and your mother that sits alone, wondering whether the mighty king remembers a song she used to sing long ago. Rockaby, so kings may have wonderful jewels to bring. Mother has only a kiss for her king. Ah, see what a wonderful smile once more. He opens his great dark eyes. Little child, little king, nay, hush, it is o'er. My fear of those deep twin skies. Little child, you are all too dreadful and wise. Romans 7. But now you are mine, all mine, and your feet can lie in my hand so small, and your tiny hands in my heart can twine. And you cannot walk, so you never shall fall, or be pierced by the thorns beside the door, or the nails that lie upon Joseph's floor. Through sun and rain, through shadow and shine, you are mine, all mine. Alfred Noyes in the Golden Hind. Copyrighted by Messrs. Blackwood in 40 Singing Seamen. Page 161. Romans 7. Christmas Revels. Page 162. Christmas revels. Make me merry both more and less. The feast of Saint Stephen in Venice. The feast of fools. The feast of the ass. The revel of Sir Hugonin de Gisset, 1393. Revels of the inner Tempelins of court. King Witlaf's drinking horn. Old Christmastide. Christmas games in Old Wardle's kitchen. A mystery as performed in Mexico. Page 163. Page 164. Make me merry both more and less. For now is the time of Christmas. Let no man come into this hall. Groom page not yet marshal. But that some sport he bring withal. For now is the time of Christmas. If that he say he cannot sing, some other sport then let him bring, that it may please at this feasting. For now is the time of Christmas. If he say he cannot do, then for my love ask him no mo. But to the stocks then let him go. For now is the time of Christmas. From a Balliol MS of about 1540. Pg 165. The Feast of Saint Stephen in Venice. The Doge's banquets especially took the importance of public spectacles and were always 5 in number given at the feasts of Saint Mark, the Ascension, Saint Vitus, Saint Jerome, and Saint Stephen, after the last of which, the distribution of the osel took place, representing the ducks of earlier days. As the reader will remember, at these great dinners, there were generally 100 guests. The Doges, councillors, the heads of the 10, the avogadors, and the heads of all the other magistracies had a right to be invited, but the rest of the guests were chosen among the functionaries at the Doge's pleasure. In the banquet hall there were a number of sideboards on which was exhibited the silver part of which belonged to the Doge and part to the state, and this was shown 24 hours before the feast. It was under the keeping of a special official. The glass service used on the table for flowers, and for dessert was of the finest made. Murano. Each service, though this is hard to believe, is said to have been used in public only once, and was designed to recall some important event of contemporary history by trophies, victories, emblems, and allegories. I find this stated by Giustina Rainier Michiel, who was a contemporary, was noble, and must have often seen these banquets. The public was admitted to view the magnificent spectacle during the whole of the first course, and the ladies of the aristocracy went in great numbers. It was their custom, Pg 166, to walk round the tables, talking with those of their friends who sat among the guests, and accepting the fruits and sweetmeats which the Doge and the rest offered them, rising from their seats. To do so the Doge himself rose from his throne to salute those noble ladies whom he wished to distinguish, especially sovereigns passing through Venice at such times, did not disdain to appear as mere spectators at the banquets, which had acquired the importance of national anniversaries. Between the first and second courses, a majestic chamberlain shook a huge bunch of keys while he walked round the hall, and at this hint all visitors disappeared. The feast sometimes lasted several hours, after which the Doge's squires presented each of the guests with a great basket filled with sweetmeats, fruits, comforts, and the like, and, adorned with the ducal arms, every one rose to thank the Doge for these presents, and he took advantage of the general move to go back to his private apartments. The guests accompanied him to the threshold, where his serenity bowed to them without speaking, and every one returned his salute. In silence he disappeared within, and all went home. During this ceremony of leave-taking, the gondoliers of the guests entered the hall of the banquet, and each carried the basket received by his master to some lady, indicated by the latter. One may imagine, cries the good Dame Michiel, what curiosity there was about the destination of the baskets, but the faithful gondoliers regarded mystery as a point of honor, though the basket was of such dimensions that it was impossible to take it anywhere unobserved. Happy were they who received these evidences of a regard which at once touched their feelings, and flattered their Pg 167 legitimate pride. The greatest misfortune was to have to share the prize with another. F. Marion Crawford, in Salve Venetia. The Feast of Fools. Boletus, who lived in 1182, mentions the Feast of Fools as celebrated in some places on New Year's Day, in others on Twelfth Night, and in still others the week following. It seems at any rate to have been one of the recognized revels of the Christmas season in France. At different cathedral churches, there was a bishop or an archbishop of fools elected, and in the churches immediately dependent upon the papal see, a pope of fools. These mock pontiffs had usually a proper suite of ecclesiastics, and one of their ridiculous ceremonies was to shave the precentor of fools upon a stage erected before the church, in the presence of the jeering vulgar populace. They were mostly attired in the ridiculous dresses of pantomime players and buffoons, and so habited entered the church, and performed the ceremony accompanied by crowds of followers representing monsters, or so disguised as to excite fear or laughter during this mockery of a divine service. They sang indecent songs in the choir, ate rich puddings on the corner of the altar, played at dice upon it during the celebration of a mass, incensed it with smoke from old burnt shoes, and ran leaping all over the church. The bishop or pope of fools performed the service, and gave benediction dressed in pontifical robes. When it was concluded, he was seated in an open carriage, and drawn about the town, followed by his train, who in PG 168 place of carnival confetti threw filth from a cart upon the people who crowded to see the procession. These December liberties, as they were called, were always held at Christmas time or near it, but were not confined to one particular day, and seemed to have lasted through the chief part of January, when the ceremony took place upon St. Stephen's Day. They said, as part of the Mass, a burlesque composition called the Fool's Prose, and upon the festival of St. John the Evangelist, they had another arrangement of ludicrous songs called the Prose of the Ox. William Hone, in Ancient Mysteries. The Feast of the Ass. As this was anciently celebrated in France, it almost entirely consisted of dramatic show. It was instituted in honor of Balaam's ass, and at one of them the clergy walked on Christmas Day in procession, habited to represent the prophets and others. Moses appeared in an alb and cope with a long beard, and a rod. David had a green vestment. Balaam, with an immense pair of spurs, rode on a wooden ass, which enclosed a speaker. There were also 6 Jews and 6 Gentiles, among other characters. The poet Virgil was introduced singing monkish rhymes as a Gentile prophet, and a translator of the Sibylline oracles. They thus moved in a procession through the body of the church, chanting versicles, and conversing in character on the nativity and kingdom of Christ, till they came into the choir. This service, as performed in the cathedral at Rouen, commenced with a procession, in which the clergy represented PG 169, the prophets of the Old Testament, who foretold the birth of Christ. Then followed Balaam mounted on his ass, Zacharias, Elizabeth, John the Baptist, the Sibyl, Ura, Simeon, Virgil, Nebuchadnezzar, and the 3 children in the furnace. After the procession entered the cathedral, several groups of persons performed the parts of Jews and Gentiles, to whom the choristers addressed speeches. Afterwards, they called on the prophets one by one, who came forward successively and delivered a passage relative to the Messiah. The other characters advanced to occupy their proper situations and reply in certain verses to the questions of the choristers. They performed the miracle of the furnace. Nebuchadnezzar spoke, the Sibyl appeared at the last, and then an anthem was sung, which concluded the ceremony. The missal of an archbishop of Sens indicates that during such a service, the animal itself, clad with precious priestly ornaments, was solemnly conducted to the middle of the choir, during which procession a hymn in praise of the ass was sung, with Amen, bray most honored ass, sated now with grain and grass. Amen, repeat, amen, reply, and disregard antiquity. Hez vahez, vahez, vahez. The service lasted the whole of a night and part of the next day, and formed altogether the strangest, most ridiculous medley of whatever was usually sung at church festivals. When the choristers were thirsty, wine was distributed in the evening on a platform before the church, lit by an enormous lantern. The grand chanter of Sens led PG 170, a jolly band, in performing broadly indecorous interludes at respective divisions of the service. The ass was supplied with drink and provender in the middle of it, at the signal of a certain anthem, the ass being conducted into the nave of the church. the people mixed, with the clergy danced around him, imitating his braying. William Hone, in Ancient Mysteries. The Revel of Sir Huguenin de Guise. Memorable as an illustration of the manners of the French court, was a catastrophe that occurred in Paris in 1393. Riot and disorder had run wild all through the Christmas festivities, but the court was not yet satisfied. Then Sir Huguenin de Guise, most reckless among all the reckless spirits of the period, suggested that, as an excuse for prolonging the merriment, marriage should be arranged between two of the court attendants. This was eagerly agreed upon. Sir Huguenin assumed the leadership, for which he was well fitted. He was loved and admired by the disorderly as much as he was hated and feared by the orderly, among other pleasant traits. He was fond of exercising his wit upon tradesmen and mechanics, whom he would accost in the street, prick with his spurs, and compelled to creep on all fours and bark like curs before he released them. Such traits endeared him to the courtiers of the young most gracious Majesty and Christian King of France. The marriage passed off in a blaze of glory and accompaniments of gargantuan pleasantry. At the height of the ceremonies, Sir Huguenin quietly withdrew with the king and 4 other wild ones, pg 171 scions of the noblest houses in France, with a pot of tar and a quantity of tow. The 6 conspirators were speedily changed into a very fair imitation of the dancing bears, then very common in mountebanks' booths. A mask completed the transformation. 5 were then bound together with a silken rope. The 6th, the king himself, led them into the hall. Their appearance created a general stir. Who are they, was the cry. Nobody knew at this moment. Entered the wildest of all the wild Dukes of Orleans. Who are they, he echoed between hiccups. Well, soon find out. Seizing a brand from one of the torch-bearers ranged around the wall, he staggered forward. Some gentlemen essayed to stay him, but he was obstinate, and quarrelsome. Main force could not be thought of against a prince of the blood. He was given his way. He thrust his torch under the chin of the nearest of the maskers. The tow caught fire in a moment. The whole group was in flames. The young Duchess of Berry seized the king and enveloped him in her ample quilted robe. Thus he was saved. Another masker, the Lord of Nanthuilet, noted for strength and agility, rent the silken rope with a wrench of his strong teeth, pitched himself like a flaming comet through the first window, and dived into a cistern in the court, whence he emerged black and smoking, but almost unhurt. As for the other 4, they whirled hither and thither through the horrified mob, struggling with one another, fighting with the flames, cursing, shrieking with pain. Women fainted by scores. Men who had never faltered in 100 fights sickened at the hideous spectacle. All Paris was roused by the uproar and gathered an excited mob about the palace. pg 172. At last, the flames burnt out. The 4 maskers lay in a black and writhing heap upon the floor. One was a mere cinder. A second survived until daybreak. A third died at noon. The next day, the 4th, none other than Sir Huguenin himself, survived for 3 days. While all Paris rejoiced over his agonies, bark, dog, bark, was the cry with which the citizens saluted his charred and mangled corpse when it was at last borne to the grave. W.S. Walsh, in Curiosities of Popular Customs. Revels of the Inner Tempelins of Court. On St. Stephen's Day, after the first course was served, in the Constable Marshal was wont to enter the hall, and we think he had much better have come in, and said all he had to say beforehand, bravely arrayed, with a fair rich complete harness, white and bright and gilt, with a nest of feathers of all colours upon his crest or helm, and a gilt pole axe in his hand, and no doubt thinking himself a prodigiously fine fellow, he was accompanied by the lieutenant of the Tower, armed with a fair white armour, also wearing feathers, and with a pole axe in his hand, and of course, also thinking himself a very fine fellow. With them came 16 trumpeters, preceded by 4 drums and fifes, and attended by 4 men clad in white harness from the middle upwards, having halberds in their hands, and bearing on their shoulders a model of the Tower, and each and every one of these latter personages in his degree having a consciousness that he too was a fine fellow. Then all these fine fellows, with the drums and music, and with all their feathers and finery, went 3 times round the fire, whereas, considering that the pg 173 boar's head was cooling all the time, we think once might have sufficed. Then the Constable Marshal, after 3 courtesies, knelt down before the Lord Chancellor, with the lieutenant doing the same behind him, and there deliberately proceeded to deliver himself of an oration of a quarter of an hour's length, the purport of which was to tender his services to the Lord Chancellor, which we think at such a time he might have contrived to do in fewer words. To this, the Chancellor was unwise enough to reply that he would take farther advice therein, when it would have been much better for him to settle the matter at once, and proceed to eat his dinner. However, this part of the ceremony ended at last by the Constable Marshal and the Lieutenant obtaining seats at the Chancellor's table, upon the former giving up his sword, and then enter for a similar purpose the master of the game apparelled in green velvet, and the ranger of the forest in a green suit of satin, bearing in his hand a green bow and divers arrows with either of them hunting horn about their necks, blowing together 3 blasts of venery. These worthies also thought it necessary to parade their finery 3 times around the fire, and having then made similar obeisances, and offered up a similar petition in a similar posture, they were finally inducted into a similar privilege. But though seated at the Chancellor's table, and no doubt sufficiently roused by the steam of its good things, they were far enough as yet from getting anything to eat as a consequence. And the next ceremony is one which strikingly marks the rudeness of the times. A huntsman cometh into the hall with a fox, and a personette with a cat, both bound at the end of a staff, and with them 9 or PG 174:10. Couple of hounds with the blowing of hunting horns, and the fox and the cat are set upon by the hounds, and killed beneath the fire. What this merry disport signified, if practiced before the Reformation, says a writer in Mr. Hone's yearbook, I know not, in ane compendious book of godly and spiritual songs, Edinburgh 1621, printed from an old copy, are the following lines, seemingly referring to some pageant. The hunter is Christ that hunts in hayest. The Huns are Peter and Paul. The Pape is the fox, Rome is the rocks that rubbis us on the goal. After these ceremonies, the welcome permission to betake themselves to the far more interesting one of an attack upon the good things of the feast appears to have been at length given, but at the close of the second course, the subject of receiving the officers who had tendered their Christmas service was renewed, whether the gentlemen of the law were burlesquing their own profession intentionally, or whether it was an awkward hit, like that which befell their brethren of Gray's Inn, does not appear. However, the common sergeant made what is called a plausible speech, insisting on the necessity of these officers for the better reputation of the Commonwealth, and he was followed to the same effect by the King's sergeant-at-law, till the Lord Chancellor silenced them by desiring a respite of further advice, which it is greatly to be marvelled he had not done sooner. And thereupon he called upon the ancientest of the masters of the revels for a songa, proceeding to which we give our unqualified approbation. T.K. Hervey, PG 175. King Witlaf's Drinking Horn. Witlaf, a king of the Saxons, ere yet his last he breathed, to the merry monks of Croyland his drinking horn bequeathed, that whenever they sat at their revels and drank from the golden bowl, they might remember the donor and breathe a prayer for his soul. So sat they once at Christmas and bade the goblet pass. In their beards the red wine glistened like dewdrops in the grass. They drank to the soul of Witlaf. They drank to Christ the Lord, and to each of the 12 apostles who had preached his holy word. They drank to the saints and martyrs of the dismal days of yore. And as soon as the horn was empty, they remembered one saint more, and the reader droned from the pulpit, like the murmur of many bees, the legend of good Saint Guthlac and Saint Basil's homilies, till the great bells of the convent, PG 176, from their prison in the tower, Guthlac and Bartholomew, proclaimed the midnight hour, and the eulilog cracked in the chimney, and the abbot bowed his head, and the flamelets flapped and flickered. But the abbot was stark and dead, yet still in his pallid fingers he clutched the golden bowl, in which, like a pearl dissolving, had sunk and dissolved his soul. But not for this their revels the jovial monks forbore, for they cried, "Fill high the goblet, we must drink to one saint more." Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Old Christmas died. Heap on more wood, the wind is chill, but let it whistle as it will. Well, keep our Christmas merry still. Each age has deemed the newborn year the fittest time for festal cheer. Even heathen, yet the savage Dane, at isle more deep the mead did drain. High on the beach his galley drew, and feasted all his pirate crew. Then in his low and pine-built hall, where shields and axes decked the wall, PG 177, they gorged upon the half-dressed steer, caroused in seas of sable, while round in brutal jest were thrown the half-gnawed rib and marrow bones, or listened all in grim delight, while scolds yelled out the joy of fight. Then forth in frenzy would they hie, while wildly loose their red locks fly, and dancing round the blazing pile, they make such barbarous mirth the while, as best might to the mind recall the boisterous joys of Odin's hall. And well our Christian sires of old loved when the year its course had rolled, and brought blithe Christmas back again, with all his hospitable train. Domestic and religious rite gave honor to the holy night. On Christmas Eve the bells were rung, on Christmas Eve the Mass was sung. That only night in all the year saw the stoled priest the chalice rear. The damsel donned her kirtle sheen, the hall was dressed with holly green. Forth to the wood did merry men go, to gather in the mistletoe. Then opened wide the baron's hall, to vassal, tenant, serf, and all. Power laid his rod of rule aside, and ceremony doffed his pride. The heir with roses in his shoes that night might village partner choose, PG 178. The lord underrogating share the vulgar game of post and pair. All hailed with uncontrolled delight, and general voice the happy night, that to the cottage as the crown brought tidings of salvation down. The fire with well-dreed logs supplied went roaring up the chimney wide. The huge haltable's oaken face, scrubbed till it shone the day to grace, bore then upon its massive board no mark to part the squire and lord. Then was brought in the lusty brawn by old blue-coated serving man. Then the grim boar's head frowned on high, crested with bays and rosemary. Well can the green-garbed ranger tell how, when, and where the monster fell, what dogs before his death he tore, and all the baiting of the boars, the wassail round in good brown bowls, garnished with ribbons blithely trolls. There the huge sirloin reeked hard by, plum porridge stood, and Christmas pie, nor failed old Scotland to produce at such high tide her savoury goose. Then came the merry maskers in, and carols roared with blithesome din. If unmelodious was the song, it was a hearty note and strong. Who lists may in their mumming see traces of ancient mystery, PG 179. White shirts supplied the masquerade, and smutted cheeks the visors made. But oh, what maskers richly dight can boast of bosoms half so light. England was merry England when old Christmas brought his sports again. 'Twas Christmas broached the mightiest ale, 'twas Christmas told the merriest tale. A Christmas gambol oft could cheer the poor man's heart through half the year. Sir Walter Scott. Christmas games in old Wardle's kitchen, according to annual custom, on Christmas Eve observed. by old Wardle's forefathers from time immemorial. From the center of the ceiling of this kitchen old Wardle had just suspended with his own hands a huge branch of mistletoe, and this same branch of mistletoe instantaneously gave rise to a scene of general and most delightful struggling of confusion, in the midst of which Mr. Pickwick, with a gallantry which would have done honor to a descendant of Lady Tollinglower herself, took the old lady by the hand, led her beneath the mystic branch, and saluted her. In all courtesy and decorum, the old lady submitted to this piece of practical politeness, with all the dignity which befitted so important and serious a solemnity, but the younger ladies not being so thoroughly imbued with a superstitious veneration of the custom, or imagining that the value of a salute is very much enhanced if it cost a little trouble to obtain it, screamed and struggled, and ran into corners, and threatened, and remonstrated PG 180, and did everything but leave the room, until some of the less adventurous gentlemen were on the point of desisting, when they all at once found it useless to resist any longer, and submitted to be kissed with a good grace. Mr. Winkle kissed the young lady with the black eyes, and Mr. Snodgrass kissed Emily, and Mr. Weller, not being particular about the form of being under the mistletoe, kissed Emma and the other female servants, just as he caught them. As to the poor relations, they kissed everybody, not even excepting the plainer portion of the young lady visitors, who in their excessive confusion ran right under the mistletoe directly it was hung up. Without knowing it, Wardle stood with his back to the fire, surveying the whole scene with the utmost satisfaction, and the fat boy took the opportunity of appropriating to his own use, and summarily devouring a particularly fine mince pie that had been carefully put by for somebody else. Now the screaming had subsided, and faces were in a glow, and curls in a tangle, and Mr. Pickwick, after kissing the old lady as before mentioned, was standing under the mistletoe, looking with a very pleased countenance on all that was passing around him, when the young lady with the black eyes, after a little whispering with the other young ladies, made a sudden dart forward, and putting her arm round Mr. Pickwick's neck, saluted him affectionately on the left cheek, and before Mr. Pickwick distinctly knew what was the matter, he was surrounded by the whole body and kissed by every one of them. It was a pleasant thing to see Mr. Pickwick in the center of the group, now pulled this way, and then that, and first kissed on the chin, and then on the nose, and then on the PG 181 spectacles, and to hear the peals of laughter which were raised on every side. But it was a still more pleasant thing to see Mr. Pickwick, blinded shortly afterwards, with a silken kerchief, falling up against the wall and scrambling into corners, and going through all the mysteries of blindman's buff with the utmost relish for the game, until at last he caught one of the poor relations, and then had to evade the blindman himself, which he did with nimbleness and agility that elicited the admiration and applause of all beholders. The poor relations caught just the people whom they thought would like it, and when the game flagged, got caught themselves. When they were all tired of blindman's buff, there was a great game at snapdragon, and when fingers enough were burned with that, and all the raisins gone, they sat down by the huge fire of blazing logs to a substantial supper, and a mighty bowl of wassail, something smaller than an ordinary washhouse copper, in which the hot apples were hissing and bubbling with a rich look, and a jolly sound that were perfectly irresistible. This, said Mr. Pickwick, looking round him, this is indeed comfort. Our invariable custom, replied Mr. Wardle. Everybody sits down with us on Christmas Eve, as you see them nosevants, and all, and here we wait till the clock strikes 12 to usher Christmas in, and while away the time with forfeits and old stories. Trundle, my boy, rake up the fire. Up flew the bright sparks in myriads as the logs were stirred, and the deep red blaze sent forth a rich glow that penetrated into the furthest corner of the room, and cast its cheerful tint on every face. Page 182. Come, said Wardle, a song, a Christmas song, I'll give you one in default of a better. Bravo, said Mr. Pickwick. Fill up, cried Wardle, it will be 2 hours good before you see the bottom of the bowl through the deep rich color of the wassail. Fill up all round, and now for the song. Thus saying, the merry old gentleman, in a good round sturdy voice, commenced without more ado. A Christmas carol. I care not for spring on his fickle wing. Let the blossoms and buds be born. He woos them, amen, with his treacherous rein. and he scatters them ere the morn. An inconstant elf, he knows not himself, or his own changing mind and hours. Hell smile in your face, and with wry grimace, hell wither your youngest flower. Let the summer sun to his bright home run. He shall never be sought by me. When he's dimmed by a cloud, I can laugh aloud, and care not how sulky he be. For his darling child is the madness wild, that sports in fierce fever's train. And when love is too strong, it don't last long, as many have found to their pain. A mild harvest night by the tranquil light of the modest and gentle moon has a far sweeter sheen for me, I ween, than the broad and unblushing noons. But every leaf awakens my grief, as it lies beneath the tree. So let autumn air be never so fair. It by no means agrees with me, page 183. But my song I troll out for Christmas stout, the hearty, the true, and the bold. A bumper I drain, and with might and mains give 3 cheers for this Christmas old. Well, usher him in with a merry din, that shall gladden his joyous heart, and well keep him up while there's bite or sup, and in fellowship good well part. In his fine honest pride he scorns to hide one jot of his hard weather scars. There ain't no disgrace, for there's much the same trace on the cheeks of our bravest tars. Then again I sing till the roof doth ring, and it echoes from wall to wall, to the stout old white fare, welcome tonight, as the king of the seasons all. This song was tumultuously applauded, for friends and dependents make a capital audience, and the poor relations especially were in perfect ecstasies of rapture. Again was the fire replenished, and again went the wassail round. Charles Dickens. A Mystery as Performed in Mexico. Against the wing wall of the Hacienda del Mayo, which occupied one end of the plaza, was raised a platform on which stood a table covered with scarlet cloth. A rude bower of cane leaves on one end of the platform represented the manger of Bethlehem, while a cord stretched from its top across the plaza to a hole in the front of the church bore a large tinsel star suspended by a hole in its center. There was quite a crowd in the plaza, and very soon a procession appeared, pg 184, coming up from the lower part of the village. The 3 kings took the lead, the Virgin mounted on an ass that gloried in a gilded saddle and rose-besprinkled mane and tail. Followed them, led by the angel and several women, with curious masks of paper, brought up the rear 2 characters of the Harlequin Sorton, with a dog's head on his shoulders, and the other a bald-headed friar, with a huge hat hanging on his back, played all sorts of antics for the diversion of the crowd. After making the circuit of the plaza, the Virgin was taken to the platform, and entered the manger. King Herod took his seat at the scarlet table, with an attendant in blue coat and red sash, whom I took to be his prime minister. The 3 kings remained on their horses in front of the church, but between them and the platform, under the string on which the star was to slide, walked 2 men in long white robes and blue hoods, with parchment folios in their hands. These were the wise men of the East, as one might readily know from their solemn air, and the mysterious glances which they cast towards all quarters of the heavens. In a little while a company of women on the platform, concealed behind a curtain, sang an angelic chorus to the tune of Obscator del Onda. At the proper moment, the Magi turned towards the platform, followed by the star, to which a string was conveniently attached, that it might be slid along the line. The 3 kings followed the star till it reached the manger, when they dismounted and inquired for the sovereign whom it had led them to visit. They were invited upon the platform and introduced to Herod as the only king. This did not seem to satisfy them, and after some conversation, they retired. By this time, the star had receded to the other end of the line, and commenced pg 185. Moving forward again, they, following the angel, called them into the manger, where upon their knees they were shown a small wooden box, supposed to contain the sacred infant. They then retired, and the star brought them back no more. After this departure, King Herod declared himself greatly confused by what he had witnessed, and was very much afraid this newly found king would weaken his power upon consultation with his prime minister, the massacre of the innocents was decided upon as the only means of security. The Holy Knight von Oude. The angel on hearing this gave warning to the Virgin, who quickly got down from the platform, mounted her bespangled donkey, and hurried off. Herod's prime minister directed all the children to be handed up for execution. A boy in a ragged sarap was caught and thrust forward. The minister took him by the heels in spite of his kicking and held his head on the table, the little brother and sister of the boy, thinking he was really to be decapitated, yelled at the top of their voices in an agony of terror, which threw the crowd into a roar of laughter. King Herod brought down his sword with a whack on the table, and the prime minister, dipping his brush into a pot of white paint which stood before him, made a flaring cross on the boy's face. Several other boys were caught and served likewise, and finally the two harlequins, whose kicks and struggles nearly shook down the platform. The procession then went off up the hill, followed by the whole population of the village. All the evening there were fandangos in the maison, bonfires, and rockets on the plaza, ringing of bells, and high mass in the church, with the accompaniment of two guitars tinkling to lively polkas. Bayard Taylor in El Dorado. Roman 8. When All the World is Kin. Page 187. Page 188. When All the World is Kin. Christmas. Christmas night of '62. Merry Christmas in the tenements. Christmas at sea. The first Christmas tree in the legation compound at Tokyo, Japan. Christmas in India. A Belgian Christmas Eve procession. Christmas at the Cape. The Good Night in Spain. Christmas in Rome. Christmas in Burgundy. Christmas in Germany. Christmas dinner in a Clippers forecastle. Christmas in jail. Colonel Carter's Christmas tree. Page 189. Page 190. But Christmas is not only the mile mark of another year, moving us to thoughts of self-examination. It is a season from all its associations, whether domestic or religious, suggesting thoughts of joy. A man dissatisfied with his endeavors is a man tempted to sadness, and in the midst of winter, when his life runs lowest, and he is reminded of the empty chairs of his beloved, it is well that he should be condemned to this fashion of the smiling face. Robert Louis Stevenson. Page 191. Christmas night of '62. The wintry blast goes wailing by. The snow is falling overhead. I hear the lonely sentries tread, and distant watchfires light the sky. Dim forms go flitting through the gloom. The soldiers cluster round the blaze to talk of other Christmas days, and softly speak of home and home. My saber swinging overhead gleams in the watchfire's fitful glow, while fiercely drives the blinding snow, and memory leads me to the dead. My thoughts go wandering to and fro, vibrating twixt the now and then. I see the low-browed home aging, the old hall wreathed with mistletoe, and sweetly from the far-off years comes borne the laughter faint and low, the voices of the long ago. My eyes are wet with tender tears. I feel Agen the mother kiss. I see Agen the glad surprise that lighted up the tranquil eyes. Page 192, and brimmed them o'er with tears of bliss, as rushing from the old hall-door, she fondly clasped her wayward boy, her face all radiant with the joy she felt to see him home once more. My saber swinging on the bow gleams in the watchfire's fitful glow, while fiercely drives the blinding snow aslant upon my saddened brow. Those cherished faces all are gone, asleep within the quiet graves, where lies the snow in drifting waves, and I am sitting here alone. There's not a comrade here tonight. but knows that loved ones far away. On bended knees, this night will pray. God, bring our darling from the fight. But there are none to wish me back. For me no yearning prayers arise. The lips are mute and close the eyes. My home is in the bivouac, in the Army of Northern Virginia. William J. McCabe. Quoted from W.P. Trent's Southern Writers. Merry Christmas in the tenements. It was just a sprig of holly, with scarlet berries showing against the green, stuck in by one of the office boys probably behind the sign, that pointed the way up to the editorial PG 193 rooms. There was no reason why it should have made me start, when I came suddenly upon it, at the turn of the stairs, but at Roman 999, perhaps, it was because that dingy hole given over to dust and drafts all the days of the year was the last place in which I expected to meet with any sign of Christmas. Perhaps it was because I myself had nearly forgotten the holiday. Whatever the cause, it gave me quite a turn. I stood and stared at it. It looked dry, almost withered, probably. It had come a long way. Not much holly grows about Printing House Square, except in the colored supplements, and that is scarcely of a kind to stir tender memories. Withered and dry this. Roman 999, I thought, with a twinge of conscience, of secret little conclaves, of my children, of private views of things hidden from Mama at the bottom of drawers, of wild flights, when Papa appeared unbidden in the door which I had allowed for once to pass. Unheeded, absorbed in the business of the office, I had hardly thought of Christmas coming on, until now it was here, and this sprig of holly on the wall that had come to remind Meckham. Nobody knew how far did it grow yet in the beechwood clearings as it did when I gathered it as a boy tracking through the snow. Christthorn, we called it in our Danish tongue, the red berries to our simple faith, were the drops of blood that fell from the Saviour's brow as it dropped under its cruel crown upon the cross. The lights of the Bowery glow like a myriad twinkling stars upon the ceaseless flood of humanity that surges ever through the great highway of the homeless. They shine upon long rows of lodging houses, in which hundreds of young men cast helpless upon the reef of the strange PG 194 city are learning their first lessons of utter loneliness. For what desolation is there like that of the careless crowd, when all the world rejoices? They shine upon the tempter setting his snares there, and upon the missionary and the Salvation Army last disputing his catch with him, upon the police detective going his rounds with coldly observant eye intent upon the outcome of the contest, upon the wreck that is past hope, and upon the youth pausing on the verge of the pit, in which the other has long ceased to struggle. Sights and sounds of Christmas there are in plenty in the Bowery. Balsam and hemlock and fir stand in groves along the busy thoroughfare, and garlands of green embower Mission and Dive. Impartially once a year the old street recalls its youth, with an effort. It is true that it is largely a commercial effort, that the evergreen with an instinct that is not of its native hills haunts saloon corners by preference. But the smell of the pine woods is in the air, and Christmas is not too critical, is grateful for the effort. It varies with the opportunity. At Beefsteak John's, it is content with artistically embalming crullers and mincepeas in green cabbage under the window lamp. Yonder, where the milepost of the old lane still stands in its unhonored old age, become the vehicle of publishing the latest sure cure to the world of florist, whose undenominational zeal for the holiday and trade outstrips, like distinction of creed and property, has transformed the sidewalk and the ugly railroad structure into a veritable bower, spanning it with a canopy of green, under which dwell with him, in neighborly goodwill, the Young Men's Christian Association and the Jewish tailor next door. Down at the foot of the Bowery is the Panhandler's Beat, where the saloons elbow one another at every step. PG 195, crowding out all other business than that of keeping lodgers to support them. Within call of it, across the square, stands a church which, in the memory of men yet living, was built to shelter the fashionable Baptist audiences of a day when Madison Square was out in the fields, and Harlem had a foreign sound. The fashionable audiences are gone long since today, the church fallen into premature decay, but still handsome in its strong and noble lines, stands as a missionary outpost in the land of the enemy. Its builders would have said doing a greater work than they planned tonight. Is the Christmas festival of its English-speaking Sunday school, and the pews are filled. The banners of United Italy, of modern Hellas, of France and Germany and England, hang side by side with the Chinese dragon, and the starry flag signs of the cosmopolitan character of the congregation Greek and Roman Catholics, Jews, and Josworship. There are few Protestants and no Baptists. It is easy to pick out the children in their seats by nationality, and as easy to read the story of poverty and suffering that stands written in more than one mother's haggard face, now beaming with pleasure at the little one's glee. A gaily decorated Christmas tree has taken the place of the pulpit. At its foot is stacked a mountain of bundles, Santa Claus gifts to the school. A self-conscious young man with soapbox had just been allowed to retire amid tumultuous applause. After blowing "Nearer, My God, to Thee" on his horn, until his cheeks swelled almost to bursting, a trumpet ever takes the Fourth Ward by storm. A class of little girls is climbing upon the platform. Each wears a capital letter on her breast, and together they spell its lesson. There is momentary consternation. One is missing. As the discovery is made, a child pushes past the doorkeeper, hot and PG 196, breathless. "I am in boundless love," she says, and makes for the platform, where her arrival restores confidence and the language. In the audience, the befrocked visitor from uptown sits cheek by jowl with the pigtailed Chinaman and the dark-browed Italian up in the gallery, farthest from the preacher's desk. And the tree sits a Jewish mother with 3 boys, almost in rags. A dingy and threadbare shawl partly hides her poor calico wrap and patched apron. The woman shrinks in the pew, fearful of being seen. Her boys stand upon the benches and applaud with the rest. She endeavors vainly to restrain them. Tick, tick goes the old clock over the door through which wealth and fashion went out long years ago, and poverty came in. Within hail of the Sullivan Street School camps a scattered little band, the Christmas customs of which I had been trying for years to surprise. They are Indians, a handful of Mohawks and Iroquois, whom some ill wind has blown down from their Canadian reservation and left in these West Side tenements to eke out such a living as they can, weaving mats and baskets and threading glass pearls on slippers and pincushions, until one after another they have died off and gone to happier hunting grounds than Thompson Street. There were as many families as one could count on the fingers of both hands when I first came upon them at the death of old Tamenund, the basket maker, last Christmas. There were 7. I had about made up my mind that the only real Americans in New York did not keep the holiday at all, when one Christmas Eve they showed me how, just as dark was setting in, old Mrs. Benoit came from her Hudson Street attic, where she was known among the neighbors as old and poor, as she as Mrs. PG 197 Benoit, and was believed to be the relict of a warrior of the name of Benjamin Watteau. The office of the Charity Organization Society, with a bundle for a friend who had helped her over a rough spot. Rent. I suppose the bundle was done up elaborately in blue cheesecloth and contained a lot of little garments, which she had made out of the remnants of blankets and cloth of her own from a younger and better day, for those, she said in her French patois, who are poorer than myself, and hobbled away. I found out a few days later, when I took her picture weaving mats in the attic room, that she had scarcely food in the house that Christmas day, and not the car fare to take her to church. Walking was bad, and her old limbs were stiff. She sat by the window through the winter evening and watched the sun go down behind the western hills, comforted by her pipe. Mrs. Benoit, to give her her local name, is not really an Indian, but her husband was one, and she lived all her life with the tribe till she came here. She is a philosopher in her own quaint way. "It is no disgrace to be poor," said she to me, regarding her empty tobacco pouch, "but it is sometimes a great inconvenience." Not even the recollection of the vote of censure that was passed upon me once by the ladies of the charitable 10 for surreptitiously supplying an aged couple, the special object of their charity, with army plug, could have deterred me from taking the hint. In 100 places all over the city, when Christmas comes, as many open-air fairs spring suddenly into life. A kind of Gentile feast of tabernacles possesses the tenement districts, especially green-embowered booths stand in rows at the curb, and the voice of the tin trumpet is heard in the land. The common source of all the show is down PG 198 by the North River in the district known as the Farm. Down there Santa Claus establishes headquarters early in December, and until past New Year the Broad Key looks then more like a clearing in a pine forest than a busy section of the metropolis. The steamers discharge their loads of fir trees at the piers until they stand stacked mountain high, with foothills of holly and groundivy trailing off toward the land side. An army train of wagons is engaged in carting them away from early morning till late at night, but the green forest grows. In spite of it all, until in places it shuts the shipping out of sight altogether, the air is redolent with the smell of balsam and pine after nightfall, when the lights are burning in the busy market, and the homeward-bound crowds with baskets and heavy burdens of Christmas greens jostle one another with good-natured banter. Nobody is ever cross down here in the holiday season. It is good to take a stroll through the farm if one has a spot in. His heart faithful yet to the hills and the woods in spite of the latter-day city, but it is when the moonlight is upon the water and upon the dark phantom forest, when the heavy breathing of some passing steamer is the only sound that breaks the stillness of the night, and the watchman smokes his only pipe on the bulwark, that the farm has a mood and an atmosphere all its own, full of poetry, which some day a painter's brush will catch and hold. Farthest downtown, where the island narrows toward the Battery and warehouses crowd the few remaining tenements, the sombre-hued colony of Syrians is astir with preparation for the holiday. How comes it that in the only settlement of the real Christmas people in New York, the corner saloon appropriates to itself all the outward signs of it, even the floral cross that is nailed over the door PG 199 of the Orthodox Church is long withered and dead? It has been there since Easter, and it is yet 12 days to Christmas by the belated reckoning of the Greek Church. But if the houses show no sign of the holiday, within there is nothing lacking. The whole colony is gone a-visiting. There are enough of the unorthodox to set the fashion, and the rest follow the custom of the country. The men go from house to house, laugh, shake hands, and kiss one another on both cheeks, with the salutation call, Emva Antum Salimun, every. And you are safe. The Syrian guide renders it into English, and a non-professional interpreter amends it. May you grow happier year by year. Eric, made from grapes, and flavored with aniseed and candy, baked in little white balls like marbles, are served with the indispensable cigarette for long callers, the pipe. The bells in Old Trinity chime the midnight hour. From dark hallways men and women pour forth and hasten to the Maronite church. In the loft of the dingy old warehouse, wax candles burn before an altar of brass. The priest, in a white robe with a huge gold cross worked on the back, chants the ritual. The people respond. The women kneel in the aisles, shrouding their heads in their shawls. A surpliced acolyte swings his censer. The heavy perfume of burning incense fills the hall. The band at the anarchists' ball is tuning up for the last dance. Young and old float to the happy strains, forgetting injustice, oppression, hatred. Children slide upon the waxed floor, weaving fearlessly in and out between couplets between fierce bearded men and short-haired women with crimson-bordered kerchiefs. A Punch and Judy show in the corner evokes shouts of laughter. Page 200. Outside, the snow is falling. It sifts silently into each nook and corner, softens all the hard and ugly lines, and throws the spotless mantle of charity over the blemishes, the shortcomings. Christmas morning will dawn pure and white. Jacob Rurs, in Children of the Tenements, abridged. Christmas at sea. The sheets were frozen hard, and they cut the naked hand. The decks were like a slide where a seaman scarce could stand. The wind was a nor'wester, blowing squally off the sea, and the cliffs and spouting breakers were the only thing alee. We heard the surf a-roaring before the break of day, but 'twas only with the peep of light we saw how ill we lay. We tumbled every hand on deck instanter with a shout, and we gave her the main topsail and stood by to go about. All day we tacked and tacked between the south head and the north. All day we hauled the frozen sheets and got no further forth. All day as cold as charity in bitter pain and dread. For very life and nature we tacked from head to head. We gave the south a wider berth, for there the tide race roared. But every tack we made, we brought the north head close aboard. Page 201. So's we saw the cliffs and houses and the breakers running high, and the coast guard in his garden with his glass against his eye. The frost was on the village roofs as white as ocean foam. The good red fires were burning bright in every longshore home. The windows sparkled clear and the chimneys volleyed out, and I vow we sniffed the victuals as the vessel went about. The bells upon the church were rung with a mighty jovial cheer. For it's just that I should tell you how of all days in the year, this day of our adversity was blessed Christmas morn. And the house above the coastguards was the house where I was born. Oh well, I saw the pleasant room, the pleasant faces there. My mother's silver spectacles, my father's silver hair. And well, I saw the firelight like a flight of homely elves go dancing round the china plates that stand upon the shelves. And well, I know the talk, they had the talk that was of me, of the shadow on the household and the sun that went to sea. And oh, a wicked fool I seemed in every kind of way, to be here and hauling frozen ropes on blessed Christmas Day, page 202. They lit the high sea light and the dark began to fall. All hands to loose topgallant sails, I heard the captain call. By the Lord shall never stand it, our first mate, Jackson cried. It's the one way or the other, Mr. Jackson, he replied. She staggered to her bearings, but the sails were new and good, and the ship smelt up to windward, just as though she understood. As the winter's day was ending in the entry of the night, we cleared the weary headland and passed below the light. And they heaved a mighty breath, every soul on board but me, as they saw her nose again, pointing handsome out to sea. But all that I could think of, in the darkness and the cold, was just that I was leaving home, and my folks were growing old. Robert Louis Stevenson. By permission of Charles Scribner's Sons. The first Christmas tree in the legation compound at Tokyo, Japan. A huge Christmas tree, the first that had ever grown in our compound, for the children of our servants and writers and employees who make up the number of our legation population, to close on 200 beginning PG 203, with H and ending with the last jinricksha coolie's youngest baby. I could not have the tree on Christmas Day owing to various engagements, so it was fixed for January 3D, and was quite the most successful entertainment I ever gave. When I undertook it, I confess that I had no idea how many little ones belonged to the compound. I sent our good Ajita round to invite them all solemnly to come to Ikeban number 1 on the 3D at 5 o'clock. Ajita threw himself into the business with delighted goodwill, having 5 little people of his own to include in the invitation. But all the servants were eager to help as soon as they knew we were preparing a treat for the children, that is work, which would always appeal to Japanese of any age or class. No trouble is too great if it brings pleasure to the treasure flowers, as the babies are called. I am still too ignorant of their special tastes to trust my own judgment in the matter of presents, so Mr. G left the dictionary and the chancery for 2 or 3 afternoons and helped me to collect an appropriate harvest for the little hands to glean. Some of them were not little, and these were more difficult to buy for, but after many cold hours passed in the different bazaars, it seemed to me that there must be something for everybody, although we had really spent very little money. The wares were so quaint and pretty that it was a pleasure to sort and handle them. There were workboxes in beautiful polished woods, with drawers fitting so perfectly that when you closed one the compressed air at once shot out another. There were mirrors enclosed in charming embroidered cases, for where mirrors are mostly made of metal, people learn not to let them get scratched. There were dollies of every size, and dolls' houses, and furniture, PG 204, kitchens, farmyards, rice-pounding machine saw, made in the tiniest proportions, such as it seemed no human fingers could really have handled. For the elder boys, we bought books, school boxes, with every school requisite, contained in a square, the size of one's hand, and penknives and scissors, which are greatly prized as being of foreign manufacture. For decorations, we had an abundant choice of materials. I got forests of willow branches, decorated with artificial fruits, pink and white balls made of rice paste, which are threaded on the twigs, surprise shells of the same paste, 2 lightly stuck together in the form of a double scallop shell, and full of miniature toys, kanzashi or ornamental hairpins. For the girls, made flowers of gold and silver among my dark pine branches, and I wasted precious minutes in opening and shutting these dainty rosebuds until you press a spring when they open suddenly into a full-blown rose. But the most beautiful things on my tree were the icicles which hung in scores from its somber foliage, catching rosy gleams of light from our lamps as we worked late into the night. These were chopsticks, long glass chopsticks, which I discovered in the bazaar, and I am sure Santa Claus himself could not have told them from icicles, of course. Every present must be labeled with a child's name. And here my troubles began. Ajita was told to make out a correct list of names and ages with some reference to the calling of the parents, for even here rank and precedence must be observed, or terrible heartburnings might follow. The list came at last, and if it were not so long, I would send it to you complete, for it was a curiosity. Imagine such complicated titles as these: Minister's second, cook's girl, Ume age 2, minister's servant's cousins, boy age 11, PG 205, student interpreters, teacher's girl, vice consul's Jinrik shaman's boy. And so it went on, till there were 58 of them, of all ages, from 1 year up to 19. Some of them, indeed, were less than a year old, and I was amused on the evening of the 2D at having the list brought back to me with this note: Ajita's English is still highly individual, marked X is declined to the invitation. On looking down the column, I found that ominous looking cross only against one name, that of Yasu, daughter of Ito Kenjiro. Mr. G.S. Cook, this recalcitrant little person, turned out to be 6 weeks old, an early age for parties even nowadays. Miss Yasu, having been born in November, was put down in the following January as 2 years old, after the puzzling Japanese fashion. Then I found that they would write boys as girls, girls as boys, grown-ups as babies, and so on. Even at the last moment, a doll had to be turned into a sword, a toy teaset into a workbox, a history of Europe into a rattle. But people who grow Christmas trees are prepared for such small contingencies, and no one knew anything about it when on Friday afternoon the great tree slowly glowed into a pyramid of light, and a long procession of little Japs was marshaled in with great solemnity and many bows, till they stood, a delighted, wittied crowd, round the beautiful shining thing, the first Christmas tree any one of them had ever seen. It was worth all the trouble to see the gasp of surprise and delight, the evident fear that the whole thing might be unreal and suddenly fade away. One little man of 2 fell flat on his back with amazement, tried to rise and have another look, and in so doing rolled over on his nose, where he lay quite silent, till his relatives rescued him. Behind the children stood the mothers, quite as pleased as they, and with them PG 206, one very old lady with a little child on her back. She turned out to be the vice-consul's Jinrik shaman's grandmother. The wife of that functionary was dead, and the old lady had to take her place in carrying about the poor little Roman 5 Roman 100 JRS Roman 1000s boy baby. The children stood, the little ones in front and the taller ones behind, in a semicircle, and the many lights showed their bright faces and gorgeous costumes, for no one would be outdone by another in smartness, I fancy. The poorer women had borrowed from richer neighbors, and the result was picturesque in the extreme. The older girls had their heads beautifully dressed with flowers and pins and rolls of scarlet crepe knotted in between the coils. Their dresses were pale green or blue with bright linings and stiff silk obies, but the little ones were a blaze of scarlet green, geranium pink, and orange, their long sleeves sweeping the ground, and the huge flower patterns of their garments making them look like live flowers as they moved about on the dark velvet carpet. When they had gazed their fill, they were called up to me one by one, Ajita, addressing them all as San, Miss, or Mr., even if they could only toddle, and I gave them their serious presents with their names written in Japanese and English tied on with red ribbon, and attention, which, as I was afterwards told, they appreciated greatly. It seemed to me that they never would end. Their size varied from a wee mite, who could not carry its own toys, to a tall, handsome student of 16, or a gorgeous young lady in green and mauve crepe, and a head that must have taken the best part of a day to dress. In one thing they were all alike: their manners were perfect. There was no pushing or grasping, no glances of envy at what other children received, no false shyness. In PG 207, their sweet, happy way of expressing their thanks I had for my helpers, 2 somewhat antagonistic volunteers, Sir Edwin Arnold basking in Buddhistic calms, and Bishop Bickersteth, intensely Anglican, several-looking ascetic. There had already been some polite theological encounters at our table, and I did not feel sure that the combination would prove a happy one, but each man is a wonder of kind-heartedness in his own way, and my doubts were replaced by sunshiny certainties when I saw how they both began by beaming at the children and ended by beaming on one another. I was puzzled by one thing about the children. Although we kept giving them sweets and oranges off the tree every time I looked round the big circle, all were empty-handed again, and it really seemed as if they must have swallowed the gifts, gold, paper, and ribbon, and all, but at last I noticed that their square hanging sleeves began to have a strange lumpy appearance, like a conjurer's waistcoat, just before he produces 24 bowls of live goldfish from his internal economy, and then I understood that the plunder was at once dropped into these great sleeves, so as to leave hands free for anything else that Okusama might think good to bestow. One little lady, Oharu-san, aged 3, got so overloaded with goodies and toys that they kept rolling out of her sleeves, to the great delight of the brown ambassador Dachshund Tip, who pounced on them like lightning, and was also convicted of nibbling at cakes on the lower branches of the tree. The bigger children would not take second editions of presents, and answered honorable thanks I have if offered more than they thought their share, but babies are babies all the world over. When the distribution was finished, at last, I got a Japanese gentleman to tell them PG 200 ate the story of Christmas, the children's feast, and then they came up one by one to say sayonara, since it must be the Japanese farewell, and arigato gozaimasu, the honorable thanks. Come back next year, I said, and then the last presents were given out, beautiful lanterns, red-lighted, and hung on what Ajita calls bamboos, to light the guests home, with one tiny maiden refused to go and flung herself on the floor in a passion of weeping, saying that Okusama's house was too beautiful to leave, and she would stay with me always. She would only the sight of the lighted lantern bobbing on a stick twice as long as herself persuaded her to return to her own home in the servants' quarters. I stood on the step, the same step where I had set the fireflies free one warm night last summer, and watched the little people scatter over the lawns and disappear into the dark shrubberies, their round red lights dancing and shifting as they went, just as if my fireflies had come back on red wings, this time to light my little friends to bed. Mary Crawford Fraser. Christmas in India. Dim dawn behind the tamarisks, the sky is saffron yellow, as the women in the village grind the corn, and the parrots seek the riverside, each calling to his fellow, that the day, the staring eastern day, is born. Oh, the white dust on the highway, oh, the stenches in the byway, PG 209. Oh, the clammy fog that hovers over earth. And at home they're making merry neath the white and scarlet berry. What part have India's exiles in their mirth? Full day behind the tamarisks, the sky is blue and staring, as the cattle crawl afield beneath the yoke, and they bear one o'er the field path who is past all hope or caring. To the ghaunt below, the curling wreaths of smoke call on Rama, going slowly as he bear a brother lowly. Call on Rama, may hear perhaps your voice. With our hymn books and our psalters we appeal to other altars, and today we bid good Christian men rejoice. High noon behind the tamarisks, sun is hot above us, as at home the Christmas day is breaking wan. They will drink our healths at dinner, those who tell us how they love us, and forget us till another year be gone. Oh, the toil that needs no breaking, oh, the highway ceaseless aching. Oh, the black dividing sea and alien plain. Youth was cheap, wherefore we sold it, gold was good, we hoped to hold it. And today we know the fullness of our gain. Grey dusk behind the tamarisks, parrots fly together. Page 210, as the sun is sinking slowly over home, and his last ray seems to mock us, shackled in a lifelong tether that drags us back, howe'er so far we roam. Hard her service, poor her payment in ancient tattered raiment. India, she, the grim stepmother of our kind. If the year of life be lent her, if her temple's shrine we enter, the door is shut, we may not look behind. Black night behind the tamarisks, owls begin their chorus, as the conches from the temples cream and bray. With the fruitless years behind us and the hopeless years before us, let us honor O my brother's Christmas Day. Call a truce, then to our labours let us feast with friends and neighbours, and be merry as the custom of our caste. For if faint enforce the laughter, and if sadness follow after, we are richer by one mocking Christmas past. Rudyard Kipling. By permission of the author and Messrs. Matthew & Co. A Belgian Christmas Eve procession. A certain stir and bustle in the street evidently portended some important event. Spectators, marketwomen, workmen, and bloused peasants homeward bound with baskets emptied of eggs, chickens, and shapeless lumps of butter, began to congregate, mingling with some score PG 211 or so of that minor bourgeoisie that lives frugally on its modest income, and having overmuch leisure is greedy for a sight of any street spectacle. There were idle troopers too belonging to the cavalry, whose trumpets rang out shrilly ever and anon from the barracks hard by, while a milkwoman on her rounds with glittering brass cans in the little green cart that her sturdy mastiff with his brass-studded harness and red worsted tassels drew so easily forgot her customers as she secured for herself a place in the foremost rank. Then children suddenly appeared basket-laden, strewing the street with flowers and cut fragments of colored paper, until the rough paving stones all but disappeared beneath an irregular mosaic of red and green, and blue. The bells of neighboring churches sent forth with common accord a joyous peal, which was echoed by those of a monastery on the farther side of my hotel, and through the gate of which I had often seen the poor such beggars as Sterne depicted going in for their daily dole of bread and soup from afar, came the boom and clang of music blended with the deep rich notes of chanting, as the head of a procession came in sight. It was difficult to believe that the town could have contained so many girls, young, well-dressed, and pretty as had been by ecclesiastical influence, or by social considerations, induced to walk in that procession. They were of all ages, from the lisping child ill at ease in her starched frock and white shoes to the tall maiden, carrying a heavy flag with the air of a Joan of Arc. But there they were, squadrons of girls in white, bevies of girls in blue, companies of girls in pink or lilac or maize color, all either actually bearing some emblem or badge or feigning to assist the progress of some shrine or reliquary or colossal PG 212 crucifix or group of images. By grasping the end of one of the hundreds of bright ribbons that were attached to these, the central features and rallying points of the show, on they streamed, walking demurely to the musical bassoon and serpent cornet and drum of clashing cymbal and piping clarionet, while the musicians collected from many a parish of city and suburbs beat and blew their best. Anon the music was hushed, and nothing broke the silence save the deep voices of the chanting priests, and then arose the shrill singing of many children as school after school, well drilled and officered by nuns or friars, as the case might be, marked on to swell the apparently interminable array. A marvelous effect was there of color and grouping, and a rare display too of treasures ecclesiastic that seldom see the light of day. There is nothing now in the market where an empress the bidder to equal that old point lace just drawn forth from the oaken chest in which it usually reposes, and which was the pious work of supple fingers that crumbled to dust 2 centuries ago. Where can you find such goldsmith's work as yonder casket, that in bygone ages was consecrated as the receptacle of some wonderworking relic, or see such a triumph of art as that jeweled chalice, the repousse work of which was surely wrought by fairy hammers, so light and delicate is the tracery. On and onward still, as if the whole feminine population of the kingdom between the ages of 7 say and 27 had been pressed into the service, swept the procession, fresh bands of music, new companies of chanting priests, of deep-voiced deacons, whose scarlet robes were all but hidden by costly lace. PG 213 awakened the echoes of the quiet streets. Chariots with bleeding hearts, conspicuously borne aloft, chariots with gigantic crucifixes, chariots resplendent as the sun with lavish display of cloth of gold, and tenanted by venerated images, went lumbering by. And still the children sang, and the diapason of the chanting rolled out like solemn thunder on the air, while at every instant some novel feature of the ever-varying spectacle claimed its meed of praise. Prettiest perhaps of all the sights, there was a very little child, a beautiful boy, with golden curls fantastically clad in raiment of camel's hair, who carried a tiny cross, and led by a blue ribbon, a white lamb, highly trained, no doubt, since it followed with perfect docility and exemplary meekness, a more charming model of innocent infancy than this youthful representative of John the Baptist, as with filleted head, small limbs seemingly bare, and blue eyes that never wandered to the right or left, he slowly stepped on none of the great Italian masters ever drew. The spectators, I noticed, behaved very variously. There were esprits forts clearly among the bourgeoisie looking on, who seemed coldly indifferent to what they saw, if not actually hostile, and who declined to doff their hats, as the holiest images and the most hallowed emblems were borne by but the peasants. One and all bared their heads in reverence, and the milkwoman with her cart and her cans had pulled her rosary with its dark beads and brass medals out of her capacious pocket, and was telling her beads as devoutly as her own great-grandmother could have done. Some rivalry there may possibly have been between the different parishes, which had sent forth their boys and girls, pg 214 their bands and flags, and the jealously guarded treasures from crypt and chancel and sacristy, to swell the pomp St. Josse, with its famed old church, to which pilgrims resort even from the banks of Loire and Rhine, could not permit itself to be outshone by fashionable St. Jacques, where it is easy for a bland abbe who knows the world of the salons to collect subscriptions that are less missed by the givers than a lost bet on the races, or a luckless stake at baccarat, and St. Ursula, grim patroness of a network of ancient streets, where aristocratic mansions of the medieval type are elbowed by mean shops and hucksters' stalls, yet tries to avoid the disgrace of being overcrowded by moneyed pushing parvenus. All saints, where tall new houses radiant with terracotta and plate glass shelter the rich proprietors of the still taller brick chimneys that dominate a mass of workmen's dwellings on the outskirts of the parish. But such a spirit of emulation only serves to enhance the glitter of the show. And now the clashing cymbals and the boom and bray of the brass instruments, lately at their loudest, are hushed, that the rich thunder of the chanting may be the better heard, and the spectators press forward, or stand on tiptoe to peer over the shoulders of those in the foremost rank. Something was plainly to be looked for that was regarded as the central pivot or kernel of the show, and here it surrounded by chanting priests, and preceded by scarlet-capped and white-robed acolytes swinging weighty censers under his canopy of state borne over his head, by four stronger men, some dignitary of the church goes, by he wears no mitre, not even that of a bishop in partibus infidelium, and therefore I conjecture him to be a dean. He is at any rate splendid, as jewels and gold embroideries, pg 215, and antique lace can make him, and he walks beneath his gorgeous baldaquin of gold. Purple chanting too, but in a thin reedy voice, for he is old, and his hair silver white contrasts somewhat plaintively with the magnificence that environs him as amidst clouds of steaming incense. He totters on the bystanders begin to disperse, for it is getting late and cold, and the shadows are beginning to creep from darkling nooks and corners, and the spectacle is over, the procession is out of sight, and fainter grow the sounds of the music and of the chanting. The last spectator to depart was a young monk, with a pale face and dreamy eyes, clad in the brown robes of his order, who during all this time had knelt on the cold stones at the monastery gate, his lips moving as his lean fingers grasped his rosary, and an expression of rapt devotion on his wan countenance that would have done credit to some hermit saint of 1,000 years ago, when the crown of martyrdom was easy to find. From all the year round. Christmas at the Cape. Your Christmas comes with holly leaves, and snow about your doors and eaves. Our lighted windows open wide, let in our summer Christmas tide, and where the drifting moths may go, behold our tiny flakes of snow. But carol, carol in the cold, and carol, carol as ye may. We sing the merry songs of old, pg 216, as merrily on Christmas Day. Your hills are wrapped in rainy cloud, your sea in anger roars aloud. But here our hills are veiled with haze, in harmonies of blues and grays. The waters of two oceans meet, with friendly murmurs by our feet. But carol, carol, Christmas waits, and carol, carol as ye may. The crickets by our doors and gates sing in the grace of Christmas Day. The rain and sunshine of the Cape lie folded in the ripening grape, and Stellenbosch and Drakenstein, with bounteous orchard field of vine, and every spot that we pass by lie burnished 'neath our Christmas sky. So carol, carol in your snow, and carol, carol as ye may. We carol mid our blooms ablow, the grace of summer's Christmas Day. John Runcie, the Holy Family with the Shepherd's Titian, the Good Knight in Spain. Who is he that has seen a nativity, and has not felt it, who has not found himself in his own home, in his own domain there, in that fantastic world of cork and gummed paper, with its shadowy caves, where a saintly anchorite prays before a crucifix sweet and simple anachronism, like that of the hunter, who, in a thicket of rosemary shrubs, aims his gun at a partridge, large as a stork perched on the tower of a hermitage, or that of the smuggler with his Spanish cloak and slouch hat, who with a load of tobacco hides behind a paper rock, to give free passage to the three kings, journeying in all their glory along the lofty summits of those Cork Alps, who does not feel an inexplicable pleasure at seeing that little donkey laden with firewood passing over a proud bridge of paper stone, and that meadow of milled green baize in which feeds so tranquilly those little white lambs, does not that hoar frost, so well imitated with steel filings, turn you cold? Do you not take comfort in the heat of that ruddy bonfire, which the shepherds are kindling to warm the holy child, who is not startled to discover under the strips of glass, which represent so well a frozen river, the fish, the tortoises, the crabs, reposing with all ease upon a bed of golden sand, and swollen to dimensions unknown to naturalists? Here is a crab under whose claws can pass an eel his neighbor, as under the arch of a bridge. Here is a colossal rat, regarding with a bullying air a diminutive and peaceful kitten. Over yonder, a donkey is disputing with a rabbit about the respective magnificence of their ears, which are in fact of the same size, and a bull is holding a similar discussion on the subject of horns with a snail, while a stout duck refuses to yield the honors to a rickety swan, and these birds of all colors gladdening that profound forest of little evergreens which forms the background of this enchanting scene. Would you not think that they had gathered here from the four quarters of the earth? Does it not make you happy to see the shepherds dance? And above all, do you not adore with tender reverence the divine mystery contained in that humble porch, with its thatch of PG 218 straw, and in its depths a halo, or glory of light? I say it frankly, that holy and merry Christmas Eve, all these things seem to me to live and feel. These little figures of clay shaped by clumsy hands, placed there with such faith and such devotion, seem to me to receive breath and being from the joy and enthusiasm that reign the star which guides the Magi tinsel and glass, though it seems to me to shine and shoot forth, raise the aureole surrounding the manger where the holy child is lying, seems to glow, not as a transparency with candles placed behind it, but with a reflection of celestial light. The tambourines and drums and songs give out melodies as simple and as pleasing as if they were echoes of those heard by the shepherds on that first blessed Christmas Eve. Could there be a festival more joyous, more natural, more tender in appeal, and at the same time more exalted in significance? The birth of the child in the rude stable, with only shepherds to wish him joy, innocence, poverty, simplicity, the very foundations of the magnificent structure of Christianity. Well-made children and the poor keep a merry Christmas. They bring to God the gifts which please him, best purity, faith, and love. O night well called in Spain the good night, blither than the carnival, and holy as Holy Week itself. From Holy Night, by Fernand Caballero, translated by Catherine Lee Bates. Christmas in Rome. What is the meaning of our English Christmas? What makes it seem so truly northern, national, and homely, that we do not like to keep the feast upon PG 219, a foreign shore? These questions grew upon me as I stood one Advent afternoon beneath the dome of Florence. The same thought pursued me as I drove to Rome by Siena still, and brown uplifted mid her russet hills, and wilderness of rolling plain by Chiusi, with its sepulchral city of a dead and unknown people, through the chestnut forests of the Apennines, by Ovieto's rock Viterbo's fountains, and the oak-grown solitudes of the Ciminian heights, from which one looks across the broad lake of Bulsina and the Roman plain. Brilliant sunlight, like that of a day in late September, shone upon the landscape, and I thought, can this be Christmas? Are they bringing mistletoe and holly on the country carts into the towns in far-off England? Is it clear and frosty there, with the tramp of heels upon the flag, or snowing silently, or foggy, with a round red sun and cries of warning at the corners of the streets? I reached Rome on Christmas in time to hear midnight services in the Sistine Chapel and St. John Lateran, to breathe the dust of decayed shrines, to wonder at doting cardinals begrimed with snuff, and to resent the open-mouthed bad taste of my countrymen who made a mockery of these palsy-stricken ceremonies. 9 cardinals going to sleep, 9 train-bearers talking scandal, 20 huge handsome Switzers in the dress devised by Michelangelo, some ushers, a choir caged off by gilded railings, the insolence and eagerness of polyglot tourists, plenty of wax candles dripping on people's heads, and a continual nasal drone proceeding from the gilded cage, out of which were caught at intervals these words, and these only: scula sculorum amen. Such was the celebrated Sistine PG 220 service. The chapel blazed with light, and very strange did Michelangelo's Last Judgment, his sibyls and his prophets appear upon the roof and wall above this motley and unmeaning crowd. Next morning I put on my dress clothes and white tie, and repaired with groups of Englishmen similarly attired, and of Englishwomen in black crepe, the regulation costume, to St. Peter's. It was a glorious and cloudless morning. Sunbeams streamed in columns from the southern windows, falling on the vast space full of soldiers, and a mingled mass of every kind of people. Up the nave stood double files of the pontifical monks and nuns, mixed with the Swiss cuirassiers and halberds contadini, crowded round the sacred images, and especially round the toe of St. Peter. I saw many mothers lift their swaddled babies up to kiss it. Valets of cardinals, with the invariable red umbrellas, hung about side chapels, and sacristies. Purple-mantled monsignori, like emperor butterflies, floated down the aisles from sunlight into shadow movement color. The stir of expectation made the church alive. We showed our dress clothes to the guard, were admitted within their ranks, and solemnly walked up towards the dome. There, under its broad canopy, stood the altar glittering with gold and candles. The choir was carpeted and hung with scarlet. 2 magnificent thrones rose ready for the Pope. Guards of honor, soldiers, attaches, and the elite of the residents and visitors in Rome were scattered in groups picturesquely varied by ecclesiastics of all orders and degrees. At 10, a stirring took place near the great west door. It opened, and we saw a procession of the Pope and his cardinals. Before him marched the singers and the blowers of the silver PG 221 trumpets, making the most liquid melody. Then came his cap of maintenance and 3 tiaras, then a company of mitred priests, next the cardinals in scarlet, and last aloft beneath a canopy upon the shoulders of men, and flanked by the mystic fans, advanced the Pope himself, swaying to and fro like a llama or an Aztec king. Still the trumpets blew most silverly, and still the people knelt. And as he came we knelt, and had his blessing. Then he took his state, and received homage. After this, the choir began to sing a mass of pelstrinas, and the deacons robed the Pope. Marvelous putting on and taking off of robes and tiaras and mitres ensued, during which there was much bowing and praying and burning of incense. At last, when he had reached the highest stage of sacrificial sanctity, he proceeded to the altar, waited on by cardinals and bishops. Having censed it carefully, he took a higher throne, and divested himself of part of his robes. Then the Mass went on in earnest till the moment of consecration. When it paused, the Pope descended from his throne, passed down the choir, and reached the altar. Every one knelt. The shrill bell tinkled, the silver trumpets blew, the air became sick and heavy with incense, so that sun and candlelight swooned in an atmosphere of odorous cloud wreaths. The whole church trembled, hearing the strange, subtle music vibrate in the dome, and seeing the Pope with his own hands lift Christ's body from the altar and present it to the people. An old parish priest pilgrim from some valley of the Apennines, who knelt beside me, cried and quivered with excessive adoration the great tombs around the sculptured saints and angels, the dome, the volumes of light and incense and unfamiliar melody, the hierarchy ministrant, the white and central PG 222 figure of the Pope. The multitude made up an overpowering scene. John Addington Symonds. Christmas in Burgundy. Every year at the approach of Advent, people refresh their memories, clear their throats, and begin preluding in the long evenings by the fireside those carols whose invariable and eternal theme is the coming of the Messiah, they take from old closets pamphlets, little collections, begrimed with dust and smoke, to which the press, and sometimes the pen, has consigned these songs. And as soon as the first Sunday of Advent sounds, they gossip, they gad about, they sit together by the fireside, sometimes at one house, sometimes at another, taking turns in paying for the chestnuts and white wine, but singing with one common voice the grotesque praises of the little Jesus. There are very few villages even which, during all the evenings of Advent, do not hear some of these curious canticles shouted in their streets to the nasal drone of bagpipes. In this case, the minstrel comes as a reinforcement to the singers at the fireside. He brings and adds his dose of joy, spontaneous or mercenary. It matters little which, to the joy which breathes around the hearthstone. And when the voices vibrate and resound one voice, more is always welcome. There it is not the purity of the notes which makes the concert, but the quantitin and qualitas, sed quantitas. Then to finish at once with the minstrel, when the Saviour has at length been born in the manger, and the beautiful Christmas Eve is past, the rustic piper makes his round among the houses, where every one compliments PG 223, and thanks him, and moreover gives him in small coin the price of the shrill notes with which he has enlivened the evening entertainments. More or less, until Christmas Eve, all goes on in this way among our devout singers, with the difference of some gallons of wine or some hundreds of chestnuts. But this famous eve once come, the scale is pitched upon a higher key. The closing evening must be a memorable one. The toilet is begun at nightfall. Then comes the hour of supper, admonishing divers appetites, and groups, as numerous as possible, are formed to take together this comfortable evening repast. The supper finished, a circle gathers around the hearth, which is arranged and set in order this evening after a particular fashion, and which at a later hour of the night is to become the object of special interest to the children. On the burning brands, an enormous log has been placed. This log assuredly does not change its nature, but it changes its name during this evening. It is called the such, the ulilog. Look, you say they to the children, if you are good this evening, Noel, for with children one must always personify, will rain down sugar plums in the night. And the children sit demurely, keeping as quiet as their turbulent little natures will permit. The groups of older persons, not always as orderly as the children, seize this good opportunity to surrender themselves with merry hearts and boisterous voices to the chanted worship of the miraculous Noel. For this final solemnity, they have kept the most powerful, the most enthusiastic, the most electrifying carols. Noel, Noel, Noel. This magic word resounds on all sides. It seasons every sauce. It is served up with every course of the thousands of canticles which are heard on this famous eve. 99 in 100 begin PG 224 and end with this word, which is, one may say, their alpha and omega, their crown and footstool. This last evening, the merrymaking is prolonged. Instead of retiring at 10 or 11 o'clock, as is generally done on all the preceding evenings, they wait for the stroke of midnight. This word sufficiently proclaims to what ceremony they are going to repair. For 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour, the bells have been calling the faithful with a triple bob major, and each one furnished with a little taper streaked with various colors. The Christmas candle goes through the crowded streets where the lanterns are dancing like will-o'-the wisps at the impatient summons of the multitudinous chimes. It is the midnight mass. Once inside the church, they hear, with more or less piety, the mass emblematic of the coming of the Messiah. Then in tumult and great haste they return homeward, always in numerous groups. They salute the ulilog, they pay homage to the hearth, they sit down at table, and amid songs which reverberate louder than ever make this meal of after Christmas, so long looked for, so cherished, so joyous, so noisy, and which it has been thought fit to call, we hardly know why, Rossignon. The supper eaten at nightfall is no impediment, as you may imagine, to the appetites returning. Above all, if the going to and from church has made the devout eaters feel some little shafts of the sharp and biting northwind, Rossignon then goes on merrily sometimes far into the morning hours, but nevertheless gradually throats grow hoarse, stomachs are filled, the ulilog burns out, and at last the hour arrives when each one as best he may regains his domicile and his bed, and puts with himself between the sheets the material for a good sore throat or a good indigestion for the morrow. Previous to this care, PG 225 has been taken to place in the slippers or wooden shoes of the children the sugar plums which shall be for them on their waking the welcome fruits of the Christmas log. In the glossary, the such or ulilog is thus defined. This is a huge log which is placed on the fire on Christmas Eve, and which in Burgundy is called on this account "la such de Noël." Then the father of the family, particularly among the middle classes, sings solemnly Christmas carols with his wife and children, the smallest of whom he sends into the corner to pray that the Yule log may bear him some sugar plums. Meanwhile, little parcels of them are placed under each end of the log, and the children come and pick them up, believing in good faith that the great log has borne them. Roman 1000 Verschialt, translated by Henry W. Longfellow. Christmas in Germany. Berlin, December 25, 1871. Today is Christmas Day, and I have thought much of you all at home, and have wondered if you've been having an apathetic time as usual. I think we often spend Christmas in a most shocking fashion in America, and I mean to revolutionize all that when I get back. So long a time in Germany has taught me better. Here it is a season of universal joy, and everybody enters into it. Last night we had a Christmas tree at the SS, as we always do. We went there at 6:30, and it was the prettiest thing to see. In every house, nearly a tree just lighted, or in process of being so. As a separate family lives on each floor, often in one house would be 3 trees, one above the PG 226, other in the front rooms. The curtains are always drawn up to give the passers-by the benefit of it. They don't make a fearful undertaking of having a Christmas tree here as we do in America, and so they are attainable by everybody. The tree is small to begin with, and nothing is put on it except the tapers and bonbons. It is fixed on a small stand in the center of a large square table covered with a white cloth, and each person's presents are arranged in a separate pile. Around it, the tree is only lighted for the sake of beauty, and for the air of festivity it throws over the thing. After a crisp walk in the moonlight, which I performed in the style of John Lecupinthier, for I was engaged in staring into house windows, so far as it was practicable we sat down to enjoy a cup of tea and a piece of cake. I had just begun my second cup, when presto, the parlor doors flew open, and there stood the little green tree, blossoming out into lights, and throwing its gleams over the well-laden table. There was a general scramble and a search for one's own pile, succeeded by deep silence and suspense, while we opened the papers, such a hand shaking and embracing and thanking as followed, concluding with the satisfactory conviction that we each had just what we wanted. Germans do not despise the utilitarian in their Christmas gifts, as we do, but between these and their birthday offerings expect to be set up for the rest of the year in the necessaries of life, as well as in its superfluities, presents of stockings, underclothes, dresses, handkerchiefs, soaps. Nothing comes amiss, and every one must give to everyone else that is law. Amy Fay in Music Study in Germany. Page 227. Christmas dinner in a Clippers forecastle. Christmas Day we were running before a fine westerly gale for the mouth of the channel we had been hove to for 48 hours, for though we had sighted Fayal in the Azores, the Scotchman was afraid to run because the sun was obscured, and he couldn't get an observation, so he lay under lower main topsail and fore topmast staysail, and let the fine fair wind blow away, while he waited for the sun to come out, so he could find out where he was not. Much like Captain Hulbert in the old Tangier early Christmas morning, a little topsail schooner roan of the fleet of clippers, known as Western Island Fruitus, came flying along before the wind like a little butterfly, and seeing the big ship hove to, I suppose they thought there must be something the matter with her, so they kindly ran under our stern, and hailed, after finding out where we were from, and where bound. The skipper asked us what was the matter. "Nothing," said Russell. "Well," said the schooner skipper, "what are ye hove to for?" Russell told him he wanted to get a sight to find his position. "Follow me, you blasted fools," said the skipper, and putting up his helm he left us. It must have been the sight of that little schooner running so confidently that shamed him, for he squared away and made sail at once. The cook had killed the pig the day before, so we were to have fresh meat, that is baked pork and plum duff with sauce, for our Christmas dinner, although I could not eat much of anything. PG 228. I looked forward with great anticipations to the fresh meat, which I was anxious to taste, when the watch was called at 11:30. She was running dead before, and rolling both rails under, for iron ships are proverbially wet. Some call them diving bells. 3 men went to the galley, one for the duff, one for the pork, and the other for the duff sauce. They got their grub and started forward. Just as they got nicely clear of the deck house, where there was nothing to protect them, she gave a heavy roll to port, scooping up several tons of water over the rail. Then she rolled as far to starboard, doing the same trick again, and now the decks being full of water level with both rails, a big sea raised her stern high in air. The fellow who had the pork yelled for somebody to open the door, and somebody did, with the result that as her stern went up, the three men with the grub and a tidal wave of salt water all came into the forecastle together. Oh, what a Merry Christmas that was! The whole watch was sitting on their chests waiting for their dinner, or perhaps some were not entirely dressed. When that green sea came in, it washed all the men and chests up into the eyes of her, and drowned out all the lower bunks. The pork and duff went somewhere, the sauce of course disappeared entirely. Every man was soaked, and so was every rag of clothing belonging to the whole watch, except the bedding in the upper bunks, and that was pretty well wet from the splashing. Fortunately, I had the upper bunk next the door, so that it all went by me, and I expected the splashing caused by the sudden stoppage of the water by the bows after the flood had subsided. There came a joying match. Page 229. Who hollered to open that door? No, but what bloody fool opened it? So and so. Ure Elias. I thought there would be a general row, but they were too wet and too cold, and disheartened to fight about anything. They pulled their chests out from under each other, satisfied themselves that they didn't own a dry stitch for a change, and then fishing out the pork and duff from under the bunks, threw the latter overboard, and made a sorry Christmas dinner on semi-saturated fresh pork and hardtack. Herbert Elliott Hamblin in On Many Seas. Christmas in Jail. Richard Marston, I charge you with unlawfully taking, stealing, and carrying away in company with others 1,000 head of mixed cattle, more or less, the property of one Walter Hood of Outer Back Marmora, in or about the month of June last. All right, why don't you make it a few more while you're about it? That'll do, he said, nodding his head. You decline to say anything? Well, I can't exactly wish you a Merry Christmas, fancy, this being Christmas Eve, by Jove, but you'll be cool enough this deuced hot weather till the sessions in February, which is more than some of us can say good night. He went out and locked the door. I sat down on my blanket on the floor and hid my head in my hands. I wonder it didn't burst with what I felt then. Strange that I shouldn't have felt half as bad when the judge, the PG 230 other day, sentenced me to be a dead man in a couple of months, but I was young then. Christmas Day, so this is how I was to spend it, after all, I thought, as I woke up at dawn and saw the gray light just beginning to get through the bars of the window of the cell. Here was I, locked up, caged, ironed, disgraced, a felon and an outcast for the rest of my life. Jim, flying for his life, hiding from every honest man, every policeman in the country looking after him, and authorized to catch him or shoot him down like a sheep-killing dog. Father living in the hollow like a blackfellow, in a cave, afraid to spend the blessed Christmas with his wife and daughter like the poorest man in the land could do if he was only honest. Mother half dead with grief and ailing, ashamed to speak to the man that loved and respected her from her childhood. Gracie Storefield not daring to think of me or say my name after seeing me carried off a prisoner before her eyes. Here was a load of misery and disgrace heaped up together to be borne by the whole family now, and for the time to come be the innocent as well as the guilty. And for what? Because we had been too idle and careless to work regularly and save our money, though well able to do it like honest men, because little by little we had let bad dishonest ways and flash manners grow upon us, all running up an account that had to be paid some day. And now the day of reckoning had come up, and sudden with a vengeance. Well, what call had we to look for anything else? We had been working for it, now we had got it, and had to bear it, not for want of warning, neither. What had Mother and Aileen been saying ever? PG 231, since we could remember. Warning upon warning. Now the end had come just as they said. Of course, I knew in a general way that I couldn't be punished or be done anything to write off. I knew law enough for that. The next thing would be that I should have to be brought up before the magistrates and committed for trial as soon as they could get any evidence. After breakfast, flour and water or hominy, I forget which, the warder told me that there wasn't much chance of my being brought up before Christmas was over. The police magistrate was away on a month's leave, and the other magistrates would not be likely to attend before the end of the week anyway, so I must make myself comfortable where I was comfortable. Rolf Boldruid in Robbery Under Arms. Colonel Carter's Christmas Tree. Soon there stole over everyone in the room that sense of peace and contentment, which always comes when one is at ease in an atmosphere where love and kindness reign. The soft light of the candles, the low rich color of the simple room with its festoons of cedar and pine, the aroma of the rare wine, and especially the spicy smell of the hemlock, warmed by the burning tapas, that rare, unmistakable smell which only Christmas greens give out, and which few of us know, but once a year, and often not then, all had their effect on host and guests. Katie became so happy that she lost all fear of her father and prattled on to Fitz and me. We had pinned to her frock the rose the Colonel had bought for the grown-up daughter, and she, PG 232, was wearing it just as Aunt Nancy wore hers, and Aunt Nancy, in her gentle voice, talked finance to Mr. Clutcham in a way that made him open his eyes, and Fitz laughingly joined in giving a wide berth to anything bearing on corners or combinations or shorts and longs, while I, to spare Aunt Nancy, kept one eye on Jim, one winking at him with it once or twice when he was about to commit some foolishness, and so the happy feast went on. As to the Colonel, he was never in better form. To him, the occasion was the revival of the old days of Plentithe days. His soul coveted and loved his, to enjoy his, to dispense. But if it had been delightful before, what was it when Chad, after certain mysterious movements in the next room, bore aloft the crowning glory of the evening, and placed it with all its candles in the center of the table, the Colonel leaning far back in his chair, to give him room, his coat thrown wide, his face aglow, his eyes sparkling with the laughter that always kept him young. Then it was that the Colonel, gathering under his hand a little sheaf of paper lamplighters, which Chad had twisted, rose from his seat, picked up a slender glass that had once served his father only 7 o' dat kind left, Chad told me, and which that faithful servitor had just filled from the flow of the old decanter of like period, and with a wave of his hand, as if to command attention, said, in a clear, firm voice that indicated the dignity of the occasion, "My friends, me very dear friends, I should say, for I can omit none of you, certainly not this little angel who has captured our hearts, and surely not our distinguished guest, Mr. PG 233 Clutcham, who has honored us with his presence abefo. I kindle, with the torch of my love, these little beacons, which are to light each one of us on our way, until another Christmas season overtakes us. Before I say these sparks burst into life, I want you fill yo glasses." Chad had done that to the Brimvan little Katies, "and drink to the health and happiness of the lady on my right, whose presence is always a benediction, and whose loyal affection is one of the sweetest treasures of my life." Everybody except the dear lady stood up. Heaven, little Catty, and Aunt Nancy's health was drunk amid her blushes, she remarking to Mr. Clutcham that George would always embarrass her with these too flattering speeches of his, which was literally true, this being the 4th time I had heard similar sentiments expressed in the dear lady's honor. This formal toast over the Colonel's whole manner changed. He was no longer the dignified host conducting the feast with measured grace, with a spring in his voice and a certain unrestrained joyousness. He called to Chad to bring him a light for his first lamplighter. Then, with the paper wisp balanced in his hand, he began counting the several candles, peeping into the branches with the manner of a boy. 1, 2, 3, 4 is plenty of them, but we are going to begin with the top one. This is yours, Nansith's little white one, on the very tip-top, gentleman. This top candle is always reserved for Miss Carter, and the lighted taper kindled it into a blaze, just like yo eyes, my dear, burnin' steadily and warmin' everybody. And he tapped her hand caressingly with his fingers. "And now where is that darlin' little cattish? Must have a white one to her. It is, oh, what a brave little candle, PG 234. Not a bit of sputterin' or smoke. See, dearie, what a beautiful blaze. May all your life be as bright and happy." And here is Mr. Clutcham's right alongside of Catus, a fine red one. There he goes, steady and clear and strong, and Fitz, dear old Fitz. Let's see what kind of a candle Fitz should have. Do you know, Fitz, if I had my way, I'd light the whole tree for you one candle, is absurd for fits there fits it's. Often Arthur read one, all you millionaires must have red candles, and the major are the majorand, he held out his hand, to me let's see yaller know, that will never do for you Major Pink, that's better there now see how fine you look, and how evenly you burn just like yo love my dear boy, that never fails me. The circle of the table was now complete, each guest had a candle alight, and each owner was studying the several wicks, as if the future could be read in their blaze. Aunt Nancy, with a certain seriousness to her, the custom was not new, the memories of her life were interwoven, with many just such top candles sewn, I knew of myself, that went out long, long ago, and has never been rekindled since. The Colonel stopped, and for a moment we thought he was about to take his seat, although some wicks were still unlighted, his own among them. Instantly a chorus of voices went up, you have forgotten your own colonel, let me light one for you, etc., etc. Even little Katie had noticed the omission, and was pulling at my sleeve to call attention to the fact the Colonel's candle was the only one she really cared for. 1 minute, cried the Colonel, time. Enough, the absent ones fussed, and he stooped down and peered among the branches. Yes, that's just the very one, PG 235, this candle, Mr. Clutcham, is for our old Mammy Henny, who is at Carter Hall Cairn for my property, and who must be pretty lonely. Tadia, there you go mammablazin away like one o' yo own fires. 3 candles now were all that were left unlighted, 2 of them side by side on the same branch, a brown one and a white one, and below these a yellow one standing all alone. The Colonel selected a fresh taper, kindled it in the flame of Aunt Nancy's top candle, and turning to Chad, who was standing behind his chair, said, I'm going to put you, Chad, where you belong, right alongside of me here. Katie, darlin', take this taper and light this white candle for me, and light the brown one for Chad. And he picked up another taper, lighted it, and handed it to the child. Now, as the 2 candles flashed into flame, the Colonel leaned over, and holding out his hand to the old servant boys, together these 2, said in a voice full of tenderness, Many years together, Chad, many years, old man. Chad's face broke into a smile as he pressed the Colonel's hand. Thank ye, master, was all he trusted himself to say. A title, the days of freedom had never robbed him. Often then he turned his head to hide the tears. During the whole scene, little Jim had stood on tiptoe, his eyes growing brighter and brighter as each candle flashed into a blaze. Up to the time of the lighting of the last guest candle, his face had expressed nothing but increasing delight. When, however, Mammy Henny's candle, and then Chad's were kindled, I saw an expression of wonderment, PG 236, cross his features, which gradually settled into one of profound disappointment. But the Colonel had not yet taken his seat. He had relighted the Tapper's time from Mammy Henny's candle, and stood with it in his hand, peering into the branches, as if looking for something he had lost. Ah, here's another. I wonder how this little yellow candle can be for, he said slowly, looking around the room, and accentuating each word. I reckon they're all here. Let me see, Aunt Nancy, Mr. Clutcham, Katie, Fitz the Major, Mammy Henny, Chad, and me, yes, all here. Oh, and he looked at the boy with a quizzical smile on his face. I came very near forgetting. This little yaller candle is Jim's. F. Hopkinson Smith, in Colonel Carter's Christmas. Copyright 1903, by Charles Scribner's Sons. Page 237. Roman 9. Christmas Stories. Page 238. Christmas Stories. Christmas Roses. The Fir Tree. The Christmas Banquet. A Christmas Eve in Exile. The Rehearsal of the Mummers Play. Page 239. Page 240. It was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well. If any man alive possessed the knowledge, may that be truly said of us, and all of us. And so, as Tiny Tim observed, God bless us, every one. Charles Dickens. Page 241. Christmas Roses. When our guests were gone, Pelliers and I sat for some while beside the drawing-room fire. They had brought us a box of Christmas roses, and these made sweet the room as if with a secret springer little spring, such as comes to us all now and then through the year. And it was the enchanted hour when Christmas Eve has just passed, and no one is yet awakened by the universal note of "get your stocking before breakfast." For that matter, Pelias said, every day is a loving cup, only some of us see only one of its handles our own. And after a time, isn't there a legend he wanted to know, or if there isn't one there ought to be one, that the first flowers were Christmas roses, and that you can detect their odor in all other flowers? I'm not sure he warmed to the subject, but that they say, if you look steadily with clear eyes, you can see all about every flower many little lines in the shape of a Christmas rose. Of course, nothing beautiful is difficult to believe, even in the windows of the great florists, where the dear flowers pose, as if, for their portraits, we think that one looking closely through the glass may see in their faces the spirit of the Christmas roses. And when the flowers are made a gift of love, the spirit is set free. Who knows, perhaps the gracious little spirit is in us all, waiting for its liberty in our best gifts. And at thought of gifts, I said on Christmas Eve of all times what had been for some time in my heart. Page 242. Pelias, we really ought, you know, to make a new will. The word casts a veritable shadow on the page. As I write it, Pelias, conscious of the same shadow, moved and frowned. But why, Edar, he asked. I had an uncle who lived to be 90. So will you, I said, and still. He began translating Theocritus at 90. Pelias continued convincingly. Ill venture he had made his will by then, though, said Roman 1. Is that any reason why I should make mine? Pelias demanded. I never did the things my family. Roman 999. Like living until 90, I murmured. Oh, I could not love Pelias if he was never unreasonable. It seems to me that the privilege of unreason is one of the gifts of marriage, and when I hear the married chiding each other for the exercise of this gift, I long to cry, is it not tiresome enough in all conscience to have to keep up a brave show of reason for one's friends, without wearing a uniform of logic in private? Laugh at each other's unreason for your pastime, and heaven bless you. Pelias can do more than this. He can laugh at his own unreason, and when he has done so, ah, well, I know we ought, he admitted, but I do so object to the literary style of wills. It has long been a sadness of ours that the law makes all the poor dead talk alike in this last office of the human pleasure, so that cartman and potentate and philosopher give away their chattels to the same dreary choice of forms, no matter with what charming propriety they have in life written little letters to accompany gifts, most sensitively. Pg 243, shading the temper of bestowal. Yet in the majesty of their passing, they are forced into a very straitjacket of phrasing, so that verily to bequeath a thing to one's friend is well nigh to throw it at him. Yes, one of the drawbacks to dying is the diction of wills. Pelias meditated for a moment and then laughed out. Telegrams, said he, are such a social convenience in life that I don't see why they don't extend their function. Then all we should need would be 2 witnesses ready for anything and some yellow telegraph blanks, and a lawyer to file the messages whenever we should die, telling all our friends what we wish them to have. At once we fell to planning the telegrams, quite as if the eye of the law knew what it is to wrinkle at the corners. As Mrs. Lawrence Knight, Little Rosemont. Roman 50. Roman 1. I wish you to have my mother's pearls, and her mahogany, and my Samarkand rug, and my Langhorne Plutarch, and a kiss. And Edar. And Mr. Eric Charters. To his club. Come to the house, and get the Royal Sevres Thesis, on which you and Lisa had your first tea together, and a check made out to you in my checkbook in the library table drawer. Uncle Pelias. And so on, with the witnesses' names properly in the corners. Pg 244. Perfect, said I with enthusiasm. Oh, Pelias, let us get a bill through to this effect. But we may live to be only 90, you know, he reminded me. We went to the window presently, and threw it open to the chance of hearing the bird of dawning singing all night long in the park, which is of course in New York, where it sings on Star of Bethlehem night. We did not hear it, but it is something to have been certain that it was there, and, as we closed the casement, After all, Pelias said seriously, the telegraph Bill would have to do only with property, and it will ought to be concerned with soberer matters. So it ought, in spite of its dress of diction, rather like the motley. A man, Pelias continued, ought to have something more important to will away than his house, and his watch, and his best bed. A man's poor soul no unless he is an artist, which he probably is not. There's no chance verbally to leave anybody anything. It makes its will every day, said Roman 1. Even so, Pelias contended it ought to die rich, if it's anything of a soul. And that is true enough. Suppose, Pelias suggested, the telegrams were to contain something like this, and from my spirit to yours, I bequeath the hard-won knowledge that you must be true from the beginning. But if by any chance you have not been, so then you must be true from the moment that you know. Why not? Why not indeed? I think that would be mine to give, Pelias said reflectively, pg 245. And what would yours be, Edar? He asked. At that I fell in sudden abashment. What could I say? What would I will my poor life to mean to anyone who chances to know that I have lived at all? Oh, I dare say I should have been able to formulate many a fine-sounding phrase about the passion for perfection, but confronted with the necessity, I could think of nothing save a few straggling truths. I don't know, said I uncertainly. I am sure of so little save self-giving. I should like to bequeath some knowledge of the magic of self-giving. Now, Nishola, I hazarded to evade the matter, would no doubt say, and from my soul to your soul, this word about the universe helping is why. But Yaoyu, Edar, Pelias persisted, what would the real you will to others in this mortuary telegram? And as I looked at him, I knew. Oh, Pelias, I said, I think I would telegraph to everyone from my spirit to your spirit some understanding of the preciousness of love and the need to keep it true. I shall always remember with what gladness he turned to me. I wished that his smile and our bright hearth and our Christmas roses might bless everyone. I wanted you to say that, said Pelias. Zona Gale, in the loves of Pelias and Edar. The fir tree. Far away in the deep forest, there once grew a pretty fir tree. The situation was delightful. The sun shone full upon him, the breeze played freely around him. And in PG 246, the neighborhood grew many companion fir trees, some older, some younger. But the little fir tree was not happy. He was always longing to be tall. He thought not of the warm sun and the fresh air. He cared not for the merry prattling peasant children who came to the forest to look for strawberries and raspberries, except indeed sometimes when, after having filled their pitchers or threaded the bright berries on a straw, they would sit down near the little fir tree and say, what a pretty little tree this is, and then the fir tree would feel very much vexed. Year by year he grew a long green shoot, sent he forth every year, for you may always tell how many years a fir tree has lived by counting the number of joints in its stem. Oh, that I was as tall as the others, or sighed the little tree, then I should spread out my branches so far, and my crown should look out over the wide world around. The birds would build their nests among my branches, and when the wind blew, I should bend my head so grandly, just as the others do. He had not pleasure in the sunshine, in the song of the birds, or in the birds, or in the red clouds that sailed over him every morning and evening. In the winter time, when the ground was covered with the white glistening snow, there was a hare that would come continually scampering about, and jumping right over the little tree's head end. That was most provoking. However, 2 winters passed away, and by the third the tree was so tall that the hare was obliged to run around it. Oh, to grow, to become tall and old, that is the only thing in the world worth living for, so thought the tree. The woodcutters came in the autumn and felled some PG 247 among the largest of the trees. This happened every year, and our young fir, who was by this time a tolerable height, shuddered when he saw those grand magnificent trees fall with a tremendous crash, crackling to the earth. Their boughs were then all cut off, terribly naked and lanky, and long did the stem look after Thisthi could hardly be recognized. They were laid one upon another in wagons, and horses drew them away, far, far away from the forest. Where could they be going? What might be their fortunes? So next spring, when the swallows and the storks had returned from abroad, the tree asked them, saying, know you not whither they are taken? Have you not met them? The swallows knew nothing about the matter, but the stork looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded his head, and said, "Yes, I believe I have seen them as I was flying from Egypt to this place. I met several ships. Those ships had splendid masts. I have little doubt that they were the trees that you speak of. They smelled like fir wood. I may congratulate you, for they sailed gloriously, quite gloriously. Oh, that I too were tall enough to sail upon the sea. Tell me what it is, this sea, and what it looks like." "Thank you, it would take too long, a great deal," said the stork, and away he stalked. "Rejoice in thy youth," said the sunbeams, "rejoice in thy luxuriant youth, in the fresh life that is within thee." And the wind kissed the tree, and the dew wept tears over him, but the fir tree understood them not. When Christmas approached, many quite young trees were felled trees, which were some of them not so tall, pg 248, or of just the same height as the young restless fir tree, who was always longing to be away. These young trees were chosen from the most beautiful. Their branches were not cut off, they were laid in a wagon, and horses drew them away, far, far away from the forest. "Where are they going?" asked the fir tree. "They are not larger than I am." Indeed, one of them was much less. "Why do they keep all their branches? Where can they be gone?" We know," twittered the sparrows. "We peeped in through the windows of the town below. We know where they are gone. Oh, you cannot think what honor and glory they receive. We looked through the window panes and saw them planted in a warm room and decked out with such beautiful things, gilded apples, sweetmeats, playthings, and hundreds of bright candles." "And then?" asked the fir tree, trembling in every bough. "And then, what happened then?" "Oh, we saw no more. That was beautiful, beautiful beyond compare." "Is this glorious lot destined to be mine?" cried the fir tree with delight. "This is far better than sailing over the sea. How I long for the time, oh, that I were even now in the wagon, that I were in the warm room, honored and adorned and thenized. Then something still better must happen else. Why should they take the trouble to decorate me? It must be that something still greater, still more splendid, must happen. But what, oh, I suffer with longing. I know not what it is that I feel." "Rejoice in our love," said the air, "and the sunshine. Rejoice in thy youth and thy freedom." Page 249. But rejoice he never would. He grew and grew in winter, as in summer he stood there clothed in green, dark green foliage. The people that saw him said, "That is a beautiful tree," and next Christmas he was the first that was felled. The axe struck sharply through the wood. The tree fell to the earth with a heavy groan. He suffered an agony of faintness that he had never expected. He quite forgot to think of his good fortune. He felt such sorrow at being compelled to leave his home, the place whence he had sprung. He knew that he should never see again those dear old comrades, or the little bushes and flowers that had flourished under his shadow. Perhaps not even the birds. Neither did he find the journey by any means pleasant. The tree first came to himself when, in the courtyard to which he first was taken with the other trees, he heard a man say, "This is a splendid one, the very thing we want." Then came two smartly dressed servants and carried the fir tree into a large and handsome saloon. Pictures hung on the walls, and on the mantelpiece stood large Chinese vases with lions on the lids. There were rocking chairs, silken sofas, tables covered with picture books and toys that had cost 100 times 100. Ridiculous, at least so said the children, and the fir tree was planted in a large cask filled with sand, but no one could know that it was a cask, for it was hung with green cloth and placed upon the carpet, woven of many gay colors. Oh, how the tree trembled! What was to happen next? A young lady, assisted by the servants, now began to adorn him. Upon some branches they hung little nets cut out of pg 250 colored paper, every net filled with sugar plums. From others, gilded apples and walnuts were suspended, looking just as if they had grown there, and more than 100 little wax tapers, red, blue, and white, were placed here and there among the boughs. Dolls that looked almost like men and women. The tree had never seen such things before, seemed dancing to and fro among the leaves, and highest on the summit was fastened a large star of gold tinsel. This was indeed splendid, splendid beyond compare. This evening, they said, this evening it will be lighted up. Would that it were evening, thought the tree, would that the lights were kindled, for then what will happen then? Will the trees come out of the forest to see me? Will the sparrows fly here and look in through the window panes? Shall I stand here, adorned both winter and summer? He thought much of it, he thought, till he had barkache with longing, and barkaches with trees are as bad as headaches with us. The candles were lighted, oh, what a blaze of splendor! The tree trembled in all his branches, so that one of them caught fire. Oh dear, cried the young lady, and it was extinguished in great haste. So the tree dared not tremble again. He was so fearful of losing something of his splendor, he felt almost bewildered in the midst of all this glory and brightness. And now all of a sudden both folding doors were flung open, and a troop of children rushed in as if they had a mind to jump over him. The older people followed more quietly, the little ones stood quite silent. But only for a moment, then their jubilee burst forth afresh. They PG 251 shouted, till the walls reechoed. They danced round the tree, one present after another was torn down. What are they doing, thought the tree, what will happen now? And the candles burned down to the branches, so they were extinguished, and the children were given leave to plunder the tree. Oh, they rushed upon him in such riot that the boughs all crackled. Had not his summit been festooned with the gold star to the ceiling, he would have been overturned. The children danced and played about with their beautiful playthings. No one thought any more of the tree, except the old nurse, who came and peeped among the boughs. But it was only to see whether perchance a fig or an apple had not been left among them. A story, cried the children, pulling a short, thick man toward the tree. He sat down, saying, "It is pleasant to sit under the shade of green boughs. Besides, the tree may be benefited by hearing my story. But I shall only tell you one. Would you like to hear about Ivedy Avedy, or about Humpty Dumpty, who fell downstairs, and yet came to the throne and won the princess?" Ivedy Avedy, cried some. Humpty Dumpty, cried others. There was a famous uproar. The fir tree alone was silent, thinking to himself, ought I to make a noise as they do, or ought I to do nothing at all? For he most certainly was one of the company, and had done all that had been required of him. And the short, thick man told the story of Humpty Dumpty, who fell downstairs, and yet came to the throne and won the princess. And the children clapped their hands and called out for another. They wanted to hear the story of Ivedy Avedy also, but they did not get it. PG 252. The fir tree stood meanwhile quite silent and thoughtful. Birds in the forest had never related anything like this. Humpty Dumpty fell downstairs and yet was raised to the throne and won the princess. Yes, yes, strange things come to pass in the world, thought the fir tree, who believed it must all be true, because such a pleasant man had related it. Who knows, but I may fall downstairs and win a princess. And he rejoiced in the expectation of being next day again decked out with candles and playthings, gold and fruit. Tomorrow I will not tremble, thought he, I will rejoice in my magnificence. Tomorrow I shall again hear the story of Humpty Dumpty, and perhaps that about Ivedy Avedy likewise. And the tree mused thereupon all night. In the morning the maids came in. Now begins my state anew, thought the tree, but they dragged him out of the room, up the stairs, and into an antechamber, and there thrust him into a dark corner where not a ray of light could penetrate. What can be the meaning of this, thought the tree. What am I to do here? What shall I hear in this place? And he leant against the wall and thought, and plenty of time he had for thinking it over, for day after day and night after night passed away, and yet no one ever came into the room. At last somebody did come in, but it was only to push into the corner some old trunks. The tree was now entirely hidden from sight, and apparently entirely forgotten. It is now winter, thought the tree. The ground is hard and covered with snow. They cannot plant me now, so I am to stay here in shelter till the spring. Men are so PG 253 clever and prudent. I only wish it were not so dark and dreadfully lonely. Not even a little hare. Oh, how pleasant it was in the forest when the snow lay on the ground, and the hare scampered about eyes even when he jumped over my head, though I did not like it. Then it is so terribly lonely here. Squeak, squeak, cried a little mouse. Just then, gliding forward, another followed. They snuffed about the fir tree and then slipped in and out among the branches. It is horribly cold, said the little mice. Otherwise, it is very comfortable here. Don't you think so, you old fir tree? I am not old, said the fir tree. There are many who are much older than I am. How came you here? Asked the mice. And what do you know? They were most uncommonly curious. Tell us about the most delightful place on earth. Have you ever been there? Have you been into the storeroom, where cheeses lie on the shelves, and bacon hangs from the ceiling, where one can dance over tallow candles, where one goes in thin and comes out fat. I know nothing about that, said the tree, but I know the forest where the sun shines and where the birds sing. And then he spoke of his youth and its pleasures. The little mice had never heard anything like it before. They listened so attentively and said, well, to be sure, how much you have seen, how happy you have been. Happy, repeated the fir tree in surprise, and he thought a moment over all that he had been saying. Yes, on the whole, those were pleasant times. He then, pg 254, told them about the Christmas Eve, when he had been decked out with cakes and candles. Oh, cried the little mice, how happy you have been, you old fir tree. I am not old at all, returned the fir. It is only this winter that I have left the forest. I am just in the prime of life. How well you can talk, said the little mice, and the next night they came again and brought with them 4 other little mice who wanted also to hear the tree's history, and the more the tree spoke of his youth in the forest, the more vividly he remembered it, and said, yes, those were pleasant times. But they may come again, they may come again. Humpty Dumpty fell downstairs, and for all that he won the princess, perhaps I too may win a princess. And then the fir tree thought of a pretty little delicate birch tree that grew in the forest. A real princess, a very lovely princess, was she to the fir tree. Who is this Humpty Dumpty? Asked the little mice, whereupon he related the tale. He could remember every word of it perfectly, and the little mice were ready to jump to the top of the tree for joy. The night following, several more mice came, and on Sunday came also 2 rats. They, however, declared that the story was not at all amusing, which much vexed the little mice, who, after hearing their opinion, could not like it so well either. Do you know only that one story? Asked the rats. Only that one, answered the tree. I heard it on the happiest evening of my life, though I did not then know how happy I was. It is a miserable story. Do you know none about Pork and Talonno's storeroom story? Page 255. No, said the tree. Well then, we have heard enough of it, returned the rats, and they went their ways. The little mice too never came again. The tree sighed. It was pleasant when they sat round me, those busy little mice, listening to my words. Now that too is all past, however, I shall have pleasure in remembering it when I am taken away from this place. But when would that be? One morning people came and rooted out the lumber room. The trunks were taken away. The tree too was dragged out of the corner. They threw him carelessly on the floor, but one of the servants picked him up and carried him downstairs. Once more he beheld the light of day. Now life begins again, thought the tree. He felt the fresh air, the warm sunbeams. Was out in the court. All happened so quickly that the tree quite forgot to look at himself. There was so much to look at all around the court. Joined a garden, everything was so fresh and blooming. The roses clustered so bright and so fragrant round the trellis work. The limy trees were in full blossom, and the swallows flew backwards and forwards, twittering, "Quirriver of it, my beloved is come." But it was not the fir tree whom they meant. I shall live, I shall live. He was filled with delighted hope. He tried to spread out his branches, but alas, they were all dried up and yellow. He was thrown down upon a heap of weeds and nettles. The star of gold tinsel that had been left fixed on his crown now sparkled brightly in the sunshine. Some merry children were playing in the court, the same who at Christmas time had danced round the tree. 1 pg 256 of the youngest now perceived the gold star and ran to tear it off. Look at it, still fastened to the ugly old Christmas tree, cried he, trampling upon the boughs till they broke under his boots. And the tree looked on all the flowers of the garden now blooming in the freshness of their beauty. He looked upon himself, and he wished from his heart that he had been left to wither alone in the dark corner of the lumber room. He called to mind his happy forest life, the merry Christmas Eve, and the little mice who had listened so eagerly when he related the story of Humpty Dumpty. Past, all past, said the poor tree, had I but been happy as I might have been. Past, all past. And the servant came and broke the tree into small pieces, heaped them up and set fire to them, and the tree groaned deeply, and every groan sounded like a little shot. The children all ran up to the place and jumped about in front of the blaze, looking into it and crying piff, piff. But at each of those heavy groans, the fir tree thought of a bright summer's day or starry winter's night in the forest of Christmas Eve, or of Humpty Dumpty, the only story that he knew and could relate, and at last the tree was burned. The boys played about the court. On the bosom of the youngest sparkled the gold star. that the tree had worn on the happiest evening of his life, but that was past, and the tree was past, and the story also past, for all stories must come to an end some time or other. Hans Christian Andersen. Page 257. The Christmas Banquet. In a certain old gentleman's last will and testament, there appeared a bequest which, as his final thought and deed, was singularly in keeping with a long life of melancholy eccentricity. He devised a considerable sum for establishing a fund the interest of which was to be expended annually forever, in preparing a Christmas banquet for 10 of the most miserable persons that could be found. It seemed not to be the testator's purpose to make these half a score of sad hearts merry, but to provide that the storm of fierce expression of human discontent should not be drowned even for that one holy and joyful day amid the acclamations of festal gratitude which all Christendom sends up, and he desired likewise to perpetuate his own remonstrance against the earthly course of providence, and his sad and sour dissent from those systems of religion or philosophy which either find sunshine in the world or draw it down from heaven. The task of inviting the guests, or of selecting among such as might advance their claims to partake of this dismal hospitality, was confided to the 2 trustees or stewards of the fund. These gentlemen, like their deceased friend, were somber humorists who made it their principal occupation to number the sable threads in the web of human life, and drop all the golden ones out of the reckoning. They performed their present office with integrity and judgment. The aspect of the assembled company on the day of the first festival might not, it is true, have satisfied every beholder, that these were especially the individuals chosen forth from all the world, whose griefs were worthy to stand as indicators of the mass of human suffering. Yet pg 258, after due consideration, it could not be disputed that here was a variety of hopeless discomfort, which, if it arose from causes apparently inadequate, was thereby only the shrewder imputation against the nature and mechanism of life. The arrangements and decorations of the banquet were probably intended to signify that death in life, which had been the testator's definition of existence. The hall, illuminated by torches, was hung round with curtains of deep and dusky purple, and adorned with branches of cypress and wreaths of artificial flowers, imitative of such as used to be strewn over the dead. A sprig of parsley was laid by every plate. The main reservoir of wine was a sepulchral urn of silver, whence the liquor was distributed around the table in small vases accurately copied from those that held the tears of ancient mourners. Neither had the stewards, if it were their taste, that arranged these details, forgotten the fantasy of the old Egyptians, who seated a skeleton at every festive board, and mocked their own merriment with the imperturbable grin of a death's head. Such a fearful guest, shrouded in a black mantle, sat now at the head of the table. It was whispered, I know not with what truth, that the testator himself had once walked the visible world with the machinery of that same skeleton, and that it was one of the stipulations of his will that he should thus be permitted to sit from year to year at the banquet which he had instituted, if, so it was perhaps covertly implied, that he had cherished no hopes of bliss beyond the grave to compensate for the evils which he felt or imagined here, and if in their bewildered conjectures as to the purpose of earthly existence the banqueters should throw aside the veil and cast an inquiring glance at this figure of death, as seeking thence pg 259, the solution otherwise unattainable, the only reply would be a stare of the vacant eye caverns and a grin of the skeleton jaws. Such was the response that the dead man had fancied himself to receive when he asked of death to solve the riddle of his life, and it was his desire to repeat it when the guests of his dismal hospitality should find themselves perplexed with the same question. What means that wreath? Asked several of the company while viewing the decorations of the table. They alluded to a wreath of cypress, which was held on high by a skeleton arm protruding from within the black mantle. It is a crown, said one of the stewards, not for the worthiest, but for the waffulest when he shall prove his claim to it. The guest earliest bidden to the festival was a man of soft and gentle character, who had not energy to struggle against the heavy despondency to which his temperament rendered him liable, and therefore, with nothing outwardly to excuse him from happiness, he had spent a life of quiet misery that made his blood torpid and weighed upon his breath, and sat like a ponderous night fiend upon every throb of his unresisting heart. His wretchedness seemed as deep as his original nature, if not identical with it. It was the misfortune of a second guest to cherish within his bosom a diseased heart, which had become so wretchedly sore that the continual and unavoidable rubs of the world, the blow of an enemy, the careless jostle of a stranger, and even the faithful and loving touch of a friend alike, made ulcers in it, as is the habit of people thus afflicted. He found his chief employment in exhibiting these miserable sores to anyone who would give themselves the pain PG 260 of viewing them. A third guest was a hypochondriac, whose imagination wrought necromancy in his outward and inward world, and caused him to see monstrous faces in the household fire, and dragons in the clouds of sunset, and fiends in the guise of beautiful women, and something ugly or wicked beneath all the pleasant surfaces of nature. His neighbor at table was one who, in his early youth, had trusted mankind too much, and hoped too highly in their behalf, and in meeting with disappointments, had become desperately soured. One other guest remains to be described. He was a young man of smooth brow, fair cheek, and fashionable mien. So far as his exterior developed him, he might much more suitably have found a place at some merry Christmas table than have been numbered among the blighted, fate-stricken, fancy-tortured set of ill-starred banqueters. Murmurs arose among the guests as they noted the glance of general scrutiny which the intruder threw over his companions. What had he to do among them? Why did not the skeleton of the dead founder of the feast unbend its rattling joints, arise, and motion the unwelcome stranger from the board? Shameful, said the morbid man, while a new ulcer broke out in his heart. He comes to mock us, we shall be the jest of his tavern. French will make a farce of our miseries, and bring it out upon the stage. Oh, never mind him, said the hypochondriac, smiling sourly. He shall feast from yonder tureen of viper soup. And if there is a fricassee of scorpions on the table, pray let him have his share of it. For the dessert, he shall taste the apples of Sodom. Then, if he like our Christmas fare, let him return again next. Page 261. Trouble him not, murmured the melancholy man, with gentleness. What matters it, whether the consciousness of misery come a few years sooner or later? If this youth deem himself happy now, yet let him sit with us, for the sake of the wretchedness to come. The poor idiot approached the young man with that mournful aspect of vacant inquiry which his face continually wore, and which caused people to say that he was always in search of his missing wits. After no little examination, he touched the stranger's hand, but immediately drew back his own, shaking his head and shivering. Cold, 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 muttered the idiot. The young man shivered too, and smiled. Gentlemen, and you, madam, said one of the stewards of the festival, do not conceive so ill either of our caution or judgment as to imagine that we have admitted this young stranger Gervase Hastings by name without a full investigation and thoughtful balance of his claims. Trust me, not a guest at the table is better entitled to his seat. The steward's guarantee was perforce satisfactory. The company therefore took their places and addressed themselves to the serious business of the feast, but were soon disturbed by the hypochondriac, who thrust back his chair, complaining that a dish of stewed toads and vipers was set before him, and that there was green ditch water in his cup of wine. This mistake being amended, he quietly resumed his seat. The wine, as it flowed freely from the sepulchral urn, seemed to come imbued with all gloomy inspirations, so that its influence was not to cheer, but either to sink the revelers into a deeper melancholy, or elevate their spirits to an enthusiasm of wretchedness. Page 262. The conversation was various. They told sad stories about people who might have been worthy guests at such a festival as the present. They talked of grisly incidents in human history, of strange crimes, which if truly considered were but convulsions of agony, of some lives that had been altogether wretched, and of others which, wearing a general semblance of happiness, had yet been deformed sooner or later by misfortune, as by the intrusion of a grim face at a banquet of deathbed scenes, and what dark intimations might be gathered from the words of dying men of suicide, and whether the more eligible mode were by halter, knife, poison, drowning, gradual starvation, or the fumes of charcoal. The majority of the guests, as is the custom with people thoroughly and profoundly sick at heart, were anxious to make their own woes the theme of discussion, and prove themselves most excellent in anguish. The misanthropist went deep into the philosophy of evil, and wandered about in the darkness with now and then a gleam of discolored light, hovering on ghastly shapes and horrid scenery. Many a miserable thought, such as men have stumbled upon from age to age, did he now rake up again and gloat over it as an inestimable gem, a diamond, a treasure far preferable to those bright spiritual revelations of a better world which are like precious stones from heaven's pavement. And then amid his lore of wretchedness, he hid his face and wept. The banquet drew to its conclusion, and the guests departed scarcely had they stepped across the threshold of the hall, when the scene that had there passed seemed like the vision of a sick fancy or an exhalation from a PG 263 stagnant heart now. And then, however, during the year that ensued, these melancholy people caught glimpses of one another, transient, indeed, but enough to prove that they walked the earth with the ordinary allotment of reality. Sometimes a pair of them came face to face, while stealing through the evening twilight, enveloped in their sable cloaks. Sometimes they casually met in churchyards. Once also it happened that two of the dismal banqueters mutually started at recognizing each other in the noonday sunshine of a crowded street. Stalking there like ghosts astray, doubtless they wondered why the skeleton did not come abroad at noonday too. But whenever the necessity of their affairs compelled these Christmas guests into the bustling world, they were sure to encounter the young man who had so unaccountably been admitted to the festival. They saw him among the gay, and fortunate they caught the sunny sparkle of his eye. They heard the light and careless tones of his voice, and muttered to themselves, with such indignation as only the aristocracy of wretchedness could kindle, the traitor, the vile impostor, Providence, in its own good time, may give him a right to feast among us. But the young man's unabashed eye dwelt upon their gloomy figures, as they passed him, seeming to say perchance, with somewhat of a sneer, first know my secret, then measure your claims with mine. The step of time stole onward, and soon brought merry Christmas round again, with glad and solemn worship in the churches and sports games festivals, and everywhere the bright face of joy beside the household fire again. Likewise the hall, with its curtains of dusky purple, was illuminated by the death torches gleaming on the PG 264 sepulchral decorations of the banquet. The veiled skeleton sat in state, lifting the cypress wreath above its head, as the guerdon of some guest illustrious in the qualifications which there claimed precedence, as the stewards deemed the world inexhaustible in misery, and were desirous of recognizing it in all its forms. They had not seen fit to reassemble the company of the former year. New faces now threw their gloom across the table. There was a man of nice conscience who bore a blood stain in his heart, the death of a fellow creature, for his more exquisite torture had chanced with such a peculiarity of circumstances that he could not absolutely determine whether his will had entered into the deed or not. Therefore his whole life was spent in the agony of an inward trial for murder, with a continual sifting of the details of his terrible calamity, until his mind had no longer any thought, nor his soul any emotion disconnected with it. There was a mother, too, but a desolation, who many years before had gone out on a pleasure party, and returning, found her infant smothered in its little bed, and ever since she has been tortured with the fantasy that her buried baby lay smothering in its coffin. Then there was an aged lady who had lived from time immemorial with a constant tremor quivering through her frame. It was terrible to discern her dark shadow tremulous upon the wall. Her lips likewise were tremulous, and the expression of her eyes seemed to indicate that her soul was trembling too. Owing to the bewilderment and confusion which made almost a chaos of her intellect, it was impossible to discover what dire misfortune had thus shaken her nature to its depths, so that the stewards had admitted her to the table, not PG 265, from any acquaintance with her history, but on the safe testimony of her miserable aspect. Some surprise was expressed at the presence of a bluff, red-faced gentleman, a certain Mr. Smith, who had evidently the fat of many a rich feast within him, and the habitual twinkle of whose eye betrayed disposition to break forth into uproarious laughter for little cause or none. It turned out, however, that with the best possible flow of spirits our poor friend was afflicted with a physical disease of the heart, which threatened instant death on the slightest cachinnatory indulgence, or even that titillation of the bodily frame produced by merry thoughts. In this dilemma, he had sought admittance to the banquet on the ostensible plea of his irksome and miserable state, but in reality with the hope of imbibing a life-preserving melancholy. And now appeared a figure which we must acknowledge as our acquaintance of the former festival, it was Gervase Hastings, whose presence had then caused so much question and criticism, and who now took his place with the composure of one whose claims were satisfactory to himself, and must needs be allowed by others, yet his easy and unruffled face betrayed no sorrow. The well-skilled beholders gazed a moment into his eyes, and shook their heads to miss the unuttered sympathized countersign, never to be falsified of, those whose hearts are cavern mouths, through which they descend into a region of illimitable woe, and recognize other wanderers there. "Who is this youth?" asked the man, with a blood stain on his conscience. "Surely he has never gone down into the depths. I know all the aspects of those who have passed through the dark valley. By what right is he among us?" Page 266. "It is a sinful thing to come hither without a sorrow," murmured the aged lady in accents that partook of the eternal tremor which pervaded her whole being. "Depart, young man, your soul has never been shaken. I tremble so much the more to look at you." "His soul shaken, no ill answer for it," said bluff Mr. Smith, pressing his hand upon his heart, and making himself as melancholy as he could for fear of a fatal explosion of laughter. "I know the lad well. He has as fair prospects as any young man about town, and has no more right among us miserable creatures than the child unborn. He never was miserable, and probably never will be." "Our honored guests," interposed the stewards, "pray have patience with us, and believe at least that our deep veneration for the sacredness of this solemnity would preclude any willful violation of it. Receive this young man to your table. It may not be too much to say that no guest here would exchange his own heart for the one that beats within that youthful bosom." "I'd call it a bargain, and gladly too," muttered Mr. Smith, with a perplexing mixture of sadness and mirthful conceit. "A plague upon their nonsense. My own heart is the only really miserable one in the company. It will certainly be the death of me at last." Nevertheless, as on the former occasion, the judgment of the stewards being without appeal, the company sat down. The obnoxious guest made no more attempt to obtrude his conversation on those about him, but appeared to listen to the table talk with peculiar assiduity, as if some inestimable secret otherwise beyond his reach might be conveyed in a casual word. And in truth, to those who pg 267 could understand and value it, there was rich matter in the upgushings and outpourings of these initiated souls to whom sorrow had been a talisman, admitting them into spiritual depths which no other spell can open. Sometimes out of the midst of densest gloom there flashed a momentary radiance, pure as crystal, bright as the flame of stars, and shedding such a glow upon the mysteries of life that the guests were ready to exclaim, "Surely the riddle is on the point of being solved." At such illuminated intervals the saddest mourners felt it to be revealed that mortal griefs are but shadowy and external, no more than the sable robes voluminously shrouding a certain divine reality, and thus indicating what might otherwise be altogether invisible to mortal eye. "Just now," remarked the trembling old woman, "I seemed to see beyond the outside, and then my everlasting tremor passed away." "Would that I could dwell always in these momentary gleams of light," said the man of stricken conscience. "Then the blood stain in my heart would be washed clean away." This strain of conversation appeared so unintelligibly absurd to good Mr. Smith that he burst into precisely the fit of laughter which his physicians had warned him against, as likely to prove instantaneously fatal. In effect, he fell back in his chair, a corpse with a broad grin upon his face, while his ghost perchance remained beside it, bewildered at its unpremeditated exit. This catastrophe, of course, broke up the festival. "How is this you do not tremble?" observed the tremulous old woman to Gervase Hastings, who was gazing at the dead man with singular intentness. "Is pg 268 it not awful to see him so suddenly vanish out of the midst of life? Thys man of flesh and blood, whose earthly nature was so warm and strong. There is a never-ending tremor in my soul, but it trembles afresh at this, and you are calm." "Would that he could teach me somewhat," said Gervase Hastings, drawing a long breath. "Men pass before me like shadows on the wall. Their actions, passions, feelings are flickerings of the light, and then they vanish. Neither the corpse, nor yonder skeleton, nor this old woman's everlasting tremor can give me what I seek." And then the company departed. We cannot linger to narrate in such detail more circumstances of these singular festivals, which in accordance with the founders will continue to be kept with the regularity of an established institution in process of time. The stewards adopted the custom of inviting from far and near those individuals whose misfortunes were prominent above other men's, and whose mental and moral development might therefore be supposed to possess a corresponding interest. The exiled noble of the French Revolution and the broken soldier of the Empire were alike represented at the table. Fallen monarchs wandering about the earth have found places at that forlorn and miserable feast. The statesman, when his party flung him off, might, if he chose it, be once more a great man for the space of a single banquet. Aaron Burr's name appears on the record at a period when his ruined profoundest and most striking, with more of moral circumstances in it than that of almost any other man, was complete in his lonely age. Stephen Gerrard, when his wealth weighed upon him like a mountain, once sought admittance of his own accord. It is not probable, pg 269, however, that these men had any lesson to teach in the lore of discontent and misery, which might not equally well have been studied in the common walks of life. Illustrious unfortunates attract a wider sympathy, not because their griefs are more intense, but because, being set on lofty pedestals, they the better serve mankind as instances and bywords of calamity. It concerns our present purpose to say that at each successive festival Gervase Hastings showed his face gradually changing from the smooth beauty of his youth to the thoughtful comeliness of manhood, and thence to the bald impressive dignity of age. He was the only individual invariably present, yet on every occasion there were murmurs both from those who knew his character and position, and from them whose hearts shrank back as denying his companionship in their mystic fraternity. Who is this impassive man? Had been asked 100 times. Has he suffered? Has he sinned? There are no traces of either. Then wherefore is he here? You must inquire of the stewards or of himself, was the constant reply. We seem to know him well here in our city, and know nothing of him but what is creditable and fortunate. Yet hither he comes year after year to this gloomy banquet, and sits among the guests like a marble statue. Ask yonder skeleton perhaps that may solve the riddle. It was in truth a wonder. The life of Gervase Hastings was not merely a prosperous, but a brilliant one. Everything had gone well with him. He was wealthy far beyond the expenditure that was required by habits of magnificence, a taste of rare purity and cultivation, a love of travel, a scholar's instinct to collect a splendid library, and moreover, pg 270, what seemed a magnificent liberality to the distressed. He had sought happiness, and not vainly. If a lovely and tender wife and children of fair promise could ensure it, he had besides ascended above the limit which separates the obscure from the distinguished, and had won a stainless reputation in affairs of the widest public importance. Not that he was a popular character, or had within him the mysterious attributes which are essential to that species of success to the public. He was a cold abstraction, wholly destitute of those rich hues of personality, that living warmth, and the peculiar faculty of stamping his own heart's impression on a multitude of hearts, by which the people recognized their favorites. And it must be owned that after his most intimate associates had done their best to know him thoroughly and love him warmly, they were startled to find how little hold he had upon their affections. They approved, they admired, but still in those moments when the human spirit most craves reality, they shrank back from Gervase Hastings as powerless to give them what they sought. It was the feeling of distrustful regret with which we should draw back the hand after extending it in an elusive twilight to grasp the hand of a shadow upon the wall. As the superficial fervency of youth decayed, this peculiar effect of Gervase Hastings' character grew more perceptible. His children, when he extended his arms, came coldly to his knees, but never climbed them of their own accord. His wife wept secretly, and almost adjudged herself a criminal because she shivered in the chill of his bosom. He too occasionally appeared not unconscious of the chillness of his moral atmosphere, and willing, if it might be so, to warm himself at a kindly fire, but age stole onward and benumbed him more and more as the hoarfrost began. pg 271 to gather on him. His wife went to her grave, and was doubtless warmer there. His children either died, or were scattered to different homes of their own, and old Gervase Hastings, unscathed by grief alone, but needing no companionship, continued his steady walk through life, and still on every Christmas day attended at the dismal banquet. His privilege as a guest had become prescriptive now. Had he claimed the head of the table, even the skeleton would have been ejected from its seat. Finally, at the merry Christmastide, when he had numbered 80 years, complete, this pale, high-browed, marble-featured old man once more entered the long-frequented hall with the same impassive aspect that had called forth so much dissatisfied remark at his first attendance time, except in matters merely external, had done nothing for him either of good or evil. As he took his place, he threw a calm, inquiring glance around the table, as if to ascertain whether any guest had yet appeared after so many unsuccessful banquets, who might impart to him the mysterious, deep, warm, secret life within the life which, whether manifested in joy or sorrow, is what gives substance to a world of shadows. "My friends," said Gervase Hastings, assuming a position which his long conversance with the festival caused to appear natural, "you are welcome. I drink to you all in this cup of sepulchral wine." The guests replied courteously, but still, in a manner that proved them unable to receive the old man as a member of their sad fraternity. It may be well to give the reader an idea of the present company at the banquet. One was formerly a clergyman enthusiastic in his profession, and apparently of the genuine dynasty of those old PG 272 Puritan divines whose faith in their calling and stern exercise of it had placed them among the mighty of the earth, but yielding to the speculative tendency of the age, he had gone astray from the firm foundation of an ancient faith, and wandered into a cloud region where everything was misty and deceptive, ever mocking him with semblance of reality, but still dissolving when he flung himself upon it for support and rest. His instinct and early training demanded something steadfast, but looking forward, he beheld vapors piled on vapors, and behind him an impassable gulf between the man of yesterday and today, on the borders of which he paced to and fro, sometimes wringing his hands in agony, and often making his own woe a theme of scornful merriment. This surely was a miserable man. There was a modern philanthropist who had become so deeply sensible of the calamities of thousands and millions of his fellow creatures, and of the impracticableness of any general measures for their relief, that he had no heart to do what little good lay immediately within his power, but contented himself with being miserable. For sympathy near him sat a gentleman, predicament hitherto unprecedented, but of which the present epoch probably affords numerous examples. Ever since he was of capacity to read a newspaper, this person had prided himself on his consistent adherence to one political party, but in the confusion of these latter days had got bewildered, and knew not whereabouts his party was. This wretched condition, so morally desolate and disheartening to a man who has long accustomed himself to merge his individuality in the mass of a great body, can only be conceived by such as have experienced it. His next companion was a popular PG 273 orator who had lost his voice, and as it was pretty much all that he had to lose, he had fallen into a state of hopeless melancholy. The table was likewise graced by two of the gentler sex, a half-starved consumptive seamstress, the representative of thousands, just as wretched; the other, a woman of unemployed energy, who found herself in the world with nothing to achieve, nothing to enjoy, and nothing even to suffer. She had therefore driven herself to the verge of madness by dark broodings over the wrongs of her sex, and its exclusion from a proper field of action. Madonna della Sedia Raphael. In their own way, these were as wretched a set of people as ever had assembled at the festival there. They sat with the veiled skeleton of the founder holding aloft the cypress wreath at one end of the table, and at the other, wrapped in furs, the withered figure of Gervase Hastings, stately, calm, and cold, impressing the company, with all yet so little interesting their sympathy that he might have vanished into thin air without their once exclaiming, "Whither is he gone?" "Sir," said the philanthropist, addressing the old man, "you have been so long a guest at this annual festival, and have thus been conversant with so many varieties of human affliction, that not improbably you have thence derived some great and important lessons. How blessed were your lot, could you reveal a secret by which all this mass of woe might be removed." "I know of but one misfortune," answered Gervase Hastings quietly, "and that is my own." "Your own," rejoined the philanthropist, "and looking back on your serene and prosperous life, how can you claim to be the sole unfortunate of the human race. You will not understand it, replied Gervase Hastings, PG 274 feebly, and with a singular inefficiency of pronunciation, and sometimes putting one word for another. None have understood it, not even those who experience the like. It is a chillness, a want of earnestness, a feeling as if what should be my heart were a thing of vapor, a haunting perception of unreality, thus seeming to possess all that other men have, all that other men amatai have really possessed nothing, neither joy nor griefs, all things, all personses, was truly said to me at this table, long and long ago have been like shadows flickering on the wall. It was so with my wife and children, with those who seemed my friends. It is so with yourselves, whom I see now before me. Neither have I myself any real existence, but am a shadow like the rest. And how is it with your views of a future life? Inquired the speculative clergyman. Worse than with you, said the old man in a hollow and feeble tone, for I cannot conceive it earnestly enough to feel either hope or fear. Mine is the wretchedness, this cold heart, thy's unreal life, it grows colder still. It so chanced that at this juncture the decayed ligaments of the skeleton gave way, and the dry bones fell together in a heap, thus causing the dusty wreath of cypress to drop upon the table, the attention of the company being thus diverted for a single instant from Gervase Hastings. They perceived, on turning again towards him, that the old man had undergone a change. His shadow had ceased to flicker on the wall. Nathaniel Hawthorne, pg 275. A Christmas Eve in Exile. It is Christmas Eve in a large city of Bavaria, along the streets white with snow, in the confusion of the fog, among the rattle of carriages and the ringing of bells. The crowd hurries joyously towards the open-air roast meat shops, the holiday stalls and booths, brushing with a light rustling sound, the shops decorated with ribbons and flowers, branches of green holly and whole spruce trees covered with pendants move along in the arms of passers-by, rising above all the heads like a shadow of the Thuringian forests. A touch of nature in the artificial life of winter night is falling over there behind the gardens of the residence. One sees still a glow of the setting sun, deep red through the fog, and throughout the city there is such gaiety, so many festive preparations, that every light that flames up at a window seems to hang on a Christmas tree. But this is no ordinary Christmas. We are in the year of grace 1870, and the birth of Christ is but a pretext the more to drink to the illustrious Van der than and to celebrate the triumph of Bavarian arms. Noel, Noel. Even the Jews in the lower city join in the merriment. There is old Augustus Kahn turning the corner at the Blue Grape, on the run. Never have his ferret eyes sparkled as tonight, never has his brush-like queue wriggled so merrily on his sleeve worn threadbare. By the cords of his wallet hangs a tidy little basket full to the brim, covered with a yellow napkin with the neck of a bottle, and a sprig of holly peeping out. What the deuce is the old usurer going to do with all that? Is he too going to celebrate Christmas? Will he gather together his friends, his family, to drink to the German pg 276 fatherland? But no, everyone knows well that old Kahn has no fatherland. His fatherland is his strongbox. He has neither family nor friends, nothing but creditors, his sons, his associates, two left 3 months ago with the army down there behind the Gunkeridges of the Home Guard. They ply their trade selling brandy, buying watches, and at night after a battle going out to rifle the pockets of the dead and to empty the knapsacks that have fallen in the trenches. By the way, Father Kahn, too old to follow his children, has remained in Bavaria, and there he does a magnificent business with the French prisoners, always prowling about the barracks. It is he who buys watches, medals, money orders. One sees him gliding through the hospitals, and among the ambulances he approaches the bedside of the wounded, and asks them very softly in his hideous gibberish, "Have you anythings to sell?" Look at this very moment, when you see him trotting so briskly with his basket under his arm, it is because the military hospital closes at 5 o'clock, and there are 2 Frenchmen waiting up there in that big black building with its narrow-barred windows, where Christmas, to illumine its coming, has only the pale lights which guard the bedside of the dying. These 2 Frenchmen are Salvet and Bernadou. They are infantrymen, 2 provincials of the same village, enrolled in the same battalion, and wounded by the same shell. Only Salvet is the stronger, and already he begins to get up to make some steps from his bed to the window. Bernadou, for his part, will not recover between the wan curtains of his hospital cot. His face looks thinner, more languid day by day. And when he speaks of PG 277, his country of the return, it is with the sad smile of the invalid, in which there is more of resignation than of hope. Nevertheless, today, he is a little animated, thinking of the beautiful Christmas festival, which in our provincial country seems like a great bonfire, lighted in the midst of winter, recalling the midnight mass, the church decorated glowing with light, the dark village streets filled with people, then the long watch about the table, the 3 traditional torches, the yoli 2, the snails, and the pretty ceremony of the Yule log, which the grandfather carries about the house, and anoints with steaming wine. Ah, my poor Salvette, what a sad Christmas we are going to have this year. If we only had enough to buy a white roll and a bottle of claret, how happy I would be if once more, before taps sound for me, I could drink with you over the Yule log. The sick man's eyes brighten as he speaks of the wine and the white bread. But how is it to be done? They have nothing left, poor fellows, no money, no watch. To be sure, Salvette still keeps in the lining of his jacket a money order for 40 francs. But that is for the day when they shall be free. For the first halt that they make in a French inn, that money is sacred, no way to touch that. But poor Bernardo is so ill, who knows if he will ever be able to take up the journey home. And since here is a beautiful Christmas, which they can still celebrate together, were it not best to profit by it? So without a word to his countryman, Salvette rips open his tunic, takes out the order, and when old Khan has come as every morning to make his round in the halls, after long PG 278 arguments and whispered discussions, he slips into the old Jew's hand this square of paper, yellowed and stiff, smelling of powder and stained with blood. From that moment, Salvette maintains an air of mystery. He rubs his hands and laughs to himself as he looks at Bernardo, and now as day falls, he is there on watch, his forehead pressed against the narrow panes, until he sees in the dusk of the deserted courtyard old Augustus Khan, all out of breath, a little basket on his arm. This solemn midnight, which sounds from all the bells of the city, falls mournfully in this white camp of suffering. The hospital ward is silent, lighted only by the night lamps hung from the ceiling. Great wandering shadows float over the beds and the bare walls with an incessant vibration, which seems the oppressed breathing of all the sufferers stretched out thereat. Moments, dreams talk aloud, nightmares groan, while from the street rises a vague murmur, steps and voices confused in the cold, resonant air, as if under the porch of a cathedral one feels the devout hastening the mystery of a religious festival, intruding upon the hour of sleep, and throwing upon the darkened city the dim light of lanterns and the glow of church windows. Art thou asleep, Bernardo? Very gently on the little table near his friend's bed, Salvette has placed a bottle of Lunel wine and a round loaf, a comely Christmas loaf, in which the sprig of holly is planted upright. The sick man opens, eyes darkly rimmed with fever in the uncertain light of the night lamps, and under the white reflection of the great roofs, where the moon shines dazzling upon the snow, this improvised Christmas seems to him a fantasy. PG 279. Come, comrade, wake up. It shall not be said that 2 provincials let Christmas Eve pass without toasting it in a cup of claret, and Salvette raises him with a mother's tenderness. He fills the glasses, cuts the bread, and they drink, and talk of Provence. Little by little Bernardo rouses, becomes tender the wine, the recalling of old days with the childish spirit, which comes again to the sick in their weakness. He asks Salvette to sing a Christmas carol of Provence. His comrade asks nothing better. Come, which one do you want? The host, the 3 kings, or Saint Joseph, said to me. No, I love better the shepherds, the one we always sang at home. The shepherds, let it be. In a low voice, his head between the curtains, Salvette begins to hum, but suddenly, as he sings the last couplet, where the shepherds, coming to see Jesus in his stable, have laid their offerings of fresh eggs and cheese in the manger, and are dismissed in kindly fashion. Joseph leur dit allons, I soyez bien sages. Tournez vausen, et faites bon voyage. Burgers, prenez votre congé. Poor Bernardo slips and falls heavily upon his pillow. His comrade, thinking he sleeps, calls him, shakes him, but the sick man remains motionless, and the little sprig of holly across the stiff coverlet seems already the green palm that is laid on the pillow of the dead. Salvette understands then, all in tears and a little intoxicated with the feast, and with so great a sorrow, he PG 280 takes up again in full voice, in the silence of the ward, the joyous refrain of Provence. Shepherds, take your leave. Alphonse Daudet. The rehearsal of the Mummers play. Then fell the great first rehearsal of the Christmas play, and Dennis Masterman found that he had been wise to take time by the forelock. In this matter, the Mummers assembled in the parish room, and the vicar and his sister, with Nathan Baskerville's assistance, strove to lead them through the drama. It's not going to be quite like the version that a kind friend has sent me, and from which your parts are written, explained Dennis. I've arranged for an introduction in the shape of a prologue. I shall do this myself, and appear before the curtain, and speak a speech to explain what it is all about. This answers Mr. Waite here, who is going to be the Turkish knight. He didn't want to begin the piece. Now I shall have broken the ice, and then he will be discovered as the curtain rises. Mr. Timothy Waite on this occasion, however, began proceedings. As the vicar's prologue was not yet written, he proved letter perfect, but exceedingly nervous. Open your doors, and let me in. I hope your favors I shall win. Whether I rise, or whether I fall, I'll do my best to please you all. Page 281. Mr. Waite spoke jerkily, and his voice proved a little out of control, but everybody congratulated him. How he rolls his eyes, to be sure, said Vivian Baskerville, a very daps of a Turk for sartin. You ought to stride about more, Waite, suggested Ned Baskerville, who had cheered up of recent days, and was now standing beside Cora and other girls destined to assist the play. The great thing is to stride about and look alive, ain't it, Mr. Masterman? We'll talk afterwards, answered Dennis. We mustn't interfere with the action. You have got your speech off very well, Waite, but you said it much too fast. We must be slow and distinct, so that not a word is missed. Timothy, who enjoyed the praise of his friends, liked this censure less. As for speaking fast, he said the man would speak fast, because he expects St. George will be on his tail in a minute. He says I know hell pierce my skin. In fact, he's pretty well sweating with terror from the first moment he comes on the stage, I should reckon. But Mr. Masterman was unprepared for any such subtle rendering of the Turkish knight, and he only hoped that the more ancient play actors would not come armed with equally obstinate opinions. We'll talk about it afterwards, he said. Now you go off to the right, Waite, and Father Christmas comes on at the left. Mr. Baskerville, Father Christmas, please. Nathan put his part into his pocket, marched on to the imaginary stage, and bowed. Everybody cheered. You needn't bow, explained Dennis, but the innkeeper differed from him. I'm afraid I must, your reverence, when I appear PG 282 before them, the people will give me a lot of applause, in their usual kindly fashion. Why, even these here just t'other actors, do you see so? You may be sure that the countryside will. Therefore, I had better practice the bow at rehearsal, if you've no great argument against it. All right, push on, said Dennis. We must really be quicker, declared Miss Masterman. Half an hour has gone, and we've hardly started. Off I go then, and I want you chaps, especially you Vivian, and you Jack Head, and you Tom Galopto, watch me acting bant the same as ordinary talking. If I was just talking, I should say all quiet without flinging my arms about and walking round and stopping and then away again. But in acting you do all these things, and instead of merely saying your speeches, as we would just man to man over my bar or in the street, you have to bawl 'em out, so that every soul in the audience catches 'em. Having thus explained his theory of histrionics, Mr. Baskerville started, and with immense and original emphasis and sudden actions and gestures introduced himself. Here come I, the dear old Father Christmas. Welcome or welcome not. I hope old Father Christmas will never be forgot. A room, make room here, gallant boys, and give us room to rhyme. Nathan broke off to explain his reading of the part. When I say make room, I fly all round the stage, as if I was pushing the people back to give me room. He finished his speech and panted and mopped his head. Page 283. That's acting, and what do you think of it? He asked. They all applauded vigorously, excepting Mr. Gollop, who now prepared to take his part. Nathan then left the stage, and the vicar called him back. "You don't go off," he explained. "You stop to welcome the King of Egypt." "Beg pardon," answered the innkeeper, "but of course, so it is ill take my stand here." "You bow to the King of Egypt. When he comes on," declared Gollop, "he humbly bows to me, don't he, Reverend Masterman?" "Yes," said Dennis, "he bows of course. You'll have a train carried by 2 boys, Gollop, but the boys aren't here tonight, as they're both down with measles, Mrs. Bassett's youngsters." "I'll bow to you, if you bow to me, Tom," said Mr. Baskerville. "That's only right." "Kings don't bow to common people," declared the parish clerk. "Me and my pretended daughter, that's Miss Cora Linton, who's the princess, been going to bow, I should hope." "You ought to then," declared Jack Head. "No reason, because you'm King of Egypt. Why you should think yourself better than other folk make him bow. Nathan, don't you bow to him, if he don't bow to you." "Kings do bow," declared Dennis. "You must bow to Father Christmas, Gollop." "He must bow first," then argued the parish clerk. "Damn the man, turn him out, and let somebody else do it," cried Head. "Let neither of 'em bow," suggested Mrs. Hacker suddenly. "With all this here bowing and scraping, us PG 284 shan't be done afore midnight, and I don't come in the play till the end of all things as tease." "You'd better decide, your reverence," suggested Vivian. "Your words, law, I say, let 'em bow simultaneous, ho, would that serve?" "Excellent," declared Dennis. "You'll bow together, please, now, Mr. Gollop." Thomas marched on with amazing gait, designed to be regal. "They'll all laugh if you do it like that, Tom," complained Mr. Voicey. "Beggar the man, and why for shouldn't they laugh?" asked Jack Head. "Thomas don't want to make him cry, do he, Bent? We all to be as funny as ever we can, Reverend Masterman." "Yes," said Dennis. In reason, Jack, but acting is one thing, and playing the fool is another." "Oh Lord, I thought they was the same," declared Vivian Baskerville, "because if I've got to act the giant—" "Order, order," cried the clergyman. "We must get on. Don't be annoyed, Mr. Baskerville. I quite see your point, but it will all come right at rehearsal." "You'll have to tell me how to act then," said Vivian. "How the mischief can a man pretend to be what he isn't, a giant?" "You're as near being a live giant as you can be," declared Nathan. "You've only got to be yourself, and you'll be all right." "No," argued Jack Head, "if the man's himself, he's not funny, and nobody will laugh, I say." "You can show us what you mean when you come to PG 285, your own part, Jack," said Dennis desperately. "Do get on, Gollop." "Bow then," said Mr. Gollop to Nathan. "I'll bow when you do, and not a minute sooner," answered the innkeeper firmly. The matter of the bow was arranged, and Mr. Gollop, in the familiar voice with which he had led the psalms for a quarter of a century, began his part. "Here I, the King of Egypt, boldly do appear. St. George, walk in my only son and heir. Walk in, St. George, my son, and boldly act thy part, that all the people here may see thy wondrous art." "Well done, Tom," said Mr. Masterman. "That's splendid, but you mustn't sing it." "I ban't singing it," answered the clerk. "I know what to do." "All right now, St. George, where are you?" "Along with the girls, as usual," snapped Mr. Gollop. As a matter of fact, Ned Baskerville was engaged in deep conversation with Princess Sabra, and the Turkish knight he left them and hurried forward. "Give tongue, Ned," cried his father. "You walk down to the footlights, and the King of Egypt will be on one side of you and Father Christmas on the other," explained the vicar. "And you needn't look round for the females, cause they don't appear till later on," added Jack Head. A great laugh followed this jest, whereon Miss Masterman begged her brother to try and keep order. "If they are not going to be serious, we had better give it up and waste no more time," she said. Page 286. "Don't take it like that, miss, I beg of you," urged Nathan. "All's prospering very well. We shall shape down. Go on, Ned." Ned looked at his part, then put it behind his back, and then brought it out again. "This is too bad, Baskerville," complained Dennis. "You told me yesterday that you knew every word." "So I did yesterday, I'll swear to it. I said it out in the kitchen after supper to mother, didn't I, father? You did, assented Vivian, but that's no use if you've forgot it now. T's stage fright, explained Nathan. You'll get over it. Think Yaum talking to a maiden, advised Jack Head. Do get on, cried Dennis, then he prompted the faulty mummer. Here come I, St. John. Ned struck an attitude and started. Here come I, St. George from Britain, did I spring. I'll fight the Russian, bear my wonders to begin. I'll pierce him through, he shall not fly. I'll cut him, cut him, cut him. How does it go? I'll cut him down, prompted Dennis. Right. I'll cut him down, or else I'll die. Good, now come on, bear, said Nathan. You and Jack Head will have to practice the fight, explained the vicar, and at this point or earlier, the ladies will march into music and take their places, because PG 287, of course, Fair Sabra has to see St. George conquer his foes. That'll suit Ned, exactly, laughed Nathan. Then he marshaled Cora and several other young women, including May and Polly Baskerville from Cadworthy and Cora's sister Phyllis. There will be a dais lifted up at the back. You know that's a raised platform, but for the present you must pretend these chairs are the throne you sit by, Fair Sabra Thomas, and then the trumpets sound and the bear comes on. Hall play the brass music, asked Head, because I've got a very clever friend at Sheepster. Leave all that to me, the music is arranged, now come on. Shall you come on and play it like a four-footed thing, or get up on your hind legs? Jack asked St. George. I be going to come in growling and yowling on all fours, declared Mr. Head grimly. Then I be going to do a sort of a comic bear dance. Then I be going to have a bit of fun eating a plum pudding. Then I thought that me and Mr. Nathan might have a bit of comic work, and then I should get up on my hind legs and go for St. George. You can't do all that, declared Dennis. Not that I want to interfere with you or anybody, Head, but if each one is going to work out his part and put such a lot into it, we shall never get done. The thing is to make M laugh, Reverend Masterman, answered Jack with firmness. If I just come on and just say my speech and fight and die, there's naught in it. But if go on, then go on, well, talk afterwards. Page 288. Right now you try not to laugh, souls, and I wager it'll make you giggle like a lot of zanies, promised Jack. Then he licked his hands, went down upon them, and scrambled along upon all fours. Good for you, Jack, well done, Yaum, funnier than anything that's gone afore, cried Joe Voicey. So you be, for certain, added Mrs. Hacker. For all the world like my bobtailed sheepdog, declared Mr. Waite. Now I be going to sit up on my hams and scratch myself, explained Mr. Head, then off I go again, and have a sniff at Father Christmas. Then you ought to give me a plum pudding, Mr. Baskerville, and I balance it pon my nose. Well thought on, declared Nathan, so I will twill make the folk die of laughing to see you. Come on to the battle, said Dennis. Must be a sort of wrastlin' fight, continued Head, because the bear's got naught, but his paws. Then I thought, when id throwed St. George a fair back heel, he'd get up and draw his shining sword and stab me in the guts. Then id roar and roar till the place fairly echoed round, and then id die in frightful agony. You bant the whole play, Jack, said Mr. Gollop, with much discontent. You forget yourself, surely. You can't have the King of Egypt, and these here other high characters all standing on the stage doing naught, while Yaum going through these here vagaries. But Mr. Head stuck to his text. Wem here to make him laugh, he repeated with bulldog determination, and ill do it if mortal man can do it. Then, when I've took the doctor's stuff up, I gets again, and goes on funnier than ever. Page 289. I wouldn't miss it for money, Jack, declared Vivian Baskerville, such a clever chap as you be, and none of us ever knowed it. You ought to go for Tom Fool to the writers. I lay you'd make tons more money than ever you will to Trollsworthy Warren. By the way, who is to be the doctor? Asked Ned Baskerville. Twasn't, settled Mr. Masterman. Dennis collapsed blankly. By Jove, no more, it was, he admitted, and I've forgotten all about it. The doctor's very important too, we must have him before the next rehearsal. For the present you can read it out of the bookmark." Mark Baskerville was prompting, and now after St. George and the bear had made a pretense of wrestling, and the bear had perished with much noise, and to the accompaniment of loud laughter, Mark read the doctor's somewhat arrogant pretensions. "All sorts of diseases, whatever you pleases. The tisic, the palsy, the gout. If the devil's in, I blow him out. I carry a bottle of alicampane. Here, Russian bear, take a little of my flip-flap. Pour it down thy tip-tap. Rise up and fight again." "Well said, Mark, 'twas splendidly given." "Why, for shouldn't Mark be doctor?" asked Nathan. "An excellent idea," declared Dennis. "I am sure now, if the fair Queen Sabra will only put in a word." Mark's engagement was known, the people clapped their hands heartily, and Cora blushed. Page 290. "I wish he would," said Cora. "Your wish ought to be his law," declared Ned. "I am sure, if 'twas me." But Mark shook his head. "I couldn't do it," he answered. "I would if I could, but when the time came, and the people and the excitement of it all, I should break down. I am sure I should." "It's past 10 o'clock," murmured Miss Masterman to her brother. The rehearsal proceeded. Jack Head, as the bear was restored to life and slain again with much detail. Then Ned proceeded. "I fought the Russian bear, and brought him to the slaughter. By that I won fair Sabra, the king of Egypt's daughter. Where is the man that now will me defy? I'll cut his giblets full of holes, and make his buttons fly. And when I've got my sword, of course, 'twill be much finer," concluded Ned. Mr. Gollop here raised an objection. "I don't think the man ought to tell about cutting anybody's giblets full of holes," he said. "No, nor yet making their buttons fly. 'Tis very coarse, and the gentlefolks wouldn't like it." "Nonsense, Tom," answered the vicar. "It's all in keeping with the play. There's no harm in it at all." "Evil be to them as evil think," said Jack Head. "Now comes the song, Reverend Masterman, and I was going to propose that the bear, though he's dead as a nit, rises up on his front paws and sings with the rest, then drops down agony souls." Page 291. "They'll die of laughing if you do that, Jack," declared Vivian. "I vote for it." But Dennis firmly refused permission and addressed his chorus. "Now, girls, the song everybody joins. The other songs are not written yet, so we need not bother about them till next time." The girls, glad of something to do, sang vigorously, and the song went well. Then the Turkish knight was duly slain, restored, and slain again. "We can't finish tonight," declared Dennis, looking at his watch, "so I am sorry to have troubled you to come, Mrs. Hacker and you, Voicey." "They haven't wasted their time, however, because Head and I have showed them what acting means," said Nathan. "And when you do come on, Susan Hacker, you've got to quarrel and pull my beard, remember, then we make it up afterwards." "Well, finish for tonight with the giant," decreed Dennis. "Now speak your long speech, St. George, and then Mr. Baskerville can do the giant." Ned, who declared that he had as yet learned no more, read his next speech, and Vivian began behind the scenes. "FIFA-fafum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Let him be living or let him be dead. I'll grind his bones to make my bread." "You ought to throw a bit more roughness in your voice, farmer," suggested Mr. Gollop. "If you could bring it up from the innards, 'twould sound more awful, wouldn't it, Reverend Masterman?" Page 292. "And when you come on, farmer, you might pass me by where I lie dead," said Jack, "and ill up, and give you a nip in the calf of the leg, and you'll jump round, and the people will roar again." "No," declared the vicar, "no more of you, Head, till the end. Then you come to life and dance with the French eagle, that's Voicey, but you mustn't act any more till then." "A pity," answered Jack. "I was full of contrivances, however, if you say so." "Be I to dance?" asked Mr. Voicey. "This is the first I've heard tell that how can I dance, and the rheumatism eating into my knees for the last 20 year." "I'll dance," said Head. "You can just turn round and round slowly. Now, Mr. Baskerville." Vivian strode on to the stage. "Make your voice big, my dear," pleaded Gollop. "Here come I, the giant bold Turpin is my name, and all the nations round do tremble at my fame. Where'er I go they tremble at my sight. No lord or champion long with me will dare to fight." "People will cheer you like thunder, Vivian," said his brother, "because they know that the nations really did tremble at your fame when you was champion wrestler of the West." "But you mustn't stand like that, farmer," said Jack. "Head yaum too spraddlesome. For the Lord's sake, man, try and keep your feet in the same parish." Mr. Baskerville bellowed with laughter and slapped his immense thigh. Page 293. "Dammy, that's funnier than anything in the play," he said. "Keep my feet in the same parish. Was ever a better joke heard?" "Now, St. George, kill the giant," commanded Dennis. "The giant will have a club, and he'll try to smash you, then run him through the body. Take care you don't hit Ned in real earnest, however else you'd settle him, and spoil the play," said Mr. Voicey. "'Twould be a terrible tantara for certain if the giant went and whipped St. George." "'Twouldn't be the first time, however," said Mr. Baskerville, "would it, Ned?" Nathan and Ned's sisters appreciated this family joke. Then Mr. Gollop advanced a sentimental objection. "I may be wrong," he admitted, "but I can't help thinking it might be a bit indecent for Ned Baskerville here to kill his father even in play, you see, though everybody will know tease Ned and his parent, and that thame only pretending, yet it might shock a serious-minded person here and there to see the son kill the father. I don't say I mind as tease all make-believe and the frolic of a night, but well there Yam a silly old grandmother, and never no king of Egypt was such a fool aforesaid. Jack, pay no heed to him, Reverend Masterman." Gollop snarled at Head, and they began to wrangle fiercely. Then Dennis closed the rehearsal. "That'll do for the present," he announced. "We've made a splendid start, and the thing to remember is that we meet here again this day week at 7 o'clock. And mind you know your part, Ned. Another of the songs will be PG 294 ready by then, and the new harmonium will have come that my sister is going to play, and do look about all of you to find somebody who will take the doctor. We shall have the nation's eyes on us, not for the first time," declared Mr. Gollop, as he tied a white wool muffler round his throat, "and I am sure I hope one and all will do the best that's in 'em." The actors departed, the oil lamps were extinguished, and the vicar and his sister returned home. She said little by the way, and her severe silence made him rather nervous. "Well," he broke out at length, "jolly good, I think, for a first attempt, Alice? I'm glad you were satisfied, dear. Everything depends upon us, that seems quite clear. At any rate, they'll all get terribly self-conscious and silly, I am afraid, long before the time comes. However, we must hope for the best, but I shouldn't be in a hurry to ask anybody who really matters." Eden Philpotts in The Three Brothers. Page 295. Eggs. New Year. Page 296. New Year. Midnight Mass for the dying year. The death of the old year. A New Year's carol. New Year's resolutions. Love and joy come to you. Ring out wild bells. New Year's Eve, 1850. Rejoicings upon the New Year's coming of age. New Year's rites in the Highlands. The Chinese New Year. New Year's gifts in Thessaly. Smashing in the New Year. New Year calls in Old New York. Sylvester Abend in Davos. Page 297. New Year. Page 298. New Year. Each new year is a leaf of our love's rose. It falls, but quick another rose leaf grows. So is the flower from year to year the same, but richer, for the dead leaves feed its flame. Richard Watson Gilder. By permission of Houghton Mifflin Company. Page 299. Midnight Mass for the dying year. Yes, the year is growing old, and his eye is pale and bleared. Death with frosty hand and cold plucks the old man by the beard. Sorely, sorely, the leaves are falling, falling, solemnly and slow. Caw, caw, the rooks are calling. It is a sound of woe, a sound of woe. Through woods and mountain passes, the winds like anthems roll. They are chanting solemn masses, singing pray for this poor soul. Pray, pray. And the hooded clouds like friars tell their beads in drops of rain and patter their doleful prayers. But their prayers are all in vain, all in vain. There he stands in the foul weather, the foolish fond old year, crowned with wildflowers and with heather, like weak despised Lear. A king, a king. Then comes the summer-like day. Page 300 bids the old man rejoice. His joy, his last the old man grey, loveth that ever soft voice, gentle and low. To the crimson woods he saith, to the voice gentle and low, of the soft air like a daughter's breath. Pray do not mock me so, do not laugh at me. And now the sweet day is dead. Cold in his arms it lies. No stain from its breath is spread over the glassy skies. No mist or stain. Then too the old year dieth, and the forests utter a moan, like the voice of one who crieth in the wilderness alone. Vex not his ghost. Then comes with an awful roar, gathering and sounding on, the storm wind from Labrador, the wind Euroclydon, the storm wind. Howl, howl, and from the forest sweep the red leaves away. Would the sins that thou abhorrest, O soul, could thus decay. Page 301, and be swept away. For there shall come a mightier blast. There shall be a darker day, and the stars from heaven downcast, like red leaves, be swept away. Kyrie eleison. Christ eleison. Henry W. Longfellow. The death of the old year. Full knee-deep lies the winter snow, and the winter winds are wearily sighing. Toll ye the church bell sad and slow, and tread softly and speak low, for the old year lies a-dying. Old year, you must not die. You came to us so readily. You lived with us so steadily. Old year, you shall not die. He lieth still, he doth not move. He will not see the dawn of day. He hath no other life above. He gave me a friend and a true, true love, and the new year will take him away. Old year, you must not go, so long as you have been with us, such joy as you have seen with us. Old year, you shall not go. He frothed his bumpers to the brim. A jollier year we shall not see. Page 302. But though his eyes are waxing dim, and though his foes speak ill of him, he was a friend to me. Old year, you shall not die. We did so laugh and cry with you. I've half a mind to die with you. Old year, if you must die. He was full of joke and jest, but all his merry quips are o'er. To see him die across the waste, his son and heir doth ride post-haste. But hell be dead before, every one for his own. The night is starry and cold, my friend, and the new year blithe and bold, my friend, comes up to take his own. How hard he breathes over the snow. I heard just now the crowing cock. The shadows flicker to and fro. The cricket chirps, the light burns low. 'Tis nearly 12 o'clock. Shake hands before you die. Old year, well dearly rue for you. What is it we can do for you? Speak out before you die. His face is growing sharp and thin. Alack, our friend is gone. Close up his eyes, tie up his chin. Step from the corpse, and let him in. That standeth there alone, page 303. And awaiteth at the door. There's a new foot on the floor, my friend. And a new face at the door, my friend. A new face at the door. Alfred Tennyson. A New Year's Carol. Our dearest Jesus, holy child, make thee a bed soft, underfilled, within my heart, that it may be a quiet chamber kept for thee. My heart for very joy doth leap. My lips no more can silence keep. I too must sing with joyful tongue that sweetest ancient cradle song. Glory to God in highest heaven, who unto man his Son hath given, while angels sing with pious mirth, a glad new year to all the earth. Martin Luther. New Year's Resolutions. January 1st, the service on New Year's Eve is the only one in the whole year that in the least impresses me in our little church, and then the very bareness and ugliness of the place and the ceremonial produce an effect that a snug service in a well-lit church never would. Last night we took Arise and Minora and drove the 3 lonely miles in a sleigh. It was pitch dark, and blowing PG 304 great guns, we sat wrapped up to our eyes in furs, and as mute as a funeral procession. We are going to the burial of our last year's sins, said Arise, as we started, and there certainly was a funereal sort of feeling in the air up in our gallery pew. We tried to decipher our chorales by the light of the spluttering tallow candles stuck in holes in the woodwork. The flames wildly blown about by the drafts, the wind banged against the windows in great gusts, screaming louder than the organ and threatening to blow out the agitated lights together. The parson in his gloomy pulpit, surrounded by a framework of dusty carved angels, took on an awful appearance of menacing authority as he raised his voice to make himself heard above the clatter. Sitting there in the dark, I felt very small and solitary and defenseless, alone in a great big black world. The church was as cold as a tomb. Some of the candles guttered, and when out the parson in his black robe spoke of death and judgment, I thought I heard a child's voice screaming, and could hardly believe it was only the wind, and felt uneasy and full of forebodings. All my faith and philosophy deserted me, and I had a horrid feeling that I should probably be well punished, though for what I had no precise idea. If it had not been so dark, and if the wind had not howled so despairingly, I should have paid little attention to the threats issuing from the pulpit. But as it was, I fell to making good resolutions. This is always a bad sign. Only those who break them make them, and if you simply do as a matter of course that which is right as it comes, any preparatory resolving to do so becomes completely superfluous. I have for some years past left off making them on New Year's Eve, and only PG 305, the gale happening as it did, reduced me to doing so last night. For I have long since discovered that though the year and the resolutions may be new, I myself am not, and it is worse than useless putting new wine into old bottles. The adoration of the Magi Paolo Veronese. But I am not an old bottle, said Arise indignantly, when I held forth to her to the above effect a few hours later in the library, restored to all my philosophy by the warmth and light. And I find my resolutions carry me very nicely into the spring. I revise them at the end of each month, and strike out the unnecessary ones by the end of April. They have been so severely revised that there are none left. There you see I am right. If you were not an old bottle, your new contents would gradually arrange themselves amiably as a part of you, and the practice of your resolutions would lose its bitterness by becoming a habit. She shook her head. Such things never lose their bitterness, she said, and that is why I don't let them cling to me right into the summer. When May comes, I give myself up to jollity with all the rest of the world, and am too busy being happy to bother about anything I may have resolved when the days were cold and dark. And that is just why I love you. I thought she often says what I feel. From Elizabeth and Her German Garden. Love and joy come to you. Here we come a-wassailing among the leaves so green. Here we come a-wandering, so fair to be seen. Page 306. Love and joy come to you, and to you your wassail too. And God bless you and send you a happy New Year. We are not daily beggars that beg from door to door, but we are neighbors' children, whom you have seen before. Love and joy, Roman 100, good master and good mistress. As you sit by the fire, pray think of us poor children, who are wandering in the mires. Love and joy, Roman 100, we have a little purse, made of ratching leather skin. We want some of your small chain, to line it well within. Love and joy, Roman 100, call up the butler of this house. Put on his golden ring. Let him bring us a glass of beer, and the better we shall sing. Love and joy, Roman 100, bring us out a table, and spread it with a cloth. Bring us out a moldy cheese, and some of your Christmas loaf. Love and joy, Roman 100, PG 307. God bless the master of this house, likewise the mistress too, and all the little children that round the table go. Love and joy come to you, and to you your wassail too, and God bless you and send you a happy new year. Old English. Ring out wild bells. Ring out wild bells to the wild sky. The flying cloud, the frosty light. The year is dying in the night. Ring out wild bells and let him die. Ring out the old ring in the new. Ring happy bells across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Ring out the grief that saps the mind. For those that hear, we see no more. Ring out the feud of rich and poor. Ring in redress to all mankind. Ring out old shapes of foul disease. Ring out the narrowing lust of gold. Ring out the 1,000 wars of old. Ring in the 1,000 years of peace, PG 308. Ring in the valiant man and free. The larger heart, the kindlier hand. Ring out the darkness of the land. Ring in the Christ that is to be. Alfred Tennyson. New Year's Eve, 1850. This is the midnight of the century hawk. Through aisle and arch of Godminster have gone 12 throbs that told the zenith of the dark. And mornward, now the starry hands move on. Mornward, the angelic watchers say, past is the source trial. No plot of man can stay the hand upon the dial. Night is the dark stem of the lily day. If we who watched in valleys here below, toward streaks misdeemed of morn our faces turned, when Vulcan glares set all the east aglow, we are not poorer that we wept and yearned, though earth swing wide from God's intent, and though no man nor nation will move with full consent in heavenly gravitation, yet by one sun is every orbit bent. James Russell Lowell, PG 309. Rejoicings upon the New Year's coming of age. The old year being dead, and the new year coming of age, which he does by calendar law as soon as the breath is out of the old gentleman's body, nothing would serve the young spark, but he must give a dinner upon the occasion, to which all the days in the year were invited the festivals whom he deputed, as his stewards were mightily taken, with the notion they had been engaged time out of mind, they said, in providing mirth and good cheer for mortals below, and it was time they should have a taste of their own bounty. It was stiffly debated among them whether the fast should be admitted. Some said the appearance of such lean-starved guests, with their mortified faces, would pervert the ends of the meeting, but the objection was overruled by Christmas Day, who had a design upon Ash Wednesday, as you shall hear, and a mighty desire to see how the old domin would behave himself in his cups. Only the vigils were requested to come with their lanterns to light the gentlefolks home at night. All the days came to their day covers, were provided for 365 guests at the principal table, with an occasional knife and fork at the sideboard for the 29th of February. I should have told you that cards of invitation had been issued. The carriers were the hours 12 little merry whirligig footpages, as you should desire to see, that went all round, and found out the persons invited well enough, with the exception of Easter Day Shrove Tuesday, and a few such movables who had lately shifted their quarters. Well, they all met at last full days, fine days, all PG 310 sorts of days, and a rare din they made of it. There was nothing but hail fellow day, well met brother day, sister day, only lady day, kept a little on the aloof, and seemed somewhat scornful, yet some said 12th day cut her out and out, for she came in a Tiffany suit white and gold, like a queen on a frost cake, all royal glittering and epiphanes. The rest came some in green, some in white, but old Lent, and his family were not yet out of mourning. Rainy days came in dripping, and sunshiny days helped them to change their stockings. Wedding day was there in his marriage finery, a little worse, for where pay-day came late, as he always does, and doomsday sent word, might be expected. April Fool, as my young lord's jester took upon himself to marshal the guests, and wild work he made with it, it would have posed old Arapater to have found out any given day in the year, to erect a scheme up in good days, bad days, were so shuffled together, to the confounding of all sober horoscopy. He had stuck the 21st of June next to the 22nd of December, and the former looked like a maypole siding a marrowbone ash. Wednesday got wedged in, as was concerted betwixt Christmas and Lord Mayor's days. Lord, how he laid about him nothing, but barons of beef and turkeys would go down with him to the great greasing and detriment of his new sackcloth bib and tucker, and still Christmas Day was at his elbow plying him with wassail bowl till he roared and hiccuped and protested there was no faith in dried ling, but commended it to the devil for a sour, windy, acrimonious, censorious, hypocritical mess. And no dish for a gentleman. Then he dipped his fist into the middle of the PG 311 great custard that stood before his left-hand neighbor, and daubed his hungry beard all over with it, till you would have taken him for the last day in December, it so hung in icicles. At another part of the table Shrove Tuesday was helping the 2nd of September to some cock broth, which courtesy the latter returned with the delicate thigh of a hen pheasant, so that there was no love lost. For that matter, the last of Lent was sponging upon Shrovetide's pancakes, which April Fool, perceiving, told him that he did well, for pancakes were proper to a Good Friday. In another part, a hubbub arose about the 30th of January, who it seems, being a sour puritanic character that thought nobody's meat good or sanctified enough for him, had smuggled into the room a calf's head, which he had cooked at home for that purpose, thinking to feast thereon incontinently. But as it lay in the dish, March Manyweathers, who is a very fine lady and subject to the megrims, screamed out there was a human head in the platter, and raved about Herodia's daughter to that degree that the obnoxious viand was obliged to be removed, nor did she recover her stomach till she had gulped down a restorative confected of oak apple, which the merry 29th of May always carries about with him for that purpose. The king's health being called for after this, a notable dispute arose between the 12th of August, a zealous old Whig gentlewoman, and the 23rd of April, a newfangled lady of the Tory stamp, as to which of them should have the honor to propose it. August grew hot upon the matter, affirming time out of mind the prescriptive right to have lain with her, till her rival had basely PG 312 supplanted her, whom she represented as little better than a kept mistress who went about in fine clothes, while she, the legitimate birthday, had scarcely a rag, etc. April Fool, being made mediator, confirmed the right in the strongest form of words to the appellant, but decided for peace sake that the exercise of it should remain with the present possessor. At the time, he slyly rounded the first lady in the ear that an action might lie against the crown for bigamy. It beginning to grow, a little duskish Candlemas lustily bawled out for lights, which was opposed by all the days who protested against burning daylight. Then fair water was handed round in silver ewers, and the same lady was observed to take an unusual time in washing herself. May Day, with that sweetness which is peculiar to her, in a neat speech, proposing the health of the founder, crowned her goblet, and by her example the rest of the company with garlands. This being done, the lordly New Year, from the upper end of the table, in a cordial but somewhat lofty tone, returned thanks. He felt proud on an occasion of meeting so many of his worthy father's late tenants, promised to improve their farms, and at the same time to abate if anything was found unreasonable in their rents. At the mention of this, the 4-quarter days involuntarily looked at each other, and smiled. April Fool whistled to an old tune of New Brooms, and a surly old rebel at the farther end of the table, who was discovered to be no other than the 5th of November, muttered out distinctly enough to be heard by the whole company words to this effect that, when the old one is gone, he is a fool that looks for a better, which rudeness of his, the PG 313 guests, resenting unanimously voted his expulsion, and the malcontent was thrust out neck and heels into the cellar as the properest place for such a boutafieux and firebrand as he had shown himself to be. Order being restored, the young lord, who to say truth had been a little ruffled and put beside his oratory, in as few and yet as obliging words as possible, assured them of entire welcome, and with a graceful turn singling out poor 29th of February that had sate all this, while Mumchance at the sideboard begged to couple his health with that of the good company before him, which he drank accordingly, observing that he had not seen his honest face any time these 4 years, with a number of endearing expressions, besides, at the same time removing the solitary day from the forlorn seat which had been assigned him, he stationed him at his own board somewhere between the Greek kalends and latter Lammas. Ash Wednesday being now called upon for a song with his eyes fast stuck in his head, and as well as the canary he had swallowed would give him leave, struck up a carol which Christmas Day had taught him for the nonce, and was followed by the latter, who gave Miserere in fine style, hitting off the mumping notes and lengthened drawl of old mortification with infinite humor. April Fool swore they had exchanged conditions, but Good Friday was observed to look extremely grave, and Sunday held her fan before her face that she might not be seen to smile. Shrovetide Lord Mayor's Day and April Fool next joined in a glee. Which is the properest day to drink? In which all the days chiming in made a merry burden. Page 314. They next fell to quibbles and conundrums, the question being proposed, who had the greatest number of followers. The quarter days said there could be no question as to that, for they had all the creditors in the world dogging their heels, but April Fool gave it in favor of the 40 days before Easter, because the debtors in all cases outnumbered the creditors, and they kept Lent all this while Valentine's Day kept courting pretty May, who sate next him, slipping amorous billets due under the table, till the dog days, who are naturally of a warm constitution, began to be jealous, and to bark and rage exceedingly. April Fool, who likes a bit of sport above measure, and had some pretensions to the lady besides, as being but a cousin once removed, clapped and hallooed them on, and as fast as their indignation cooled, those mad wags, the ember days, were at it with their bellows to blow it into a flame, and all was in a ferment till old Madam Septuagesima, who boasts herself the mother of the days, wisely diverted the conversation with a tedious tale of the lovers which she could reckon when she was young, and of one Master Rogation Day in particular, who was forever putting the question to her, but she kept him at a distance, as the chronicle would tell me, which I apprehend she meant the almanac. Then she rambled on to the days that were gone, the good old days, and so to the days before the flood, which plainly showed her old head to be little better than crazed and doited. Day being ended, the days called for their cloaks and greatcoats, and took their leaves. Lord Mayor's Day went off in a mist as usual, shortest day in a deep black fog that wrapped the little gentleman all round like a hedgehog. PG 315. 2. Vigilso watchmen are called in heaven saw Christmas Day. Safe Homethie had been used to the business before another Vigila stout sturdy patrol, called the eve of St. Christopher, seeing Ash Wednesday in a condition little better than he should be, and whipped him over his shoulders pickaback fashion, and old Mortification went floating home singing, "On the bat's back do I fly," and a number of old snatches besides between drunk and sober, but very few aves or penitentiaries, you may believe me, were among them. Longest days set off westward in beautiful crimson and gold, rest some in one fashion, some in another, but Valentine and pretty May took their departure together in one of the prettiest silvery twilights a lover's day could wish to set in. Charles Lamb. New Year's rites in the Highlands. New Year's Day was not in pre-Reformation times associated with any special rites, hence Scottish reformers, while subjecting to discipline those who observed Christmas, were willing that New Year's Day should be appropriated to social pleasures. Towards the closing hour of the 31st December, each family prepared a hot pint of wassail bowl, of which all the members might drink to each other's prosperity. As the new year began, hot pint usually consisted of a mixture of spiced and sweetened ale with an infusion of whiskey. Along with the drinking of the hot pint was associated the practice of first foot, or a neighborly greeting after the year had commenced. Each PG 316 one hastened to his neighbor's house, bearing a small gift. It was deemed unlucky to enter empty-handed. With New Year's Day were in some portions of the Highlands associated peculiar rites. At Strathdon, the junior anointed in bed the elder members of the household with water which the evening before had been silently drawn from the dead and living food. Thereafter they kindled in each room, after closing the chimneys, bunches of juniper. These rites, the latter attended with much discomfort, were held to ward off pestilence and sorcery. The direction of the wind on New Year's Eve was supposed to rule the weather during the approaching year, hence the rhyme. If New Year's Eve night wind blow south, it betokeneth warmth and growth. If west, much milk and fish in the sea. If north, much cold and storms there will be. If east, the trees will bear much fruit. If northeast, flee it man and brute. Charles Rogers in Social Life in Scotland. The Chinese New Year. The anniversary of the New Year in China follows the variations of a lunar year falling in early February or toward the end of January. The rejoicings are continued with great spirit for a week or more. On the last day of the old year, accounts are settled, debts cancelled, and books carefully balanced in every mercantile establishment, from the largest merchants or bankers down to the itinerant vendors of cooked food and vegetable mongers in every house. The swanpon, or PG 317 calculating machine, is in use. This nation does not write down figures, but reckons with surprising rapidity and accuracy by the aid of a small frame of wood, crossed with wires like columns and small balls strung on them for counters. It is considered disgraceful and almost equivalent to an act of bankruptcy if all accounts are not settled the last day of the old year. Consequently, it frequently happens that articles of ornament or curiosity can be purchased at low rates in the last week of the year from the desire of merchants to sacrifice their stock rather than go without ready money. In all courts, the official seals are locked in strongboxes till the holiday is at an end. On the last day of the old year is observed the ancient custom of surrounding the furnace. A feast is spread in great form before males in one room, females in another underneath. The table exactly in the center is placed a brazier filled with lighted wood or charcoal. Fireworks are discharged, gilt paper burned, and the feast eaten, the younger sons serving the head of the house. After the repast, there is more burning of gilt paper, and the ashes are divided while still smoldering into 12 heaps, which are anxiously watched. The 12 heaps are each allotted to a month, and it is believed that from the length of time it takes each heap to die completely out can be predicted the changes of rain or drought which will be of benefit to the crops, or the reverse. The first celebration of the new year is the offering to heaven and earth. A table in the principal entrance is spread with a bucket of rice, 5 or 10 bowls of different vegetables, no meats, 10 cups of tea, 10 cups of wine, 2 large red candles, and 3 sticks of common incense, or 1 PG 318 large stick of a more fragrant kind. In the wooden bucket holding the rice are stuck flowers or bits of fragrant cedar, and 10 pairs of chopsticks. On the sticks are laid mock money only used at this season. To one of the sticks is suspended by a red string an almanac of the coming year, and near the center of the table is always displayed a bowl of oranges. Then, after a display of fireworks, each member of the family approaches and performs homage by a ceremony of triple bowings. This is succeeded by ceremonies of veneration to ancestors and tokens of respect and reverence to living ancestors or relatives, but to the living neither incense, nor candle, nor mock money is offered, not even food, except the omnipresent loose-skinned orange, whose colloquial name is the same as the term for fortunate. On New Year's Day, the houses are decorated with inscriptions which are hung at either side of the door on the pillars or frames, and in the interior of the houses, some are suspended from long poles attached to the outside of the house. The color of the paper indicates whether during the preceding year the inmates of the house have lost a relative, and if so, the degree of the relation of the dead person to those within. Those who are not in mourning use a brilliant crimson paper. In many cases, the word happiness is repeated innumerable times on some, are more ambitious mottos. May I be so learned as to bear in my memory the substance of 3 millions of volumes. May I know the affairs of the whole universe for 6,000 years. I will cheat no man. The monasteries declare our lives are pure, and the nunneries we are grandmothers in heart. In some parts of China, there prevails a curious custom among mendicants of electing a chief, who goes to each PG 319 shopkeeper and asks a donation. If that received be liberal, a piece of red paper affixed to the merchant's doorway exempts him from applications from the begging fraternity for 1 year. During this term of immunity, there will be no annoyance from the clatter on his doorpost of the beggar's bamboo. For the time being, business is suspended, tribunals are closed, houses are decorated, gifts interchanged, large sums expended on fireworks, and the celebration reaches full swing on the night of the Feast of Lanterns, when every dwelling in the kingdom, from the mud-walled bamboo hut to the emperor's palace with marble halls, are all illuminated with lanterns of every size and shape. At the end of the feast, a great pyrotechnic display takes place in the courtyard of the better class of residences, in the streets, before the abodes of the middle and lower classes, each one trying to outdo the year before in the magnificence of the display, the strangeness of the devices, and the brilliancy of the fireworks. The air is illumined with millions of sparks, and the eye rests upon thousands of grotesque monsters outlined in the many-colored flames. Roman 100 Sir in China and the Chinese. New Year's gifts in Thessaly. No good Thessalian would think of being absent from the liturgy on New Year's morning, and no good peasant would think of leaving behind him the pomegranate which has been exposed to the stars all night, and which they take to the church for the priest to bless on his return home. The master of each house dashes this pomegranate PG 320 on the floor as he crosses his threshold, and says, as he does so, may as many good lucks come to my household as there are pips in this pomegranate. And apostrophizing, so to speak, the demons of the house, he adds, away with you fleas and bugs and evil words, and within this house may health, happiness, and the good things of this world reign supreme. In like manner, no good housewife would neglect to distribute sweets to her children on New Year's morning, considering that by eating them they will secure for themselves a sweet career for the rest of the year. And many other little superstitions of a kindred nature are considered essential to the well-being of the family. In one house we entered on New Year's Day, we were presented with pieces of a curious and exceedingly nasty leavened loaf, and were told that this is the New Year's cake, which every family makes. Into it is dropped a coin, and he who gets the coin in his slice will be the luckiest during the coming year. Every member of the family has a slice given to Heimvan, the tiny baby, who has not the remotest chance of consuming all his, and then besides the family slices, 2 large ones are always cut off the cake and set on one side. One of these is said to be for the house which nobody eats, but when it is quite dry, it is put on a shelf near the sacred pictures which occupy a corner. Every home, however humble, and is dedicated to the saints, household gods of the old days. The other slice is for the poor, who go around with baskets on their arms on New Year's Day and collect from each household the portion which they know has been put aside for them. Every Thessalian, however poor, gives a New Year's gift for good luck, they say, and these gifts, curiously PG 321 enough, are called a word, which we find Athanas using as a translation of the Roman term strena for the same gift, which still exists in the French, etrens, and Italian, stren. Even as in ancient Rome gifts were given on this day, bona hominis causa, so did we find ourselves constantly presented with something on New Year's Day, nuts, apples, dried figs, and things of a like nature, which caused our pockets to become inconveniently crowded. I fancy it was much the same in Roman days, and probably earlier, as it is now in out-of-the-way corners of Greece. We know how on New Year's Day clients sent presents to their patron slaves to the Lord's friends to friends, and the people too. The emperor and that Caligula, who was never a rich man, took advantage of this custom, and made known that on New Year's Day he wanted a dower for his daughter, which resulted in such piles of gold being brought that he walked barefoot upon them at his palace door. The custom of giving New Year's gifts in Rome grew as great a nuisance as wedding presents bid fair to become with us, and sumptuary laws had to be passed to restrict the lavish expenditure in them, and the earlier Christian divines took occasion to abuse them hotly. St. Augustine, calling New Year's gifts diabolical, and Chrysostom, preaching that the first of the year was a satanic extravagance. Wishing to Christianize a pagan custom, as they always tried to do, these earlier divines invented Christmas gifts as a substitute, wherefore we unfortunate dwellers in the West have the survival of both Christmas and New Year's gifts in Greece. Christmas gifts are unknown, but there exists not in Greece a man, however poor, who does not pg 322 make an effort to give his friends a gift on the day of the Kalends. J. Theodore Bent. Smashing in the New Year. The old year went out with much such a racket as we make nowadays, but of quite a different kind. We did not blow the new year in, we smashed it in when it was dark on New Year's Eve. We stole out with all the cracked and damaged crockery of the year that had been hoarded for the purpose, and hieing ourselves to some favorite neighbor's door, broke our pots against it. Then we ran, but not very far or very fast, for it was part of the game that if one was caught at it, he was to be taken in and treated to hot donuts. The smashing was a mark of favor, and the citizen who had most pots broken against his door was the most popular man in town. When I was in the Latin school, a cranky burgomaster, whose door had been freshly painted, gave orders to the watchmen to stop it, and gave them an unhappy night, for they were hard put to it, to find a way it was safe to look with the streets full of the best citizens in town, and their wives and daughters sneaking singly by with bulging coats on their way to salute a friend. That was when our mothers, those who were not out smashing in the new year, came out strong after the fashion of mothers. They baked more doughnuts than ever that night, and beckoned the watchman into the treat, and there he sat blissfully deaf, while the street rang with the thunderous salvos of our raids, until it was discovered that the burgomaster himself was on post, when there was a sudden rush from kitchen doors, and a great scurrying through the streets that grew strangely silent. Page 323. The town had its revenge. However, the burgomaster, returning home in the midnight hour, stumbled in his gate over a discarded Christmas tree hung full of old boots, and many black and sooty pots that went down round him with a great smash as he upset it, so that his family came running out in alarm to find him sprawling in the midst of the biggest celebration of all. His dignity suffered a shock which he never quite got over, but it killed the New Year's fun too, for he was really a good fellow. And then he was the burgomaster and chief of police to boot. I suspect the fact was that the pot smashing had run its course. Perhaps the supply of pots was giving out. We began to use tinware more about that time. That was the end of it anyhow. Jacob Rurs, in the Old Town. New Year calls in Old New York. From old Dutch times to the middle of the 19th century, New Year's Day in New York was devoted to an universal interchange of visits. Old friendships were renewed, family differences settled, a hearty welcome extended even to strangers of presentable appearance. The following is an entry in Tyrone Power's The Actor's Diary for January 1, 1834. On this day, from an early hour, every door in New York is open, and all the good things possessed by the inmates paraded in lavish profusion. Every sort of vehicle is put in requisition. At an early hour, a gentleman, of whom I had a slight knowledge, entered my room, accompanied by an elderly person I had never before seen, and who, on being named, excused himself for adopting such a frank mode of making my acquaintance. Pg 324, which he was pleased to add he much desired, and at once requested me to fall in with the custom of the day, whose privilege he had thus availed himself of, and accompany him on a visit to his family. I was the last man on earth likely to decline an offer made in such a spirit, so entering his carriage, which was waiting, we drove to his house on Broadway, where after being presented to a very amiable lady, his wife, and a pretty gentle-looking girl, his daughter, I partook of a sumptuous luncheon, drank a glass of champagne, and on the arrival of other visitors, made my beau well pleased with my visit. My host now begged me to make a few calls with him, explaining, as we drove along the strict observances paid to this day throughout the state, and tracing the excellent custom to the early Dutch colonists, I paid several calls in company with my new friend, and at each place met a hearty welcome when my companion suggested that I might have some compliments to make on my own account, and so leaving me begged me to consider his carriage perfectly at my disposal. I left a card or two and made a couple of hurried visits, then returned to my hotel to think over the many beneficial effects likely to grow out of such a charitable custom, which makes even the stranger sensible of the benevolent influence of this kindly day, and to wish for its continued observance. At the period of which Power speaks, there were great feasts spread in many houses, and the traditions of tremendous Dutch eating and drinking were faithfully observed. Special houses were noted for particular forms of entertainment. At one it was eggnog, at another rum punch, at this one pickled oysters, at that boned turkey, PG 325, or marvelous chocolate or perfect mocha coffee, or for the select cognoscenti, a drop of old Madeira as delicate in flavor as the texture of the glass from which it was sipped. At all houses there were the New Year's cakes in the form of an Egyptian cartouche, and in later and more degenerate days relays of champagne bottles appeared, coming in of the Lower Empire. Then followed the gradual breaking down of all the lines of conventionality into a wild and unseemly riot of visits. New Year's Day took on the character of a rabid and untamed race against time, a procession each of whose component parts was made up of 2 or 3 young men in an open barouche with a pair of steaming horses, and a driver more or less under the influences of the hilarity of the day would rattle from one house to another all day long. The visitors would jump out of the carriage, rush into the house, and reappear in a miraculously short space of time. The ceremony of calling was a burlesque. There was a noisy, hilarious greeting. A glass of wine was swallowed hurriedly. Everybody shook hands all around, and the callers dashed out, rushed into the carriage, and were driven hurriedly to the next house. A reaction naturally set in, which ended in the almost complete disuse of the custom of New Year's calls. W.S. Walsh in Curiosities of Popular Customs. Sylvester Abend in Davos. It is 10 o'clock upon Sylvester Abend, or New Year's Eve. Herr Buell sits with his wife at the head of his long table. His family and serving folk are around him. There is his mother with little Ursula, his child, upon her PG 326 knee. The old lady is the mother of 4 comely daughters and 9 stalwart sons, the eldest of whom is now a grizzled man. Besides our host, 4 of the brothers are here tonight. The handsome, melancholy Georg, who is so gentle in his speech, Simeon, with his diplomatic face, Florian, the student of medicine, and my friend, colossal-breasted Christian Palmy, came a little later, worried with many cares, but happy to his heart's core. No optimist was ever more convinced of his philosophy than Palmy. After them, below the salt, were ranged the necks, and porters the marmiton from the kitchen, and innumerable maids. The board was tessellated with plates of Bernenbrod and Eierbrod, Kuchli, and cheese and butter, and Georg stirred grampampuli in a mighty metal bowl. For the uninitiated, it may be needful to explain these Davos delicacies. Bernenbrod is what the Scotch would call a bun or massive cake, composed of sliced pears, almonds, spices, and a little flour. Eierbrod is saffron-colored sweet bread made with eggs, and Kuchli is a kind of pastry, crisp and flimsy, fashioned into various devices of cross-star and scroll. Grampampuli is simply brandy burnt with sugar, the most unsophisticated punch I ever drank. From tumblers, the frugal people of Davos, who live on bread and cheese and dried meat all the year, indulge themselves but once with these unwanted dainties in the winter. The occasion was cheerful, and yet a little solemn. The scene was feudal, for these Buells are the scions of a warrior race. A race illustrious for heroic deeds, humbled but degraded. During the 6 centuries through which they have lived, PG 327 nobles in Davos, they have sent forth scores of fighting men to foreign lands, ambassadors to France and Venice, and the Milanese governors to Chiavenna and Bregaglia, and the much-contested Valteline members of their house are Counts of Buell-Schornstein in Austria, Freiherrs of Muhlingen and Barenberg. In the now German Empire, they keep the patent of nobility conferred on them by Henry Roman IV. their ancient coat parted per pale azure and argent, with a dame of the 14th century, bearing in her hand a rose, all counterchanged, these carved in wood and monumental marble on the churches and old houses hereabouts. And from immemorial antiquity, the Buell of Davos has sat thus on Sylvester, a-ben with family and folk around him, summoned from Alp and snowy field to drink Grampampuli and break the Bernenbrod. These rites performed, the men and maids began to sing, brown arms lounging on the table, and red hands folded in white aprons, serious at first, in hymn-like cadences, then breaking into wilder measures with a jodel at the close. There is a measured solemnity in the performance which strikes the stranger as somewhat comic, but the singing was good, the voices strong and clear in tone, no hesitation, and no shirking of the melody. It was clear that the singers enjoyed the music for its own sake, with half-shut eyes, as they take dancing solidly with deep-drawn breath, sustained and indefatigable. But 11 struck, and the two Christians, my old friend and palmy, said we should be late for church. They had promised to take me with them to see bell ringing in the tower. All the young men of the village meet and draw lots in the stube of the Rathhouse. One party tolls the old year out, the other rings the new year in. He who comes last is sconced 3 liters of PG 328 Veltliner. For the company this jovial fine was ours to pay tonight. When we came into the air, we found a bitter frost, the whole sky clouded over, a north wind whirling snow from Alp and forest through the murky gloom. The benches and broad walnut tables of the Rathhouse were crowded with men in shaggy homespun of brown and grey frieze, its low wooden roof and walls enclosed an atmosphere of smoke denser than the eternal snowdrift. But our welcome was hearty, and we found a score of friends, titanic fop, whose limbs are Michelangelesque in length, spectacled Morisani, the little tailor Kramer with a French horn on his knees, the puckered forehead of the Baumeister, the troll-shaped postman, peasants and woodmen known on far excursions upon pass and upland valley, not one, but carried on his face the memory of winter strife, with avalanche and snowdrift of horses, struggling through Flula whirlwinds and winecasks, tugged across burnina and haystacks, guided down precipitous gullies at thundering speed twixt pine, and larches felled in distant glens, beside the frozen watercourses. Here we were all met together for 1 hour from our several homes and occupations to welcome in the year, with clinked glasses and cries of Prosit Nuja. The tolling bells above us stopped. Our turn had come out into the snowy air. We tumbled beneath the row of wolves' heads that adorn the penthouse roof. A few steps brought us to the still God's Acre, where the snow lay deep and cold upon high-mounded graves of many generations. We crossed it silently, bent our heads to the low Gothic arch, and stood within the tower. It was thick darkness there, but far above the bells began again to clash, and PG 329 jangle confusedly with volleys of demoniac joy, successive flights of ladders, each ending in a giddy platform, hung across the gloom, climbed to the height of some 150 feet, and all their rungs were crusted with frozen snow, deposited by trampling boots. For up and down these stairs, ascending and descending, moved other than angels, the freezer-jacketed Berschen Grisons, bears rejoicing in their exercise, exhilarated with the tingling noise of beaten metal. We reached the first room, safely guided by firm-footed Christian, whose one candle just defined the rough walls and the slippery steps. There we found a band of boys pulling ropes that set the bells in motion, but our destination was not reached. One more aerial ladder, perpendicular in darkness, brought us swiftly to the home of sound. It is a small square chamber, where the bells are hung, filled with the interlacement of enormous beams, and pierced to north and south by open windows, from whose parapets I saw the village and the valley spread beneath. The fierce wind hurried through it, charged with snow, and its narrow space thronged with men on the platform, men on the windowsills, men grappling the bells with iron arms, men brushing by to reach the stairs, crossing, recrossing, shouldering their mates, drinking red wine from gigantic beakers, exploding crackers, firing squibs, shouting and yelling in corybantic chorus. They yelled and shouted, one could see it by their open mouths and glittering eyes, but not a sound from human lungs could reach our ears. The overwhelming, incessant thunder of the bells drowned all. It thrilled the tympanum, ran through the marrow of the spine, vibrated in the inmost entrails, yet the brain was only steadied and excited by this sea of brazen noise. After a few moments, I knew the place, and felt at home in it. PG 330. Then I enjoyed a spectacle which sculptors might have envied, for they ring the bells in Davos after. This fashion the lads below set them going with ropes. The men above climb in pairs on ladders to the beams, from which they are suspended. Two mighty pine trees roughly squared, and built into the walls extend from side to side across the belfry, another from which the bells hang connects these massive trunks at right angles, just where the central beam is wedged into the two parallel supports. The ladders reach from each side of the belfry, so that bending from the higher rung of the ladder and leaning over stayed upon the lateral beam, each pair of men can keep one bell in movement with their hands. Each comrade plants one leg upon the ladder and sets the other knee firmly athwart the horizontal pine. Then round each other's waist they twine left arm and right. The two have thus become one man. Right arm and left are free to grasp the bell's horns sprouting at its crest beneath the beam, with a grave rhythmic motion bending sideward in a close embrace, swaying and returning to their center from the well-knit loins. They drive the force of each strong muscle into the vexed bell. The impact is earnest at first, but soon it becomes frantic. The men take something from each other of exalted enthusiasm. This efflux of their combined energies inspires them and exasperates the mighty resonance of metal, which they rule. They are lost in a trance of what approximates to dervish passion. So thrilling is the surge of sound, so potent are the rhythms they obey. Men come and tug them by the heels. One grasps the starting thews upon their calves, another is impatient for their place. But they strain, still locked together and forgetful of the world. At length they have enough, then slowly, clingingly unclasp, turn round with PG 331 gazing eyes, and are resumed sedately into the diurnal round of common life. Another pair is in their room upon the beam. The Englishman who saw those things stood looking up, enveloped in his ulster, with the grey cowl thrust upon his forehead like a monk. One candle cast a grotesque shadow of him on the plastered wall, and when his chance came, though he was but a weakling, he too climbed, and for some moments hugged the beam, and felt the madness of the swinging bell descending. He wondered long and strangely whether he ascribed too much of feeling to the men. He watched, but no, that was impossible. There are emotions deeply seated in the joy of exercise, when the body is brought into play, and masses move in concert of which the subject is but half-conscious music and dance, and the delirium of the battle or the chase act thus upon spontaneous natures, the mystery of rhythm and associated energy and blood tingling. In sympathy is here, it lies at the root of man's most tyrannous instinctive impulses. It was past 1 when we reached home, and now a meditative man might well have gone to bed, but no one thinks of sleeping on Sylvester Abend. So there followed bowls of punch in one friend's room, where English, French, and German blent together, in convivial babel, and flasks of old Montagner. In another, Palmy at this period wore an archdeacon's hat, and smoked a churchwarden's pipe, and neither were his own, nor did he derive anything ecclesiastical or Anglican from the association. Late in the morning we must sally forth, they said, and roam the town, for it is the custom here on New Year's night to greet acquaintances, and ask for hospitality, and no one may deny these self-invited guests. We turned out PG 332 again into the grey snow-swept gloom, a curious camus, not at all like Greeks, for we had neither torches in our hands nor rose wreaths to suspend upon a lady's doorposts. However, upon this occasion, though we had winter wind enough and cold enough, there was not much love in the business. My arm was firmly clenched in Christian Buell's, and Christian Palmy came behind, trolling out songs in Italian dialect, with still recurring canale choruses, of which the facile rhymes seemed mostly made on a prolonged amour. It is noticeable that Italian ditties are especially designed for fellows shouting in the streets at night. The tall church tower and spire loomed up above us in grey twilight. The tireless wind still swept thin snow from fell and forest, but the frenzied bells had sunk into their 12-month slumber, which shall be broken only by decorous tollings at less festive times. I wondered whether they were tingling still with the heart-throbs, and with the pressure of those many arms. Was their old age warmed as mine was with that gust of lifeth young men who had clung to them like bees to lilybels, and shaken all their locked-up tone and shrillness into the wild winter air? Alas, how many generations of the young have handled them, and they are still there, frozen in their belfry, and the young grow middle-aged and old and die at last, and the bells they grappled in their lust of manhood toll them to their graves, on which the tireless wind will winter after winter sprinkle snow from Alps and forests, which they knew. John Addington Symonds, page 333. The 12th Night, page 334. 12th Night. Now have good day. A 12th night superstition. 12th day table diversion. The blessing of the waters. La Galette du Roi. Drawing king and queen on 12th night. St. Distaff's Day and Plough Monday. Page 335. Page 336. Down with the rosemary and bays. Down with the mistletoe. Instead of holly, now upraise. The greener box for show. The holly hitherto did sway. Let box now domineer. Until the dancing Easter day. On Easter's eve appear. Robert Herrick, page 337. Now have good day. Now have good day, now have good day. I am Christmas, and now I go my way. Here have I dwelt with more and less. From Hallowtide till Candlemas. And now must I from you hence pass. Now have good day. I take my leave of king and knight, and earl baron and lady bright. To wilderness I must me dight. Now have good day. And at the good lord of this hall, I take my leave, and of guests all. Methinks I hear Lent doth call. Now have good day. And at every worthy officer, marshal, painter, and butler, I take my leave, as for this year. Now have good day. Another year, I trust I shall make merry in this hall, if rest and peace in England may fall. Now have good day. But oftentimes I have heard say, that he is loth to part away. That often biddeth have good day. Pg 338. Now have good day. Now fare ye well, all in fear. Now fare ye well for all this year. Yet for my sake make ye good cheer. Now have good day. From a Balliol, MS of Roman 100. A 12th night superstition. Twice 6 nights, then from Christmas they do count with diligence. Wherein each maester in his house doth burn by frankincense. And on the table sets a loaf when night approacheth near. Before the coals and frankincense to be perfumed there. First bowing down his head he stands, and nose and ears and eyes. He smokes, and with hose mouth receives the fume that doth arise. Whom followeth straight his wife, and doth the same full solemnly. And of their children, every one and all their family. Which doth preserve, they say, their teeth and nose, and eye and ear. From every kind of malady and sickness all the year. When every one resigned hath this odor great and small. Then one takes up the pan with coals and frankincense, and all. Another takes the loaf, whom all the rest do follow here. And round about the house they go with torch or taper clear. That neither bread nor meat do want nor which, with dreadful charm Pg 339. Have power to hurt their children, or to do their cattle harm. There are that 3 nights only do prefer this foolish gear. To this intent, and think themselves in safety all the year. Barnaby Goug's versification of the Popish Kingdom. 12th day table diversion. John Knott, describing himself as late cook to the Dukes of Somerset, Ormond, and Batten, writes, in 1726, ancient artists in cookery inform us that in former days, when good housekeeping was in fashion amongst the English nobility, they used either to begin or conclude their entertainments, and divert their guests with such pretty devices as these following, viz. A castle made of pasteboard with gates, drawbridges, battlements, and portcullises, all done over with paste, was set upon a table in a large charger with salt laid round about it, as if it were the ground in which were stuck eggshells full of rose or other sweet waters, the meat of the egg having been taken out by a great pin. Upon the battlement of the castle were planted kexes covered over with paste in the form of cannons and made to look like brass, by covering them with Dutch leafgold, these cannons being charged with gunpowder, and trains laid, so that you might fire as many as you pleased at one touch. This castle was set at one end of the table. Then in the middle of the table they would set a stag made of paste, but hollow and filled with claret wine, and a broad arrow stuck in his side. This was also set in a large PG 340 charger, with a ground made of salt, with eggshells of perfumed waters stuck in it, as before. Then at the other end of the table they would have a ship made of pasteboard, and covered all over with paste, with masts, sails, flags, and streamers, and guns made of kexes covered with paste, and charged with gunpowder, with a train. As in the castle, this being placed in a large charger was set upright in, as it were, a sea of salt, in which were also stuck eggshells full of perfumed waters. Then betwixt the stag and castle, and the stag and ship, were placed two pies made of coarse paste filled with bran, and washed over with saffron, and the yolks of eggs. When these were baked, the bran was taken out, a hole was cut in the bottom of each, and live birds put into one, and frogs into the other. Then the holes were closed up with paste, and the lids neatly cut up, so that they might be easily taken off by the funnels, and adorned with gilded laurels. These being thus prepared, and placed in order on the table, one of the ladies was persuaded to draw the arrow out of the body of the stag, which being done, the claret wine issued forth like blood from a wound, and caused admiration in the spectators, which being over, after a little pause, all the guns on one side of the castle were by a train discharged against the ship, and afterwards the guns of one side of the ship were discharged against the castle. Then, having turned the chargers, the other sides were fired off, as in a battle, this causing a great smell of powder. The ladies or gentlemen took up the eggshells of perfumed water, and threw them at one another, this pleasant disorder being pretty well laughed over, and the two great pies still remaining untouched, some one or other would have the curiosity to see what was in them, and on lifting PG 341 up the lid of one pie out, would jump the frogs, which would make the ladies skip and scamper, and on lifting up the lid of the other out, would fly the birds, which would naturally fly at the light, and so put out the candles, and so with the leaping of the frogs below, and the flying of the birds above, would cause a surprising and diverting hurly-burly among the guests in the dark, after which, the candles being lighted, the banquet would be brought in, the music sound, and the particulars of each person's surprise and adventures furnish matter for diverting discourse. The Cook and Confectioner's Dictionary, 1726. The blessing of the waters. He was anxious to be present at the early liturgy of the morning of Epiphany, to witness the ceremony of the blessing of the waters in the pretty quaint village on the island of Skiathros, in a faraway corner of Greece. It was a great effort, for the night had been cold and stormy. However, by some process which will never be quite clear to me, I managed to find myself at the door of the one church, with its many-storied bell tower, soon after 4 o'clock. Very quaint indeed it looked, as I went out of the cold darkness into the brilliantly lighted church, and saw the pious islanders kneeling all around on the cold floor, as the liturgy was being chanted. Prior to the blessing of the waters, near the entrance, stood the font filled to the brim, and close to it was placed an icon, or sacred picture, representing the baptism of our Lord. Around the font were stuck many candles fastened by their own grease, whilst PG 342 pots and jugs of every size and description, full of water, stood about on the floor in the immediate vicinity of the font. After the priest had chanted the somewhat tedious litany from the steps of the high altar, he set off, dressed sumptuously in his gold brocaded vestments, round the church, with a large cross in one hand and a sprig of basil in the other, accompanied by 2 acolytes who waved their censers and cast about a pleasant odor of frankincense. Every one was prostrate as the priest read the appointed scripture, signed the water in the font and in the adjacent jugs with the cross, and threw into the font his sprig of basil. No sooner was this solemn, impressive ceremony over than there was a general rush from all sides with mugs and bottles to secure some of this consecrated water. Everybody laughed and hustled his neighbor. Even the priest with the cross in his hand stood and watched them with a grin. The sudden change from the preceding solemnity was ludicrous in the extreme. Before taking his departure for his home, each person went up to kiss the cross which the priest held, and to be sprinkled with water from the sprig of basil. Each person had brought his own sprig of basil, which he presented to the priest to bless, and in return for this favor dropped a small coin into the plate held by one of the acolytes. Basil is always held to be a sacred plant. In Greece, the legend says that it grew on Christ's tomb, and they imagine that this is the reason why its leaves grow in a cruciform shape. In nearly every humble Greek dwelling, you may see a dried sprig of basil hanging in the household sanctuary. It is this sprig which has been blessed at the Feast of Lights. It is most effectual, say they, in keeping off the influence of the evil eye. Page 343. The day broke fine, and the violence of the storm was over, yet our captain still lingered, saying that perhaps toward evening we might start. And for this delay, I believe, I discovered the reason. Towards midday on Epiphany, it is customary among these seafaring islanders to hold a solemn function, closely akin to the one I had witnessed in the church that morning, namely, the blessing of the sea. From their homes by the shore the fishermen came, and all the inhabitants of Skiathros assembled on the quay to join the procession which descended from the church by a zigzag path headed by 2 priests and 2 acolytes behind them, waving censers, and men carrying banners and the large cross. Very touching it was to watch the deep devotion of these hardy seafaring men as they knelt on the shore, whilst the litany was being chanted, and whilst the chief priest blessed the waves with his cross, and invoked the blessing of the Most High on the many and varied crafts which were riding at anchor in Skiathros harbor. When the service was over, there followed, as in the morning, an unseemly bustle. So ready are these vivacious people to turn from the solemn to the gay. Every one chatted with his neighbor, and pressed forward toward a little jetty to see the fun. Presently the priest advanced to the end of this jetty with the cross in his hand, and after tying a heavy stone to it, he threw it into the sea. Thereupon there was a general rush into the water. Men and boys with their clothes on plunged and dived, until at length, to the applause of the bystanders, one young man succeeded in bringing the cross to the surface stone, and all a subscription was then raised for the successful diver, the proceeds of which were spent by him in ordering many glasses of wine at the nearest coffee shop. Pg 344. And the wet men sat down for a heavy drink to drive out the chill, I suppose. In many places you will find the boats hauled upon the beach the day before Christmas, and nothing will induce their owners to launch them again until after the blessing of the sea. I am sure the captain of our steamer shared the superstition, though he chose to laugh at the islanders' ways. For a few hours after the sea had been blessed, we put out into it, and I imagine could have started hours before if the captain had been so inclined. J.T. Bent. La Galette du Roi. In France, where it probably originated, the 12th night cake known as La Galette du Roi, the king's cake, still survives. The cake is generally made of pastry and baked in a round sheet like a pie. The size of the cake depends on the number of persons in the company. In former times, a broad bean was baked in the cake, but now a small china doll is substituted. The adoration of the Magi Memling. The cake is the last course in the dinner. One of the youngest people at the table is asked to say to whom each piece shall be given. This creates a little excitement, and all watch breathlessly to see who gets the doll. The person who gets it is king or queen, and immediately chooses a king or queen for a partner. So soon as the king and queen are announced, they are under the constant observation of the rest of the party, and whatever they do is immediately commented upon. In a short time, there is a perfect uproar. The king drinks, the queen speaks, the queen laughs. This is kept up for a long time. Then there are games, music, and dancing. William Hone, in the Everyday Book. Drawing King and Queen on 12th Night. Hone, in his Everyday Book, describes a drawing as it was conducted in 1823. First buy your cake, then before your visitors arrive, buy your characters painted cards, each of which should have a pleasant verse beneath. Next look at your invitation list, and count the number of ladies you expect, and afterwards the number of gentlemen. Then take as many female characters as you have invited ladies, fold them up exactly of the same size, and number each on the back, taking care to make the king no one and the queen know too, then prepare and number the gentlemen's characters, cause tea and coffee to be handed to your visitors as they drop in when all are assembled, and tea over put as many ladies' characters in a reticule as there are ladies present. Next put the gentlemen's characters in a hat, then call a gentleman to carry the reticule to the ladies as they sit, from which each lady is to draw one ticket and preserve it unopened. Select a lady to bear the hat to the gentleman for the same purpose. There will be one ticket left in the reticule and another in the hat, which the lady and gentleman who carried each is to interchange, as having fallen to each. Next arrange your visitors according to their numbers. The king know one, the queen know two, and so on. The king is then to recite the verse on his ticket, then the queen the verse on hers, and so the characters are to proceed in numerical order. This done, let the cake and refreshments go round, and hey for merriment. Page 346. St. Distaff's Day and Plough Monday. The day after Epiphany was called St. Distaff's Day by country people, because the Christmas holidays being ended, the time had come for the resumption of the distaff and other industrious employments of good housewives. The Monday after Twelfth Day was a similar occasion for the resumption of agricultural labors. Another writer connects the day with a custom which among farm servants corresponded somewhat to the prentices' Boxing Day. The usage was to draw around a plough and solicit money with guisings, and dancing with swords preparatory to beginning to plough after the Christmas holidays. Olaus Magnus describes the dance with swords. First with swords sheathed and erect in their hands they dance in a triple round, then with their drawn swords held erect, as before, afterwards extending them from hand to hand, they lay hold of each other's hilts and points, and while they are wheeling more moderately around, and changing their order, they throw themselves into the figure of a hexagon, which they call a rose, but presently raising and drawing back their swords, they undo that figure in order to form with them a foursquare rose, so that they may rebound over the head of each other. Lastly, they dance rapidly backwards, and vehemently rattling the sides of their swords together, conclude their sport pipes or songs. Sometimes both direct the measure, which at first is slow, increasing to a very quick movement. At the close, Olaus Magnus adds, "It is scarcely to be understood how gamely and decent it is." William Hone, in Year Book. Page 347. Roman 12. The Christmas Spirit. Page 348. The Christmas Spirit. As little children in a darkened hall. Christmas Dreams. The Professor's Christmas Sermon. Awaiting the King. Elizabeth's Christmas Sermon. Nicholas Reason Why. The Changing Spirit of Christmastide. A Prayer for Christmas Peace. Under the Holly Bough. Christmas Music. A Christmas Sermon. Page 349. Page 350. As little children in a darkened hall. At Christmastide await the opening door, eager to tread the fairy-haunted floor. About the tree with goodly gifts for all, and into the dark unto each other call, trying to guess their happiness before, or of their elders eagerly implore hints of what fortune unto them may fall. So wait we in time's dim and narrow room, and with strange fancies or another's thought, try to divine before the curtain rise the wondrous scene, yet soon shall fly the gloom, and we shall see what patient ages sought, the Father's long-planned gift of paradise. Charles Henry Crandall, in Wayside Music. Published by G. P. Putnam's Sons. Page 351. Christmas Dreams. Tomorrow is Merry Christmas, and when its night descends, there will be mirth and music, and the light sounds of the merry-twinkling feet within these now so melancholy walls, and sleep now reigning over all the house, save this one room, will be banished far over the sea, and morning will be reluctant to allow her light to break up the innocent orgies. Were every Christmas of which we have been present at the celebration painted according to nature had a gallery of pictures, true that a sameness would pervade them, or but only that kind of sameness that pervades the nocturnal heavens one clear night always is to common eyes just like another, for what hath any night to show, but one moon, and some starsa blue vault with here a few braided, and there a few castellated clouds, yet no two nights ever bore more than a family resemblance to each other before the studious and instructed eye of him who has long communed with nature, and is familiar with every smile and frown on her changeful, but not capricious countenance, even so with the annual festivals of the heart. Then our thoughts are the stars that illumine those schisand on ourselves. It depends whether they shall be black as Erebus or brighter than Aurora. Thoughts that like spirits trackless come, and goes a fine line of Charles Lloyd's, but no bird skims, no arrow pierces the air without producing some change in the universe, which will last to the day of doom, no coming and going, is absolutely trackless nor irrecoverable by nature's law, is any consciousness however ghost-like, though many a one, even the most blissful, never does PG 352 return, but seems to be buried among the dead. But they are not dead, but only sleep, though to us, who recall them not, they are as they had never been. And we wretched ingrates, let them lie forever in oblivion. How passing sweet, when of our own accord they arise to greet us in our solitude as a friend, who having sailed away to a foreign land in our youth, has been thought to have died many long years ago, may suddenly stand before us, with face still familiar and name reviving in a moment, and all that he once was to us brought from utter forgetfulness close upon our heart. My father's house, how it is ringing like a grove in spring, with the din of creatures, happier 1,000 times happier than all the birds on earth. It is the Christmas holidays, Christmas day itself, Christmas night, and joy in every bosom intensifies love never before. Were we brothers and sisters so dear to one another, never before had our hearts so yearned towards the authors of our being, our blissful being. There they sat silent in all that outcry composed, in all that disarray still, in all that tumult. Yet as one or other flying imp sweeps round the chair, a father's hand will playfully strive to catch a prisoner mother's gentler touch on some sylph's disordered simmer, be felt almost as a reproof, and for a moment slacken the fairy flight one old game treads. On the heels of another 20 within the hour, and many a new game never heard of before nor since, struck out by the collision of kindred spirits in their glee, the transitory fancies of genius inventive through very delight. Then all at once there is a hush profound as ever falls on some little plat within a forest, when the moon drops behind the mountain and small green-robed people, PG 353 of peace, at once cease their pastime and vanish for shed silver tongues, about to sing an old ballad words, an air like hundreds of years old, and sing she doth, while tears begin to fall with a voice too mournfully beautiful long to breathe below, and ere another Christmas shall have come with the falling snows, doomed to be mute on earth but to be hymning in heaven. Then came a new series of Christmases, celebrated 1 year in this family, another year in that none present, but those whom Charles Lamb the delightful calleth the old familiar faces, something in all features and all tones of voice, and all manners betokening origin from one root, relations all happy, and with no reason either to be ashamed or proud of their neither high nor humble birth, their lot being cast within that pleasant realm, the golden mean, where the dwellings are connecting links between the hut and the hall, fair edifices, resembling manse or mansion house, according as the atmosphere expands or contracts their dimensions, in which competence is next door neighbor to wealth, and both of them within the daily walk of contentment. Merry Christmases they were indeed, on lady always presiding, with a figure that once had been the stateliest among the stately, but then somewhat bent, without being bowed down beneath an easy weight of most venerable years. Sweet was her tremulous voice to all her grandchildren's ears, nor did these solemn eyes, bedimmed into a pathetic beauty in any degree, restrain the glay that sparkled in orbs that as yet shed not many tears, but tears of joy or pity. Dearly she loved all those mortal creatures whom she was soon about to leave, but she sat in sunshine even within the shadow of death, and the voice, PG 354, that called her home had so long been whispering in her ear that its accents had become dear to her, and consolatory every word that was heard in the silence as from another world. Whether we were indeed all so witty as we thought ourselves, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, nephews, nieces, cousins, and the rest, it might be presumptuous in us, who were considered by ourselves, and a few others not the least amusing of the whole set at this distance of time, to decide specially in the affirmative, but how the roof did ring with sally pun retort, and repartee I with puna species of impertinence, for which we have therefore kindness even to this day. Had incomparable Thomas Hood had the good fortune to have been born a cousin of ours, how with that fine fancy of his would he have shone at those Christmas festivals, eclipsing us all. Our family, through all its different branches, had ever been famous for bad voices, but good ears, and we think we hear ourselves as all those uncles and aunts, nephews and nieces, and cousin singing now easy it is to warble melody as to breathe. But we hope harmony is the most difficult of all things to people in general, for to us it was impossible, and what attempts ours used to be at seconds, yet the most woeful failures were rapturously encored. And ere the night was done we spoke with most extraordinary voices, indeed every one hoarser than another, till at last walking home with a fair cousin, there was nothing left it but a tender glance of the eye, a tender pressure of the hand. For cousins are not altogether sisters, and although partaking of that dearest character, possess, it may be, some peculiar and appropriate charms of their own, as didst thou, Emily the Wildcap, that PG 355 sobriquet, all forgotten no, for now thou art a matron, nay a grandam, and troubled with an elf fair and frolicsome, as thou thyself would of yore, when the gravest and wisest withstood not the witchery of thy dancing, thy singings, and thy showering smiles. On rolled suns and seasons, old deed the elderly became old, and the young one after another were wafted joyously away on the wings of hope like birds, almost as soon as they can fly, ungratefully forsaking their nests, and the groves in whose safe shadow they first essayed their pinions, or like pinnaces, that after having for a few days trimmed their snow-white sails in the landlocked bay close, to whose shores of silvery sand had grown the trees that furnished timber, both for hull and mast, slipped their tiny cables on some summer day, and gathering every breeze that blows go dancing over the waves in sunshine, and melt far off into the main. Or haply, some were like young trees transplanted during no favorable season, and never to take root in another soil, but soon leaf and branch to wither beneath the tropic sun and die, almost unheeded by those who knew not how beautiful they had been beneath the dews and mists of their own native climate. Vain images, and therefore chosen by fancy, not too plainly to touch the heart, for some hearts grew cold, and forbidding with selfish care, some warm as ever in their own generous glow, were touched by the chill of fortune's frowns ever worse to bear, when suddenly succeeding her smiles some, to rid themselves of painful regrets, took refuge in forgetfulness, and closed their eyes to the past. Duty banished some abroad, and duty imprisoned others at home. Estrangements, they were at first unconscious and unintended. Yet ere long, though causeless complete changes, PG 356, were wrought insensibly, invisibly, even in the innermost nature of those who, being friends, knew no guile, yet came thereby at last to be friends. No more unrequited love broke some bonds, requited love relaxed others. The death of one altered the conditions of Manny and Sawyer. After yearth Christmas meeting was interrupted ever till, finally, it ceased with one accord, unrenewed and unrenewable, for when some things cease for a time, that time turns out to be forever. For a good many years, we have been tied to town in winter by fetters as fine as frostwork, which we could not break without destroying a whole world of endearment that seems an obscure image, but it means what the Germans would call, in Englisher winter environment, we are imprisoned in a net, yet we can see it when we choose, just as a bird can see when he chooses the wires of his cage that are invisible in his happiness, as he keeps hopping and fluttering about all day long, or haply dreaming on his perch, with his pole under his plumes, free in confinement, as if let loose into the boundless sky. That seems an obscure image too, but we mean in truth the prison unto which we doom ourselves. No prison is, and we have improved on that idea, for we have built our own, and our prisoner turnkey and jailer all in one, and tease noiseless as the house of sleep. Or what if we declare that Christopher North is a king in his palace, with no subjects, but his own thoughts rule peaceful over those lights and shadows, and undisputed to reign over them, his right divine. The opening year in a town now answers in all things to our heart's desire. How beautiful the smoky air! The PG 357 clouds have a homely look, as they hang over the happy families of houses, and seem as if they loved their birthplace all, unlike those heartless clouds that keep stravaging over mountaintops and have no domicile in the sky. Poets speak of living rocks, but what is their life to that of houses? Who ever saw a rock with ice that is with windows stone-blind all and stone-deaf, and with hearts of stone? Whereas who ever saw a house without ice that is Windows our own, is an Argus, yet the good old conservative grudges, not the assessed Taxeshi's optics are, as cheerful as the day that lends them light, and they love to salute the setting sun as if 100 beacons level above level were kindled along a mountain side. He might safely be pronounced a madman who preferred an avenue of trees to a street why trees have no chimneys, and were you to kindle a fire in the hollow of an oak, you would soon be as dead as a druid. It won't do to talk to us of sap, and the circulation of sap a grove in winter bowl, and branch leaves, it has none eyes as dry as a volume of sermons, but a street or a square is full of vital sparks of heavenly flame as a volume of poetry, and the heart's blood circulates through the system like rosy wine. But a truce to comparisons, for we are beginning to feel contrition for our crime against the country, and with humbled head and heart, we beseech you to pardon us at rocks of Pavy Arc, the pillared palaces of the storms at clouds, now wreathing a diadem for the forehead of Helvelinite trees, that hang the shadows of your undying beauty over the one perfect chrysolite of blessed Windermere. Our meaning is transparent now as the hand of an PG 358 apparition, waving peace and goodwill to all dwellers in the land of dreams in plainer, but not simpler words for words, are like flowers often rich in their simplicity witness. The lily and Solomon's song Christian people, all we wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in town, or in country or in ships at sea. Christopher North. The Professor's Christmas Sermon. Take all in a word, the truth in God's breast lies trace for trace upon ours impressed. Though he is so bright and we so dim, we are made in his image to witness him, and with no eye in us to tell, instructed by no inner sense, the light of heaven from the dark of hell. That light would want its evidence, though justice, good, and truth were still divine if by some demon's will hatred and wrong had been proclaimed, law through the worlds and right misnamed. No mere exposition of morality, made or in part or in totality, should win you to give it worship therefore. And if no better proof you will care for, whom do you count the worst man upon earth? Be sure he knows in his conscience more of right what is than arrives at birth, in the best man's acts that we bow before. This last knows better true, but my fact is PG 359. 'Tis one thing to know and another to practice, and thence I conclude that the real good function is to furnish a motive and injunction for practicing what we know already, and such an injunction and such a motive as the God in Christ do you wave and heady, high-minded hang your tabled votive outside the fane on a finger post, morality to the uttermost, supreme in Christ as we all confess. Why need we prove would avail no jot to make him God if God he were not? What is the point where himself lays stress? Does the precept run believe in good, in justice, truth now understood? For the first timer believe in me, who lived and died, yet essentially am Lord of life, whoever can take the same to his heart, and for mere love's sake conceive of the love that man obtains. A new truth no conviction gains, of an old one only made intense by a fresh appeal to his faded sense. Robert Browning from Christmas Eve. Awaiting the King. That sweetly prophetic evening silence before the great feast of goodwill does not come over everything each year, even in a lonely cottage on an abandoned farm in Connecticut, than which you cannot possibly imagine anything more silent or more remote from the noise PG 360 of the world. Sometimes it rains in torrents just on that night. Sometimes it blows a raging gale that twists the leafless birches and elms and hickory trees like dry grass, and bends the dark firs and spruces as if they were feathers, and you can hardly be heard unless you shout for the howling and screaming and whistling of the blast. But now and then, once in 4 or 5 years, perhaps the feathery snow lays a foot deep fresh fallen on the still countryside, and in the woods, and the waxing moon sheds her large light on all, and nature holds her breath to wait for the happy day and tries to sleep, but cannot from sheer happiness and peace indoors. The fire is glowing on the wide hearth, a great bed of coals that will last all night and be enough, because it is not bitter weather, but only cold and clear and still as it should be. Or if there is only a poor stove like Overholt's, the iron door is open, and a comfortable cheery red light shines out from within upon the battered iron plate, and the wooden floor beyond, and the older people sit round it not saying much and thinking with their hearts rather than with their heads. But small boys and girls know that interesting things have been happening in the kitchen all the afternoon, and are rather glad that the supper was not very good, because there will be more room for good things tomorrow, and the grown-ups and the children have made up any little differences of opinion they may have had before supper time, because goodwill must reign and reign alone like Alexander, so that there is nothing at all to regret, and nothing hurts anybody any more, and they are all happy in just waiting for King Christmas to open the door softly and make them all great people in his kingdom. But if it is the right sort of house, he is already looking in through the window to page 361, be sure that everyone is all ready for him, and that nothing has been forgotten. F. Marion Crawford, in the Little City of Hope. Elizabeth's Christmas Sermon. I cannot see that there was anything gross about our Christmas, and we were perfectly merry without any need to pretend, and for at least 2 days it brought us a little nearer together, and made us kind. Happiness is so wholesome it invigorates and warms me into piety far more effectually than any amount of trials and griefs, and an unexpected pleasure is the surest means of bringing me to my knees, in spite of the protestations of some peculiarly constructed persons that they are the better for trials. I don't believe it. Such things must sour us, just as happiness must sweeten us, and make us kinder and more gentle. And will anybody affirm that it behooves us to be more thankful for trials than for blessings? We were meant to be happy, and to accept all the happiness offered with thankfulness. Indeed, we are none of us ever thankful enough, and yet we each get so much, so very much more than we deserve. I know a woman stayed with me last summer who rejoices grimly when, though she loves suffer, she believes that it is our lot and that it braces us and does us good, and she would shield no one from even unnecessary pain. She weeps with the sufferer, but is convinced it is all for the best. Well, let her continue in her dreary beliefs. She has no garden to teach her the beauty and the happiness of holiness, nor does she in the least desire to possess one. Her convictions have the sad gray coloring of the dingy page 362 streets and houses. She lives amongst the sad color of humanity, in masses. Submission to what people call their lot is simply ignoble. If your lot makes you cry and be wretched, get rid of it, and take another. Strike out for yourself. Don't listen to the shrieks of your relations, to their jibes or their entreaties. Don't let your own microscopic set prescribe your goings out and comings in. Don't be afraid of public opinion in the shape of the neighbor in the next house, when all the world is before you new and shining, and everything is possible if you only be energetic and independent and seize opportunity by the scruff of the neck. From Elizabeth and Her German Garden. Nishola expounds the reason why on Christmas Eve. But the whole world helps along, she said shrilly, or else we should tear each other's eyes out. What do me? I do not put fruit peel in the waste paper to worrit the ragman. I do not put potato jackets in the stove to worrit the ashman. I do not burn the bones, because I think of the next poor dog. What crumbs are left, I lay always on the back fence. For the birds I kill no living thing, but spider switch the devil made Our Lady knows I do very little. But if I was the men with pockets on, id find a way me, said Nishola, wagging her old grey head. Pockets, Hobart repeated, puzzled. For the love of heaven, yes, Nishola cried, pockets money give. She illustrated in pantomime. What page 363 can I do on Thursday nights? I take what sweets are in this house, what flowers are on all the plants, and I carry them to a hospital. I know, if you could see how they wait for me on the beds. What can I do? The good God gave me almost no pockets. It is as he says. She nodded to Pelias, helping is why yon none of what you say is so mem. I didn't get no time to frost the nutcakes. Zona Gale, in The Loves of Pelias and Etar. The changing spirit of Christmas died. The English, from the great prevalence of rural habit throughout every class of society, have always been fond of those festivals and holidays which agreeably interrupt the stillness of country life, and they were in former days particularly observant of the religious and social rites of Christmas. It is inspiring to read even the dry details which some antiquarians have given of the quaint humors, the burlesque pageants, the complete abandonment to mirth and good fellowship with which this festival was celebrated. It seemed to throw open every door and unlock every heart. It brought the peasant and the peer together and blended all ranks in one warm, generous flow of joy and kindness. The old halls of castles and manor houses resounded with the harp and the Christmas carol, and their ample boards groaned under the weight of hospitality. Even the poorest cottage welcomed the festive season with green decorations of bay and holly. Cheerful fire glanced its rays through the lattice, inviting the passenger to raise the latch and join the gossip, not huddled round the hearth, beguiling the long evening with legendary jokes and oft-old Christmas tales. Page 364. One of the least pleasing effects of modern refinement is the havoc it has made among the hardy old holiday customs. It has completely taken off the sharp touchings and spirited reliefs of these embellishments of life, and has worn down society into a more smooth and polished, but certainly a less characteristic surface. Many of the games and ceremonials of Christmas have entirely disappeared, and like the Sherris sack of old Falstaff, are become matters of speculation and dispute among commentators. They flourished in times full of spirit and lustihood, when men enjoyed life roughly, but heartily and vigorously, times wild and picturesque, which have furnished poetry with its richest materials, and the drama with its most attractive variety of characters and manners. The world has become more worldly, there is more of dissipation, and less of enjoyment. Pleasure has expanded into a broader but shallower stream, and has forsaken many of those deep and quiet channels where it flowed sweetly through the calm bosom of domestic life. Society has acquired a more enlightened and elegant tone, but it has lost many of its strong local peculiarities, its homebred feelings. Its honest fireside delights, the traditionary customs of golden-hearted antiquity, its feudal hospitalities and lordly wassailings have passed away with the baronial castles and stately manor houses in which they were celebrated. They comported with the shadowy hall, the great oaken gallery, and the tapestried parlor, but are unfitted to the light showy saloons and gay drawing-rooms of the modern villa. Shorn, however, as it is of its ancient and festive honors, Christmas is still a period of delightful excitement in England. It is gratifying to see that home feeling completely aroused, which seems to hold so powerful a place in page 365, every English bosom, the preparations making on every side for the social board that is again to unite friends and kindred, the presence of good cheer passing and repassing those tokens of regard and quickeners of kind feelings, the evergreens distributed about houses and churches, emblems of peace and gladness. All these have the most pleasing effect in producing fond associations and kindling benevolent sympathies. Even the sound of the waits, rude as may be their minstrelsy, breaks upon the midwatches of a winter night with the effect of perfect harmony. As I have been awakened by them in that still and solemn hour when deep sleep falleth upon man, I have listened with a hushed delight, and connecting them with the sacred and joyous occasion, have almost fancied them into another celestial choir, announcing peace and goodwill to mankind. Washington Irving. Charles Kingsley's prayer for Christmas peace. Christmas peace is God's, and he must give it himself with his own hand, or we shall never get it. Go then to God himself, thou art his child, as Christmas Day declares. Be not afraid to go unto thy father, pray to him, tell him what thou wantest. Say, Father, I am not moderate, reasonable, forbearing, I fear I cannot keep Christmas aright, for I have not a peaceful Christmas spirit in me, and I know that I shall never get it by thinking and reading and understanding, for it passes all that, and lies far away beyond. It does peace in the very essence of thine undivided, unmoved, absolute, eternal Godhead, which no change nor decay of this created world, nor sin, page 366, or folly of men or devils, can ever alter, but which abideth forever. What it is in perfect rest, and perfect power, and perfect love. O Father, give me thy Christmas peace. From Town and Country Sermons. Under the holly bough, ye who have scorned each other, or injured friend or brother. In this fast fading year, ye who by word or deeds have made a kind heart bleed, come gather here. Let sinned against and sinning forget their strife's beginning, and join in friendship now. Be links no longer broken, be sweet forgiveness spoken. Under the holly bough, ye who have loved each other, sister and friend and brother, in this fast fading year, mother and sire and child, young man and maiden mild, come gather here, and let your hearts grow fonder, as memory shall ponder each past unbroken vow, old loves and younger wooing. PG 367 are sweet in the renewing. Under the holly bough, ye who have nourished sadness, estranged from hope and gladness, in this fast fading year, ye with o'erburdened mind, made aliens from your kind, come gather here. Let not the useless sorrow pursue you night and morrow. If ere you hoped hope now, take heart and cloud your faces, and join in our embraces. Under the holly bough. Charles Mackay. Christmas music. Many elements mix in the Christmas of the present, partly no doubt, under the form of vague and obscure sentiment, partly as time-honored reminiscences, partly as a portion of our own life. But there is one phase of poetry which we enjoy more fully than any previous age, that is music. Music is of all the arts the youngest, and of all can free herself most readily from symbols. A fine piece of music moves before us like a living passion, which needs no form or color, no interpreting associations to convey its strong but indistinct significance. Each man there finds his soul revealed to him, and enabled to assume a cast of feeling in obedience to the changeful sound. In PG 368, this manner, all our Christmas thoughts and emotions have been gathered up for us by Handel in his drama of the Messiah to Englishmen. It is almost as well known and necessary as the Bible, but only one who has heard its pastoral episode performed year after year from childhood in the hushed cathedral where pendant lamps or sconces make the gloom of aisle and choir and airy column half intelligible, can invest this music with long associations of accumulated awe to his mind. It brings a scene at midnight of hills clear in the starlight of the east, with white flocks scattered on the down, the breath of winds that come and go, the bleating of the sheep, with now and then a tinkling bell, and now and then the voice of an awakened shepherd, is all that breaks the repose. Overhead shimmer the bright stars, and low to west lies the moon, not pale and sickly he dreams as in our north, but golden full, and bathing distant towers and tall aerial palms with floods of light. Such is a child's vision begotten by the music of the symphony, and when he wakes from trance at its low silver close, the dark cathedral seems glowing with 1,000 angel faces, and all the air is tremulous with angel wings. Then follow the solitary treble voice and the swift chorus. John Addington Symonds. A Christmas Sermon. To be honest, to be kind, to earn a little, and to spend a little less, to make upon the whole a family happier, for his presence to renounce, when that shall be necessary, and not be embittered, to keep a few friends, but those without. PG 369. Capitulation above all on the same grim condition, to keep friends with himself, her, is a task for all that a man has of fortitude and delicacy. He has an ambitious soul, who would ask more. He has a hopeful spirit, who should look in such an enterprise to be successful. There is indeed one element in human destiny that, not blindness itself, can controvert. Whatever else we are intended to do, we are not intended to succeed. Failure is the fate allotted. It is so in every art and study. It is so above all in the continent art of living well. Here is a pleasant thought for the year's end, or for the end of life. Only self-deception will be satisfied, and there need be no despair for the despairer. Robert Louis Stevenson in A Christmas Sermon. By permission of Charles Scribner's Sons. The Gentlest Art. A Choice of Letters by Entertaining Hands. Edited by E. Roman 5 Lucas. An anthology of letter writing so human, interesting, and amusing from first to last, as almost to inspire one to attempt the restoration of the lost art. There is hardly a letter among them, all that one would have left out, and the book is of such pleasant size and appearance that one would not have it added to either the New York Times. The author has made his selections with admirable care. We do not miss a single old favorite. He has given us all that is best in letter writing, and the classification under such heads as children and grandfathers, the familiar manner, the grand style, humorists and oddities, is everything that can be desired. The Argonaut. Letters of news and of gossip, of polite nonsense, of humor and pathos, of friendship, of quiet reflection, stately letters in the grand manner, and naive letters by obscure and ignorant folk. Cloth one net. The Friendly Craft. Edited by Elizabeth Roman, 500 Hanscom. In this volume, the author has done for American letters what Mr. Lucas did for English in The Gentlest Art. An unusual anthology, a collection of American letters, some of them written in the colonial period, and some of them yesterday, all of them particularly human, many of them charmingly easy and conversational, as pleasant bookish friends talk in a fortunate hour. The editor of this collection has an unerring taste for literary quality and a sense of humor, which shows itself in prankish headlines. It is a great favor to the public to bring together, in just this informal way, the delightful letters of our 2 centuries of history. The Independent. There should be a copy of this delightful book in the collection of every lover of that which is choice in literature. The New York Times.